good stuff out of it.
Did you ever do it?
No, I refuse. I don't think I've ever done a comedy festival.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I'm not ready yet. Dude, I'm saving my Burbank Comedy Festival.
That's so good.
For when I finally get 5 minutes, dude.
I'm ready for the festival. The respect, it's like you have too much respect for it that you're just like, someday. And then you see every year the price for admission goes up. It's great. There's more suckers every year. I did it. I thought it was great at the time. I was like, I can't believe I'm best of fest. You know, like it's when you start, I'm an infant or just night that I was willing to do anything.
Did you tell your doctor?
This was before
In 2017, I was best of fest. I think that's gonna be.
I had Medi-Cal. So Medi-Cal didn't put me on.
That's a pre-existing condition. That's what I'm saying.
Flatter's brain.
Best of fest.
Best of fest. Oh yeah, best of fest. Yeah, they asked me what my medications are, and I go best of fest. The Flatbush Comedy contest, Clyde's winner, bought a bowl of fries just as they're flying out of the beautiful San Diego Comedy Festival quarterfinals. Ever heard of it? They're like, no.
I did Uncle Clyde's Comedy Festival, and I did really well. I did the best in the room, but I didn't get placed because I didn't bring anyone. And then the person that won the Flappy Fries, the bowl, it was a different time. They were giving out bowls. They're probably giving out one fry per class.
That's right. But I can afford these fries.
I think it was either second or third place. They get a bowl of fries, and they gave me the whole bowl, and I hated it.
Yeah, I remember you told me that. It'd be funny if, like, so you get the bowl of fries, and you're like, I also had an apple pie pizza. I ordered one. Is that coming out anytime soon? That's what it is, right? Apple pie pizza. It doesn't sound real. It just doesn't sound real.
Well, if you want to hear more about that, we're going to go to the Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
We have something very exciting planned for the Patreon. We're going to be talking about 9/11 and Blacksint. They are both correlated. It's not just random things that bring to mind here.
What was our last thing? Was that Jelly Roll's music, right?
Oh, the last one we did was about Jelly Roll. He's doing stand-up, and then we listened to some Jelly Roll songs and we critiqued him.
Oh, yeah, the fucking roll clips of the trash.
And then we're also going to be talking about Crystalina. We got some Crystalina clips to watch there. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for coming through. Watch Timos on Thursdays.
See you next week. Next week. So I was driving my son to baseball practice. But seriously, I was at the mall, right? And I was at Old Navy. Never heard of it because my wife wanted to get some stuff at Old Navy. We're going to see a movie. So I look at my phone and I have a text from our landlord. I don't really know what he is. He's the guy that texts us about rent and or whatever problems. He's the guy I ask. Property manager, maybe. I'm not sure. Land manager. Maybe like I should text him like, are you the land manager? It's your title, dude. Who are you? Maybe it's your family. But I look at the text that says, Brendan, we have not received April rent. Please advise. April. Is it March or April? Is it March or April? You pay in advance? Is it paid with or what yesterday was April? I don't know. I think I'm 38.
You haven't paid.
I haven't really learned anything. It's shocking that I don't know. Like there could be a whole show of things I don't know.
You pay to play, not play to pay.
I paid it just whatever, you need it, here it is. Who cares? So, but anyways, he's claiming I didn't pay rent. And I know I paid rent because I have auto pay. I'm out of control. I have auto pay on my account. And I saw that the money came out of my account, right? So I know they've taken the truck. And I'm like, that's weird. So the first thing on my mind is like, all right, just find proof that you paid at least. So I go on the website, I see that it's paid, I look at my email, I have to think about how it's processing, and then I look at my bank account and the money's gone. So I know that I've paid, right? But I'm like, recently they upped the rent on us. They did a rent increase after a year. I don't care about that because I'm doing very well. I make literally millions off this podcast. Yeah. On top of that, my dentist charges me less because of the size of my teeth. It's not a problem. Big deal. Sorry about that.
Also, you're a sidekick pulling plates. You get too better at breaking your wrist never.
I know, yeah. I haven't broken my wrist doing the plant business at all recently. Only happened one time. Yeah, I'm not a math guy, but once is not a lot of numbers.
One time, 3 months, but yeah.
Yes, 3 months. Oh, okay, fair.
You were out for 3 months.
That's right. I couldn't even walk. But so I'm looking at the site, and I go, I want to get in the site and see. So I log into the site, and it says that, the money's been taken out, but it's pending action from the property manager or something like that on the website. And I go, I don't know, that's weird. So I give him a call. I call this guy, and I go, hey, Shaw, I should probably know his name. Shaw, hey, Shaw. I call him Shaw. I go, hey, Brandon Shaw. What's going on? He sent me the 6 negative pay rent. I see the money's come out, all this. He's like, oh, yeah, it's almost as if he didn't listen to any of the words I said. Oh, yes. Yeah, see, the thing is that you haven't sent rent yet. But I just said I paid rent. I texted him all these pictures, and I go, well, I have. I walked in the site, and it says here that it's something pending on your end that you haven't processed it or something like that. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's it. But it's just making stuff up at this point. The conversation is one-sided, and he doesn't have. It's clear to me that he has no idea what he's talking about. He goes, oh, yeah, so it's something with the apartment.com thing. You gotta, log in and tell them that you have to prove some bullshit that doesn't make any sense. And I go, I have to do something on the website because I just upped the rent. I went in there and made the rent bigger. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, how do I do that? And he goes, you have to send them a voided check. And I go, a voided check? And he's like, yeah, you have to send them a voided check. And I was like, all right, well, how do I do that? I mean, it's a website. Who do I contact? How do you email them a voided check? He's like, hold on, she's here. And he gives the phone to somebody else who's like, I guess, another property manager. And she's like, hey, this is Brendan. And she's talking to me, and I go, I've sent the rent and all this. And what's happening is that the owner had some kind of fraudulent thing in their account, so they just need to work it out with apartments.com and send a voided check. And I'm like, well, so do I need to send a voided check? And she's like, no. That's what we're doing. And I go, okay. And I said, so I don't have to do anything, right? And she's like, no, we're taking care of it on our end, and the money will probably come out of your account on Monday. Like, I already paid, so no money will come out. Like, the money's already come out. And she's like, oh, yeah, definitely, for sure then. So I hang up the phone, and I go, I don't even know what just happened. Why did this guy text me saying I didn't pay rent? Yeah. That's crazy. Did he send that to everyone in the building? I can't be the only person who used the website. It was the craziest thing ever. He had no idea what he was talking about the entire conversation. At no point did he know whether I had paid rent or not, or what I was supposed to do, or whether they received it. He just freestyled on the phone. Oh, yeah, send a voided check. Oh, actually, no, don't send a voided check. Wait, somebody take over. Who runs a business like this? I was so mad, and it reminded me back to when the same guy called me. Remember we talked about the show? He called me and accused me of making loud noises in my apartment.
But it was actually the squatters.
Yeah, it was the squatters. Because this fucking idiot has no common sense. He somebody called the apartment next to us, said that there was noise that they heard, right? I guarantee you were trying to tell him, but they're too polite, that there are squatters in the room next to them. And he heard that, even though we had also called him separately from that, telling him Amazon packages were being stolen, and yet he still ignored all of that and called me and accused me of making noise at midnight. You know me, I'm silent. I barely make any noise on this podcast. This fucking idiot has no common sense at all. He's the dumbest person ever lived. Like, do you want me to be the property manager? Maybe I have enough time to take over some of your duties. You clown. You didn't pay rent? How dare you accuse me of not paying rent? I was so mad, I was cursing at the top of my lungs because we're in the Century City Mall. People were walking by, probably think I'm crazy. So like, that fucking idiot, he's a fucking idiot. Just yelling, and my wife's like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot. Stupid fucking dumbass. Why is he texting us, wasting my time? She was doing that bit where, like, you know, when you're like kind of angry and you want to do something. What's going on? What's this? Are you okay? It's like, does it look like that's helping me right now? Like I'm becoming abusive. Don't get me started. Don't get me started, dude. Just let me finish and then I'll talk. I'm trying to get something done. It doesn't help me to explain to you what I'm doing while I'm trying to do something. Yeah. That I can't stand. I 100% agree with you. Yeah. Like, if I'm venting, I don't need a psychological analysis or answer to my vent. I'm just letting this out. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I mean, we're two different flaming peas in a pot here. Okay, I can see yours. So when you vent, you don't want someone to help you kind of contextualize it or respond to it or something. Yeah, I already figured it out. That's why it's great. When people start making it like, you're doing great. This is like, yeah, I know that. But this person's fucking up. I'm talking about that. Yeah. But what about, for sure, I can see if you're yelling at somebody, who knows, you're just angry. No, it's always what I feel like you probably have had the same thing too, where it's like you're doing something, you're trying to fix something really quickly, and someone's like, what's wrong? Does that bother you? Yeah, that's probably me, honestly. I'd be like, that's you while you're trying to fix stuff. Oh, no, not here, but yeah, it does bother me. But it's like, you can only get pushed to the end until you fall off, you know what I mean? Just kidding, it's the worst thing to say right now. Just give me some time to figure this out, and then I promise you I'll explain. But people do that all the time. There'll be like something drastically going wrong at work, right? And I won't go into specifics, obviously, but I'll be fixing it. And then I'll get like 10 messages about it. And then somebody will come to my office and it's like, what do you think I'm doing right now? Would you like me to stop trying to fix this so that I can explain to you what's going on instead of just fixing it? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. If it's my job to fix it, then I'm going to fix it. But I'm not going to have 20 conversations about what I'm doing to fix it. You want to know what's going on in my head? You explaining all that. I pictured you sitting at your desk with the fucking play toy where you got to put the square in the circle. It's a bunch of people's like, oh, yeah, that's so funny. They're like, they know how easy it is to fix. They're just like, just use a square. Just a square or like or whatever it is. Like, and I'm like, I don't want to know about it. I'll do it. It's my job to put the square in the circle. And I'm like this. And they're like they're desperately trying to get me to put a circle in the circle. But no, it's a difficult stuff. You can understand how your podcast is okay. But no, like that. I try not to do that to people. Like if it's their thing to fix it, I'm not going to go like, what micromanage or desperately find out what's going on unless they're under me. Sometimes you have to figure something out. You gotta go about Baja sometimes. Yeah, this business wasn't built on traction control. Nothing I touch is ever traction control. It's constant Baja. I live in Baja. Dude, I went Baja this morning. Oh man, I prayed to which one, dude? The one that you put in there, that's a lot less. You know what I'm talking about? You mean the people that walk by on the street and sure like many of them are even.
Yeah, I think that's about flies, but whenever it's me, they're like, that guy's homeless, right?
From the smell. Yes, I do.
This morning, okay, so here, let's start off with this, dude. I have this, maybe nobody else feels this way, but there's something about holding doors, right? You hold the door for people that aren't people you know. Yeah, right. And there's protocol. It's like, if you're going inside first, and I hold the door for you, you're still first in line, you know? Yeah, if I show up first, I understand. If I show up first, but I hold the door for somebody behind me, they in turn have the opportunity to, show fealty and let me go before them in line, right? Yeah, that makes sense. So that was the case this morning where I showed up first, but I held the door for two ladies, and they were looking at the menu. But it was very busy at this place they called the coffee shop. Yeah, and I still waited for them to finish, and then they went first.
We're going to put into a contest. You're going to see more of the context. So, both sides,
and then
this is
I go after them. There's a lady behind me now, and the lady that calls me home, she's like, I guess you're being kind today.
Nancy, from
And
Southside,
I was like, yeah, she's busy. She turns around, and I'm the other lady.
see him in his life, and then other people come to
And then
him.
she turns around and starts talking to me. It's not me, it's this lady. And I just go, I pranked your dude.
Oh, I see. That's funny. What did you? Did you hear what she said to the lady?
She's like, did you do that on purpose? And she's like, this lady, and the face she made was all worth it.
That is embarrassing when you say that thing. You say something, but it's not the person.
You see?
That was like that for me all the time. So I forget. Do you know what the lady, the interaction,
The lady was thrown off. She's like, wait, are you next? She looked at me. I'm laughing hard. So she thinks that she got pregnant. And really, she was just pulling my next chest. So she hands me the chest. So that lady, that's just a lady, right? I guess in a way she was sort of. She's part of the
Yeah, thank you for trying to get to grow.
you basically sell the bottle.
Yeah.
This is what's in the bag.
This is voice over the Friday.
Oh my God, speaking of which, dude, Foul Play by Anthony Davis is a new prank show.
Maybe slightly
Really? It's fucking the NBA player.
on Zoom
Wizards. He was like talking about, I saw him on Draymond Green's podcast, another NBA player, and he's like, I just love the practical jokers. Just so set his foot. Dude, that's dominating the NBA. He loves watching your practical jokers. Draymond Green is so like angry, right? The last person you think made that practical joke. I feel like, I don't know a lot about Anthony Davis was in the but did you say Draymond Green was also in there? No, so he was on Draymond's podcast. Oh, and he was saying how much he is. Okay, so that makes sense. So you don't know how Draymond Green feels about it.
One of them here, this is the voice side. You got a big run of a lot.
Sports side,
It's happening a lot.
they hate it, but Anthony Davis and the Wizards,
It's unbelievable.
they're the worst team, really. And that makes it their good.
This voice I gave you two for a second when I heard it. I'll share with you. Very quick and
I hope they do, because that one guy that's in college, age, I don't know how to say his last name, AJ Vince or whatever, that guy is insanely good at basketball. He's so fucking good. If we get him, then I might start watching him. Being basketball could be interesting. Oh, fuck yes. Have you ever seen LeBron James? Yeah, boring. Knicks. Don't care how big are his nice. Not big enough. Dude, that guy AJ is insanely good. The Wizards might legit be good. If they don't, I go back to not caring.
It's gonna be like the Celtics game. He just gets or something crazy.
That would be, aren't they really good though? That would be tough. They got it. That's what I need.
You got AJ Vince and Darren Peterson those aren't, I don't know, I know those are the Duke was the other one. He said, Darren Peterson was number 2. Does he play college or is he international? He's not. I don't know. That guy AJ way better than those two else. I can do that. That would be so cool. Finally get somebody that's good. Because then they'd have him. They'd have Anthony Davis and Trey, and then they have two people that are scoring more than those guys would call. One thing I did do him burn the head from, and I went to see
your spindle thing that does
So land of open dreams. Yeah, I mean, it was very political with the show. Springsteen had you were cheering the multiple. Look at me, did I have my Martha Vineyard shit on at Bruce Springsteen? And I am like that crazy.
That's one of your best friends that brought you too. Get over here, best friend. No, it's okay. We'll tell you later. Before it's hot, Mark Revision Street. I'll tell you this. Listen. It's 18 Mavana, literally 18 Mavana. Serious, I am here before it's hot, Mark Revision Street. Official edition of the White Shot for the Scepter. The entire Scepter by Zeb and Yao Shalom. The Parrots by the Benedict family. The Daf Gimel, Joel and Rachel Gedalius, with memory of Mary Gedalius, Marion Bass, Chaim Zalman, Allah Shalom. He also sponsored that things. David Salomon dedicated in the Scepter sponsors. David Salomon dedicated in memory of every murder, small Parker, thanks to life. I don't want to confuse the two things. There's the blue Gemara that MDY puts out. It's called the official edition. Then you have the general Masechet, this that we're learning right now. That's Masechet sponsor David Salomon, with small Parker, thanks to life. The positive talent foundation, look who came back. Who came back over there? The cheetah guy. The Positive Talent Foundation gratitude to the Consortium and the Lions and all the youth sport free wide. Anonymous has fucking broken through the guys and they get the Chief Benny. One day I'll have to explain what the cheetah is called. The new guy is Anonymous for complete report statement. And we just yell me to live as Esther. Here we go. Pearl sponsors month. HYK Ventures. Ari Simon. I don't know how to get in there. The first name of the money from Miriam. Weekly sponsors. You try to sleep in. Moishi Roki Marketage, proudly supporting the Dapyomi in Spanish in honor of our parents and family. It's very exciting. Let's see where it goes. It's going to lead to a lot of things, I think, including relatives, the Zeitland family, Mazel Tov, the Ethan Zelig, 15, and Hunter Zeitland, 14, under 500 down. Halfway, MDY, 1K status. Michael Wertheimer, 1 year down, 365 block load, 23:46 to go. Okay, we don't have to. Yeah, but Music style against Infinite, but the Shabbos. And okay, here we go. We're going back. Oh, we skipped. Oh, you thought I saw your name and I went by. Yisrael Halperin, my mother, Alea Shalom, Vera Baslana Koyen Alea Shalom, a devoted Hebrew teacher in New Haven, Connecticut, over 60 years in Shalom and Avenue Leah. Leah Michael Bernstein, Yisrael Zelda Batyamin Bernstein. MDY Kids Sponsoring Monthly Innovations LC as a split by Kiyosinko and Vega and Ricky Yudis Batsakaya. MDY Art, the Muslim, Yontanega, Mishra Rothschild, the Muslim, Mortavanessa, the Muslim, Daniel Stefan, I didn't see the coffee corner. Do we do coffee corner? Oh, so I like everybody. Done. Okay. What he said, Givaldi. Somebody came over to me and told me, first of all, when Menachem Koker brought over 200 people to his daf just by putting it in the status, he saw they came to through his link, over 200 people. But he says in the status, he says that food is one of the hardest inceptions. No, it's not going to be hard to do. And somebody came over to me and she says, wow, this is a lot easier than the rest. So nice. So I'll let you get what's your name? From? Shomalech and Rebellion. What's your name? From Spring Valley. And you? From Chad. I know you. You sit next to me in show. What's your name? Ah, very good. You're a good learner. Very good. Okay. Who else do we have here? Who? It's actually very heartwarming. The button's back. Shalom Aleichem. Okay. Yeah, I sat right over here. Sat in the hot seat. Very good. You ready to go? The boys say, stop. Today's Daf Gimel. We're going to start from the bottom. So this is what we had yesterday. It's very clear. The first 4 words of the Mishnah, Hakol Tzorichin, Ushkitas Anchera. So the first 2 are in green, second 2 are in red. First one green is go. It's L'Chachila. In the first place, these people could do Shkita, which was considered after the fact. Nice. Now everything's I did that noise. Great. Which he doesn't care after the fact. So what we need to figure out is who could do Shkita in the first place and who can only do it after the fact. We have six Shitas and we're holding all the way on the bottom, that's days and days. 2 lines from the bottom. Shita number 1 is Rabbi, who says that we're talking about somebody who's coming and he's trying to share Rabbi. Here, let's see. Oh, you guys weren't here last night. This is Sheriff. Like, this is the number 1 coming thing in the world. Everybody thinks it's a rap. No, it's this guy right over here. He's the number 1 coming. You can still do Shkita, huh? It's a long night. So Rabbi, that's Rabbi. Look at Kilo. Someone was coming. The check. A regular animal. What's the Kiddush is? Because he's mocked it as if it's a carbon. Why? He must be used to dealing with karbanas, eating karbanas when he's taught. So even though it's taught and he accepted it upon himself, not you can't check the carbon when you're telling me that for sure. You can't touch it. So he's look at Kilo. He's telling him, look at Kilo. If he uses the law of knives, go ahead and check. Make sure you don't touch it. Go ahead and check. Look at Kilo the first. So what did he have it? He's actually shefting touching. And he's not supposed to chef touching. But after the fact, he shefted this $5,000 animal. So he goes to the rabbi, what did I do? I was coming. And I brought a carbon and I shefted it. So the rabbi says, did you touch it? He says, 100% I didn't touch it. Nah, and without it. So then it's okay. After the fact, the rabbi's going to say, it's a good carbon. Throughout the sugi, we're going to have to see these 3 things. What's the Hafsina of the Mishnah? What's the Tzidiyah of the Mishnah? And then the next line is who wants to shaftu. The good news is that the Gemara repeats itself 6 times in a row, 30 words. What's the word to shaftu? It can mean the Parish of the Chazan that we just mentioned a second before, because then it would say within. And if these Parish of the Chazan, so what's the word? It must be what we're talking about. Like usually it's within what that sheet is. So right now we're talking about Kameh or touching. Oh, the food to shaftu. If they shaftu touching, and somebody saw it, the food to shaftu, we have to put the word there. And they saw it. The food to shaftu and they saw it. Somebody was watching, he ate that part, and the shepherd ran away. So we asked the guy that saw it, did you see if he touched the animal by mistake? No, he didn't touch the animal? Okay, then it's kosher. That's the food to shaftu. Okay, so that's the first. Now the Gemara asks, what kind of tumah are we talking about? What are you watching the video? Did he touch a sheriff? Why? Why do we see the video of the sheriff? Maybe he touched a dead person. So for that, we're going to see a beautiful halacha. Another thing. Just double. Every day we're going to do Kiddush. The way it works is, and this is of course for the new people, the guys that were here for a year or so, months inside out. This is second nature. This is the chart of tumah. It goes in levels of tumah. The worst is Aviyah Vizapur. Then it drops out of it. So, a dead person is the worst of the worst. Can't get any worse than that. A sheret is one step below. It's only avakum. A person who touches a dead person, who goes to a funeral, touches a dead person, he's only an avakum. He drops. That person that touched a dead person, that touches food or another whatever it is, Caleb, it drops one level per Rishon. A Rishon who touches food, it drops the shade. Okay. So, if a person went to a funeral and after the funeral, he decided to touch this knife, you guys want a knife with this? You got a smaller one. We do. Show me your salad. It's also you're gonna talk now. See blood. Okay. Let me ask you something. Person went to Rabbi. He's an Abatuma. Touches this. What does this become? It should become a Rishon. It should drop one. No. Big Chiddush. This becomes what I am. If this touches a dead person, this becomes a dead person. This becomes Avia Vesatuma. If a person who's an Abatuma touches this, so this becomes Avatuma. Ask the Gemara, if this is Avatuma, and then you slice the animal with the you with this, so what did the animal become? One step less of Avatuma is what? A Rishon. So we came coming, what did you gain by the long knife? You said, oh, you use the long knife, it's great. But you're coming, and you touch the knife, and the knife is like you. In fact, the same question would happen even if the knife is not like you. The knife is better. But let's say it's still will be shiny, so it's no good. So, or a Rishon, we can get it to be a Rishon. Even if it drops level, it can still be a Rishon. I'll hope on it. So that's the first question. Tell me this with what happened? How exactly explained? Now, this only applies to Rabbi. That's the finish of today. Another finish. This halacha I just told you is only when it has to do with dead people. But when a sheret touches a knife, the knife doesn't become a sheret. It doesn't come out of a tumah. It actually drops one to a rishon. A dead sheret, always a dead sheret. Yes, always a dead sheret. No, it was a puddle of blood. That's why I did a puddle of blood. Yeah, there's a little puddle here. Let me show you again. I hear. We don't want to gross people out with dead shrutzim, so. Here, look, check this out. He's in a puddle of blood. So he's showing. It looks alive, but that's why I put a puddle of blood. Fine. Next. That's the Gemara. How did he come from? He touched the dead person. Or, let's say, a person that went to Levaya. So a person that went to Levaya is an Abakim. But Halal Khair Lamar Khair the knife has the same halacha as the dead person. Avatumu. So he's an Avatumu. He becomes Avatumu. So then if you can mix the sakin, the knife, Avatumu. Then the knife goes and touches the meat. So the meat will drop one level from Avatumu and goes down to the Rishon. So he's a Rishon. Hello. A lot of people get so nervous when they hear the whole thing of Kumla Tiger. That's it. That's basically it. It's just some dropping levels and that's it. There's a few little variations and stuff. That's the basic Kumla Tiger that a lot of people are not familiar with. Hello, this is the Gemara. The time of Sheret. The Sheret is a top, and the knife drops down to a Rishon. You boys say, well, the time of the mates. You're right. The person, no. The person, right, 100%. The person touches a shirt. The person becomes a Rishon. Thank you. The person himself, the Avatuma, the shirt is the Avatuma. Anybody touches the shirt, drops a level, becomes a Rishon. Before you say, we could say that he touched the dead person. We're not dealing with this kind of knife. And that's the question I asked yesterday. What if you just treat it with a plastic knife? Are you yotze? Yes. You'll be yotze with a rock, with a piece of glass, whatever you want. Later time we make, get your body finish from the trauma. He's saying about culture, maybe sorry with a rock. Maybe smokers. the shock brings down that it used to be the minute that everybody used the rock. See, part used the rock. Use the rock. Until David HaMelech threw a stone at Goliath, and the rock asked permission from the metal to pierce the helmet. So the man said, "What are you going to give me?" He said, "I'll trade with you. You let me go in now, and then you can use knives for Mila." So the tree should brings it down. And this is Mila. You want your brother to upon it? Sign it. Okay? Huh? Mila, that's an important thing. Yeah. So just to review that video that we had the other day. Here we go. Just this part. And this explains the end of that video. If you want to thought, if he stands far away, he'll be dark. It's wood, and then you go. You think they'll build AI today? You make me look better. And this is difficult. All right. Zok to Hili Gemara. Tell you a real quick story. I just heard it, so I'll share it from Rabbi Haber. He gave a Rothschild class to the women of New York. A story that's Negias to our parents. There's a boy who went for Fahar in Philly, for Rabbi's space in Philadelphia. They went with his father, and they come to the Fahar. Rabbi's space asks him, "No, what are you learning?" He said, "I'm learning Kulin." What parrot? So the father says, "A shayfer." Rabbi's space opens up and asks him all these questions on a shayfer. And the boy doesn't know a thing. Zero. He got a 0 on his test. Reminds me of Beyond Klein, no? No. The guy from the dentist from New York. What's his name? Ben Klein. Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz. I'll tell you the story Ben Schwartz said. So, the father can't believe it. The son is like a good kid. He's a nuts and he knows his stuff. Okay. He went to the car. So I said, "What happened over there?" He said, "You hired me in the wrong car. You hired me in that shit." He said, "So why did you say something?" Because you said I should, but I'm not cool with my father. My father says a shayfer is no shayfer. He said, "Well, you're not going to get into Philly." He says, "No, I don't want to embarrass the car." So the father calls up because of the way they're not going to move to Shiva. My son didn't want to embarrass me. Because the terrorism is wrong thing. So then he said, "Okay, it's such a kid. That's the type of kid I need." Now, of course, some of you are thinking, of course he learned that show. He just didn't know anything. It was a great... So, I'm a PK. I would accept this guy because he came with such a beautiful sound. The people that, hey, and this. Just for that alone, you have to accept him into the thing. That's what his Takashima. All right. What happened to Ben Schwartz is all the way in the beginning. He's with us. He's one of the miyatim of the shir. He sent them an email. It was Mamish Harder. One of those first emails that were wow. So he went to a brand new yeshiva, and his father said, "Okay, we'll give you a tutor to help you out and do well." And the tutor, they said, they learned the whole Daf Gemara, and he was pumped. He's going to ace the Fahar. And he gets the Fahar, and him and the tutor, they learned the wrong Daf. So he fills in whatever he can fill in, and the next day the Rabbi gives up his test. Finally, he gets to this test, and he says, "Whose test is this? He got a 0!" And he looks around and says, "Oh, it's a new guy." And then he's in a brand new yeshiva. He doesn't know anybody. And the guy embarrassed him from the very end. He didn't know where to bury himself. He said he never opened up a Gemara. For 30 years, he didn't open up a Gemara. Today, he found the Shir Rothschild. Today, He has an hour a day where his wife doesn't let anybody in the office. There's a sign on the door. Do not disturb from 1 to 2, whatever it is. He can't. That's his fears. No matter what, he's learning the doctor. So, look there, like the boy say now we said again. We're trying to figure out 3 things in the Mishnah. The first 4 words. Hagel Shorten seems like in the first place, which he doesn't share seems only after the fact. But then we also have the third thing in the Mishnah. So what's going on with if there's a defa that watches, it's kosher, what's going on over this? Says Abaya, and Abaya and Rabbi said basically the same thing with a small variation, so that's 2 for 1. Abaya, how do we get on him? I thought something about Pusi. We're talking about a Pusi. A Pusi is a person who became, there's a whole nation that came to Israel and they became Gary. And there's about Machlokes and Shas, whether they are Gary Emes, they really become Gary. But later on, they became a little bit more relaxed. It's too late once you become a Gary Tzedek. So that's it. It's like a regular Jew. So if you become relaxed, you're relaxed. You're either or you're a faker. They only wanted to be part of the Jewish nation, but they were forced by the lions. The lions were killing them. So they said, "Oh, we better do tshuva. We better be." They pretended to be Gary. War is no game. Abaya goes with the shita that they're Gary Emes. Gary Emes would say that they are 100% vegan, and if they do shkita, we will eat from the shkita, says Abaya in the first place, on condition that somebody's watching us. Why? Because they are not good in their races. They're not going to shkita. They won't touch someone that didn't have shkita. The problem with Putim are that they're not marking on the rabbis. They don't have a problem with the evenly sitting mitchell, because what the evenly sitting mitchell means, don't put a stumbling block. So they don't put blocks in front of people. If it's not a block, if it's a pillow, they do put it. It says in the Torah, don't put a block. They don't have a problem giving people trade. So, I will show you this in the first place, but people pussy. Why did they get rid of it? It's only when a Jew is standing right there. What? But if you have a mashgiach, if you have in a lot of places today, you can't afford a mashgiach. It's going to sit there in the kitchen day and night, 24/7. She comes in and out. Somebody comes in and out. That's not acceptable. You can't do it. And this is after the fact. If he did it, fight the Zayis is actually going to do it. You cut off the Zayis. They also have to promise yours. So make sure it's a nice big piece. Do the test, the poison test. There was a mice here in Israel where a guy was caught red-handed.
34, 36, 325,
Exterminated. He was a fake exterminated. They caught him. So he did this calculation and says, listen, they caught me. So extermination illegally is a big problem. Go to jail, etc. It's the best way to say that I didn't know than to say I was an exterminator. She said, what are you talking about? I don't exterminate. Spray water. Spray water here. He's not exterminating. Oh, water. They cover it. He says, no, I take it out now. Okay? So if you trust, if this guy's going to eat it, he doesn't eat trade. He keeps all directions. So if he eats it, then you can be certain upon it after the fact. Okay? Doesn't eat it, then it's also to eat from the Now, we're going to do this another 5 times. We'll do it each time a little quicker. So you over here, just on the chart. It says we're using the quote, the Torah, besides the Torah, the Torah cannot be the wise, they mess up the shkita. They can do shihiyah, they can do drisa, they can go downward instead of slice. They can do halada, go in between the 2 simonim, and then it's covered, and then starts. And then immediately afterwards it says, who wants to shuffle? Grammatically, it doesn't really work. Who wants to shuffle? These three people that we're talking about? No. These three would say, begin shuffling. And if these three, the parents don't shuffle, and somebody's watching them, then it's like, the word Kula, we'll see that question 5 more times today. Each time is a freebie of 30 words.
It's tempting to think that, for instance, always has to be a habit of dispositions as nearly tenable, such notions develop greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of foreign Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a spring board for deeper study and reflection. And hopefully will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to the creation team for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist entering the Garden Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll leave the link over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after March 2021 of the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out our other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic scholarly topics and occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature. So, that said, again, also some really stoked at some of the really awesome people. And some scholars like Rothschild, really thank you so much. Ashley is an amazing scholar of arts and someone who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just like take the time to listen to me, I guess. I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from days, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is not unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God, which is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down, descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this parades, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Rabbi and Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out. Basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one ran back to the garden. And so we'll follow that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is on the one hand an incredibly intriguing domain of study,
computer technician,
but also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. I don't try to do some general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You'll do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, by whom, and why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be frankly completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at through the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as it works through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar, or the Sefer Yetzirah, or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into those. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So, what I'm not going to do, what my aim isn't in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist. I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. I think it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual and your spiritual development. If that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism. Because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism. I did, but I'll be doing it in the class. So, we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed to studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God. Was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it yet. They measured the body of God. God has really long fingers.
So, Rabbi just changed it a little bit. It's not this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So let's just throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background, and so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition, right, kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right, the word Kabbalah actually means to teach. It has a sense of tradition, right? So I'm kind of punning a little bit on what this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions. They're inside of cultural contexts. They're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics
many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism.
Yesterday's last cheer
Think of
was
Hildegard
over.
being
It
a
was over
great
at
German
that
Christian mystic. But when I say
So I
non-rational,
didn't
what I
get
do
to see
mean
what's
here
going
is that
on
they're not going to be giving us
for whatever
arguments.
reason.
A mystic's not going to tell you
It happens once in a
A
while.
and
Something
B,
blue moon,
then
but
C,
my wife woke me
therefore
up
you
to
should
it, which is not a
deduce
good thing.
D.
That means I didn't
And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that blah, 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 blah. They're not doing any of that. They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational
That's all I want to point out.
nor rational. Non-rational. Something in between. Something in between.
Go back.
I should also say just a little bit out of the gate
How Kashyyyk means in the first place.
the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally
What's going on? What's going on
and
here?
Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use, we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Jewish mysticism.
Enjoy whatever they do.
It's a
And
bit of
there's
a mistake.
more of them.
The Kabbalah, right, is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th
And he
century.
does it because
Now,
he believes in the
by
Bible.
13th century, the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain.
He's not going to be not
So
people.
we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like the Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea of the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction, in which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or cosmos.
And the
Those ideas don't cut out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms those that existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So suffice to say, Israelite Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing. When the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, some of the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature are interestingly enough both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that for whatever reason doesn't get enough press. That some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So why that doesn't get enough press is nostalgic. But, right, it's true. I'm curious what you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side. This is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called Ketet Enom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the pre-slave benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead, probably. Here, if you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The little amulet's probably about that big. And the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo-Hebrew letters. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing. I'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of
course, I'm sure those things will tell, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to in turn speak on behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that is where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So according to ancient Israelite religion, many ancient religions was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically when God speaks to people, that is non-rational, right? That's not rational, it's not rational, right? So like you can make it logical to build an argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously, sometimes killed in history. Well, it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way it's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract, a vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be pulled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like mafia, it's like game protection money, right? The local mob boss comes out and says, you don't need to get hurt out here. You don't want to pay us a lot of money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you. Right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah and certain sections of the Torah are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate. And one of the things diplomats would have known is there was always a vassal state. The Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a god and not another country, which means that you're subservient fundamentally to some other being and not the king of Babylon. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, the contract always involves you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vows that if they do that, they will get the land. Right? They will have the land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. Right? And the idea is, they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And in this just now overlooks crisis. There are lots of things that are that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelites, a community, where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Rabbi, prophets. Now, these prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. Because almost always you never invite a prophet to a party. They'll ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And
What you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is uniform script on that liver. This is from the
He knows
old
that love, and he never chefed it.
And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods,
Remember, we had
is that you
Mordecai,
kill
the guy from
an animal,
Texas,
typically
that
a
was
sheep,
Cavalry.
and you would take out their
If
liver,
he showed a little blood,
obviously,
make sure he
and
thinks
you would
even
you would expect it.
on the
And
screen.
what
So
this
people
is
have
a
that, so you have to make sure they
liver
don't think.
inspection guide. And so,
I
if
was
there
trying
are
to
blemishes or deformities or
As a mother of the desire, that one, if you give him a little fair afterwards, so that's gonna die. The mother of the let's look up over this, okay, because then the day he's not here. Pick it out with here in itself, second time of it. All my hockey on the who said the big number of all my hockey on the word is also I was on the side of the state, I saw the guy shot in the there's a speak on the bottom of the show, even though you don't know if they have, they know that luxury. The man on my board, she's on the very same place. Yeah, the guy shot the 3 times from the other side. He didn't think. So this guy just comes down.
Don't forget, you're not allowed to fake prophets communicated, but you're a tough guy. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophets stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets did predict the future. Almost always wrong. One time, Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I've been done or something. And so, very few prophets attempt to predict the future in the ancient world.
Ladies, like somebody you gotta be careful, maybe a fake. If a person, it happened to me in Meister, I was walking in O'Hare Airport. The floor is like stone, like a cement.
Theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people. Right? This was an idea of ancient religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. People are seeing an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahweh there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the just part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. It also have a throne, a winged throne chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh.
I saw you had crashed the country. No,
Looking at a depiction of
you
Yahweh.
sugar.
That's probably the Israelite
She
God.
doesn't show
I'm
that.
fairly confident that it's
That
the
guy
Baal
is this
ancient
Judahites. I feel like the other
scenes
now
of how their God looked.
No, it's stupid. No, it's unbelievable. You know, it does it again. Shema Yitzu, Shema Yapligu,
Things like this, some folks have seen it.
Catholic.
This is, I think it's very interesting that most folks,
You know,
when they see an image like this, they don't think of it. They think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted.
going now, somebody
So they
who's
hear
3 times the
the
fingers.
image, and
Now,
it
I mean,
says
we've already tell
Yahweh.
you
So like the Yahweh
that
doesn't
doesn't make sense because you said that he says I know for a fact that
Yahweh does not skip that bit.
I'm good. Bonner's a barley.
God
I know for a
appearing,
fact
God
silence
appearing
enough.
is a relatively
You know, the
common
lesson come on the inside. We
in
can't ask
ancient
you.
religions. In fact,
So now
many
the one
ancient
just goes
religious
one by
rituals were meant to compel
Let's
the
see.
God to appear.
What's what
This
minute
would
2? I
be
didn't see
in
this.
temples and other kinds of locales. You would do rituals to have the God appear to you. And so,
We doesn't know that lot.
interesting
Down a
about
lot.
the
There's looking at
Israelite
the
theophany,
a
God
lot.
appearing, is that sometimes the writers, the Israelite writers, like to depict their
Let's see this
image
whole
of Yahweh as a kind of divine monarch, sort of like a king sitting on a throne.
What's I don't know.
Very common image.
Oh, yeah,
If you had
good
the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get. is a kind of
Rabbi is
divine
the one that says we're just going to Rabbi is the one that Moonka. He's a Moonka. He looked at us. Doesn't know what to see.
The ancient Israelites
Say,
had a
the
development
first shot that we're talking about the first place
depicting
somebody
their
was
God.
coming.
What their God is called.
They don't say like a fire. Fire and Rabbi both say one. We're talking about a
Most
sushi.
famously, the
The
text
Bible
of
says
the theophany to Moses,
one,
that Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you will die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy, it does say you will see me face to face.
like the first part.
Whatever
It don't matter in the first place. He's telling
territorial
me he's
problem.
shutting cooler.
And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites always
I didn't realize it. I'm saying
one of the main
is every
depictions
year
of the
on the morning of his
God's
birth. Good thing.
in the which means something like the gloom
My
or the
first kid,
darkness.
right, the
And there's all
busy
kinds
all
of
night.
light
Oh,
and lightning
stuff.
all around
What
wherever
I
God
say.
is, but the
Their
God
speech,
himself is
learning is
actually
one
hidden
of the
somehow
lessons we got
in the
Okay,
darkness of
but
God
moving
appears.
right, exactly,
But God is also hidden at the same time.
listen,
So the Israelites are always trying to navigate what the land they want to claim. Our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God.
our Mishnah talks about coming when the
Makes
Mishnah
us
is
special.
welcome talks about the same exact case. So
On
it's
the
two
other hand, they're
separate.
like,
The Mishnah is welcome is the name. Over here is just the Paga.
our
Or
God
our
doesn't have
Mishnah here
blood.
is the name and that's their Paga. That's
Live
what it says.
in a place
You
God's
don't
the God
want
of
to
everything.
argue it,
And so
and that's why
God
they don't like
also appears
that
as
shot
invisible
of the
as
person's
God.
stomach. The what?
The
Not
main
just
accounts
an
we
honest
have
that our
of
Mishnah is the main
theophanies
source
and
of
the
the halachas.
Hebrew
It's
Bible
cool to
are the main three, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham,
over there is the main part.
Abram at that
The
time,
touching part,
where
they were talking about touching and
changed yet.
we're talking about someone's
Where
coming
Abraham,
checking
God
touching.
appears to Abraham and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I said. Right? Go out of the war of Canaan. When you move to Canaan and set up shop there, we don't learn a lot about God in that
This
instance.
whole thing is wrong. Why?
The other
Because you're not
three
supposed to
theophanies
not
that are
because
important are the
the
Moses
whole
theophany,
shot is
that's to
because
say
the
the one in
person
which
set
God
himself
appears to
free
Moses both in the
among
burning
many
bush.
things, like
So
something that's
notice again,
Kurdish
God
that
is
has
there
Allah
and
Kurdish.
not there
But I
at the
don't
same
know
time.
how old if you
The
try to
voice
treat it,
comes out
you
of the
can't
bush,
treat
but it's not like there's a person
this
there
good
that
Mara like
Moses
cartoon
sees.
doesn't work.
Again, there's
So you can't treat a fully animal like
relationship to God that they
fully
want to
to a
keep
fully animal, and
separate from
everybody
like
doesn't agree with
as
this
other
shot. We're talking
nearby
about somebody
religions.
who knows
Although I
that
will
Allah
say,
well
the
to
two
know
most
something that gets
important
three times. That
theophanies
person
that we have
move
in
in the
Israelite
first shot
literature
in
are
regret that
the
we're talking
ones
about
to the
in the
prophet
first place. We're talking about
Isaiah
Allah
and the
because
one to
he
the
improved
prophet
himself. He could check.
Ezekiel.
Shem
And I don't know if you had the chance to read
Well,
the
what if
theophanies
it's
to
a
Isaiah and
because
Ezekiel.
everybody that
They're
deals with
very
speaker
strange,
knows the
especially
stuff, knows
Ezekiel.
Allah, so you don't
It's
have to give him
notoriously
a
weird.
test. Now, listen,
But
I'm
one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that
somebody
in both
didn't change three
cases,
times.
they are terrifying.
Now, leave it like we're not
You
so
do
concerned
not
about
want
people
Yahweh showing up for you.
how come Yahweh doesn't say like a fire that is
This
pussy?
being
We don't
is
have
not
pussy
your
and it's
friend.
only like
This
God,
being
that's
is not
standing
your
there.
buddy.
It's pussy.
It's not your
It's
drink
true, but you don't
partner.
need
This
that
being
if
is
a
a
person is with us,
terrifying
that's good
being
enough.
that when
I
they
don't
do
know
show
what
up,
that we're talking about pussy, the
people
frequency.
that seem to
How
see
come I know
this
that? Don't
being
prove to me from the wide. It takes 2
that they're
hours
bigger, and then
to
it's
see
like
it, and then
the text says they are
the word, and
quaking,
use
they're
use
shaking
that
in terror.
hair dryer,
And this
and
is
all
one of the
that.
things
It's a
that we
big
see
process to
in
get the
Israelite
seal
literature,
well,
beginning in the
and then
Hebrew Bible,
he's worried
extending
he's
into
going to
the
walk in
mystical
on it.
literature,
How come all that?
is that the
So also,
experience of the
the
divine
guy
is
doesn't have a shoes to touch the
terrifying.
wine, and he's scared he's going to
And
get caught.
we have the word
Red-handed,
awesome,
how come all that?
right? But notice how he said all full.
Rashi was the
The word
Rabbi
gets
Rashi,
negative. All full
who
is
says that we're talking about a rumor.
awesome
It
is
doesn't say
good.
like a Bayer Rabbi.
Some
Some
is
pussy
okay.
get
It's like a rainbow.
all the Bayer Rabbi is talking about pussy. Pussy are not real game. They don't have the right to that.
But when God appears to you,
Yahweh
Yahweh
Rashi,
appears
the
to the
Bible say
Israelite
like the
prophets.
Rashi that is a
It's a
rumor.
terrifying experience. We even have records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They literally like speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism willy-nilly way. I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious practitioner ecstatic expert primarily found in Siberia. And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of its context and applied more generally. I'm skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in kind of a rough and ready way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert shaman is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh.
He says, I understand
From that visitation, the fabled expert information
Look
about
at
what
Kilo,
needs to be
he's
done.
shocked if you're standing
And
there.
so,
And so
in
why
much
do you
the
say so
same
like
way that
this? The
traditional
one that bike
shamans
call
wanted
man.
to trap
Call man.
spirit
He's just
world
trying to
or
fix a
share
bike.
people,
You I say so
it
that if
seems
you
like
don't say
something
something that on your
analogous
gaba,
is happening
it's all
with
back
some
in the day.
form of
Say
Israelite
that it's really
prophecy,
don't know that.
where the shamans are
Rothschild
being
have a
visited by
wonderful
Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticism of society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think the term does track at least in a general way. We think that these experiences of the prophets Isaiah, the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Bible actually represents an experience. Which is just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event. And they record that event, and it's that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard because if you read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to be really extreme things like lying straight naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. Maybe it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or diagnose him because I have neither the ability neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, let's say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another. Right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. But you take them out of that capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, I'm going to die. He says, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for the entire school of Jewish mysticism called American Chariot literature. This is one of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to next time. This was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think of the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, American Kabbalah mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should also keep in mind, right, this is how Yahweh is depicted as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, American mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elites would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, I did it up, right? They're not going up, they're going down. And the mystical yard day, they're bound to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God, look at that literature, and in some cases they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you're going to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big deal. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of
And this is,
So again,
every time we used to say, wow, the thousands of people join this business after talking to the guy, that's a giga, 2,000, 3,000 from the deal, whatever it was. For cooling, and this is the middle of shots.
So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world. But it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested. For whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in their temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best attestation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the library of ancient Alexandria, but over in the rock. It has tens of thousands of beautiful tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right? Because books tend to burn, that's bad. If you burn down an ancient, the cuneiform library, right? Those texts are all preserved on clay tablets, and burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so, what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In ancient Assyrian context, what they would do is that individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by three people, right? At three different times with three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know as Isaiah. So exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, I know that some of us were raised with this Joseph people stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people, and they did what other ancient Near Eastern people did. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We're going to talk about prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the dodo. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into it got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the God had to tell them, and scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, in the Mayan people.
the Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull a stream of heart flowing through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That fluid would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper of the blood cell would burn burning. Maya came to see visions. Silver is a very common thing in any prophetic cultures. The silk farm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably to whipping themselves in order to use the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss and help when getting into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So here, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself or invocation of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Also, there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be married in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. Where these weird things get started. That's a big thing to say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And also, what's really important that doesn't get talked about enough is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically, the goddess Ishtar, who may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to female gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they can convert it back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar, cooking in a ritual sex work job invented for sex. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is very scant. But what's interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the only attestation we have of a certain gender falling time of grammar. There appears to be one person in the masculine gender indicating some really is associated with female people, whereas the word for here is Asinu, making it the gender bending category. And you have your gender typically men, although this in the case of women being assigned to be Asinu, but men prophets can be shifted to the Asinu gender. So be curious about that, FYI. There's a great study of that by the STL called Prophets Male and Female. I'll put it in the chat later. It's the most extensive study of this dual gender and the Asinu gender in ancient Near East prophecy. We only know of one human non-Israelite prophet. And that is Rabbi, son of the Lord. You may know from the Torah, he's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster of the walls of plaster, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in non-Israelite lands as well. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the world. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him. And he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. You think they existed, which they very well did, incredible like they did, they didn't survive.
forever.
The reason for that might be they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the ritual supremacy of the Israelites and God. So it could just be that they have discovered it. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that's on the screen here, this is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. It's called The Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld and ultimately becoming trapped there and having to escape. And it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar and the journey to the underworld. Many religions have journeys to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld, Morpheus and the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature. And the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again profound literature and religious literature from ancient worlds in which women are the central focus, unlike in Israelite mythology where it's all news all the time. We have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely, and if you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh, like, right, Yahweh Ed, Yahweh Nubs, Khan, Gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So, first thing that we know is that prophets occur in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And, in fact, the oldest literature attested for both prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Devorah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, found in the Book of Judges, were probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite orthodoxy in Hebrew. Right? They are very old, probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, were what we call war-band prophecy. War-band prophecy was a very common form of prophecy all throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with their God, and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after 1 sitting unit, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Psalm of Devorah and the Psalm of Miriam. The Psalm of Devorah probably is a very early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one group of people killed the other. Right? This is also the story of Yael driving a 10-spike to a dude's head, which is metal. And so, 10 spikes, 6 skulls, that's the thing. And if you read the Devorah account, especially in Hebrew, it is very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think that's what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from ancient Israelites to survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the gods speaking. They're accounts of the gods speaking. In both cases, this may indicate, and again, we have two pieces of evidence here. This may indicate that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were sent from battle, that they were allowed to talk to God about the battle. Or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, developed some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. just don't know. We have no idea. It's just speculative. This earliest pieces of literature are both attested to record. We also have independent prophets like freelance prophets that basically go around condemning people for everything. Those prophets, you probably know of famous people like Rothschild, who was very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites, specifically their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice warrior guy of the Bible. He really dislikes the fact that they are the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. He represents that great section of Paul, where he says, "This is a fast I want, and I want you fasting for food and water. I want you fasting from all kinds of social injustice." That's Amos, right? And so those pieces that are really big in our tradition, I think of more progressive people come from the prophets. So he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelites stayed employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have these two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, the king prophet that knew that the king would be gored by enemies. It's not uncommon for the prophets to actually have horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems. And these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. And also, by the way, FYI, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear. And they rejected it not because they knew better, but like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong, probably just that they were jealous. They didn't have the sophisticated math. The ancient Israelites do not believe in astrology, rather they believe in contact with their God. All things told, none of the military reliable on occasion predict the future. They all got destroyed by somebody. And all this luck. We also know that there were roaming prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such a band of roaming prophets. We also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel. One of my things I really miss is that I have no idea what any of this music would have sounded like. My idea is that it was always like sobering metal or something. But we have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were. And we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of these roaming bands of ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of that. So these bands would come through your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with this God. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One mix of the prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of Kings, where the king Josiah, the Judahite king Josiah, finds a Torah scroll and a wall.
A lot of people don't even.
Has it written down to justify his political agenda, and which is the Torah we still have, by the way. They slaves a piece of political propaganda. 6th century BC, which no one talks about that, but that's the thing. Huldah is actually a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted basically that this scroll found in the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise things as
How come we can't even die?
I'm sure. So we do know that they have a relatively relatively high-ranking position of power as a prophet. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basic things that Scripture. And again, I want to restate that. This folks here, this is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think more generally, considering how politics have been involved in every level of this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least the book of Deuteronomy. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with Yahweh, and at least for political reasons, vetted subsections of the Bible as well. We also know that there were professional prophets, that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet, got paid, got 9 to 5 job, or a prophet, obviously a prophet. I don't know if they did, but local prophet, number 95. But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know of non-professional prophets, sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God, and these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God mostly in divine roles. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worship a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god. As you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel. Many relied on winter rains, basically, to make sure that you had agricultural crops. And so, storms are a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, playground fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so, we know most famously about Elijah, was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel, and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off when they were still. That rings of Al-Qaeda or Daesh to you. Yes, this is a brutal world, and whether the story happened or not, we don't know. But the fact that the Israelites were under their reward and privileged in it at least meant that they wanted to have happened. Whether it really happened or not. So, we also have prophetic duels. My God can be as your God kind of situation, where they would engage in some prophetic duels, which you never read that story in Kings. It's really worth reading. Elijah was weird, and he's on the fringe of the society. He's not included in Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even born Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that they have a very strange relationship with, and continue to have a strange relationship with him because he didn't die allegedly, and now he invited him into our home as well. So, just remember, I invited him into your home, but he did come off the head allegedly of like 500 people one time. So, be careful who you invite into your home. This guy's murdered about 500. Elijah. We also know that prophets seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into fugue states, we might call them, or ecstatic states, to issue their prophecy, and others didn't. So we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is any accounts in ancient Israel literature about how they did this. We have nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering if they do drugs. Probably not. At least if they did, it's not recorded, right? We don't have any attestation of Elijah, ate some mushrooms and then went to town. Smoked some weed or whatever, or even drank alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is a hell of a drug. And what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is one of the few Yahweh shrines survived from the ancient world, we found on the top of one of the altars where you burn incense, candles. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small if they were burning incense with candles in it. They're off, maybe. We don't know. But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at a Yahweh shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one at Tel Arad, there's one at Tel Don. The Jerusalem has been destroyed, and so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were getting contact hides. Don't know. I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time, see if it works for you. So I do not know. But this by the way, that find of the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago. So people who think that they proved everything over there, they found all kinds of weird stuff. So actually they found it. They just didn't think to test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy screams and it's like, that's weed. So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk picture. Picture is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. If you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are jam. We are a commentary-like people. We love to write things called hyper-commentaries, folks. Hyper-commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. That is commentaries on our jam. And this is the first one. This is a commentary on the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is the first time where a prophet, the prophet Habakkuk, is actually being read as a tarot text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so, curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that are describing the future. This is the first guy or person to do this. Is in the Habakkuk measure found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here is that even the idea that you can mine a prophetic piece of literature to define the future, an idea that we all know is culturally very common. Again, you flip on the radio, I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you that the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, the book of Daniel, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you read the book of Habakkuk, it's relatively short, and then you can read the Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And this is also on display in the Shrine of Habakkuk in Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think it's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of Habakkuk, the Great Isaiah Scroll is a replica. It's not the real one. That one, the real one's stored in a bunker somewhere. But the Habakkuk Pesher is the real one, and no one ever knows they turn on it because they just think it's nonsense or they don't care. And I got to spend like an hour looking at it. So there we have it. As I mentioned, we know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets inside the book. The books that have written down really the scribes that wrote these books down, both all of them as incredibly important, copied them. We know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, drugs that they have used, not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. And phenomenology is a $2 word that means experience of this. What it was like to be a prophet in Israel. What was it like to experience this ecstatic state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are narcissistic people. We love ourselves. We love talking about ourselves. And you can find 1,000 books about people talking about it. We have memoirs of them, right? Ancient peoples did not care about subjectivity the way that we do. And so when you think about this, we're reading the Bible. How often do you learn about the emotional states of your basically, it's like they were sad and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif, right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology of these experiences aside from they were apparently very scary.
see,
That's it.
you are
Right.
it says in the
So
Torah,
we
and
know
you keep
that
it,
ancient Israelite prophecy,
then it's
ancient
solid
Israelite
to
mysticism
rely on.
was a social
It says
anchor.
in the Torah, you
It was
keep
a
it, you can
political
rely on.
anchor. It was an
But
economic anchor.
there are
We
things,
know that with
think
that
about it,
even
some things that are
400
not in the
prophets
Torah
lived by a
and
port.
they keep.
This is a part of the
There are
economy,
things
right?
that they
Some
don't keep
marginal thing that
and
may
are
start to
in
the
the Torah.
imagination. What we know
There's
very
three
little
things.
about
Something that's in the Torah and they keep.
from a
Something in the
material
Torah
culture
that
point of
they
view,
don't
unfortunately.
keep. And something they
What we
keep
do
is not in the
know
Torah.
is that the prophets went away.
So there's
Israelite
some
prophecy went
women
away
that
eventually.
not in
The
the
reason
Torah.
probably that it went away is that
Could I rely on that? Like
the countries that they
something
served
that
were destroyed.
they're not
Ancient
that's
Israel
not
was
in the
destroyed in
Torah.
722 BCE. Ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your
If
country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore. If you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there were prophets that were in the exile. Ezekiel's one of them. Jeremiah flees to Egypt. So we do know that they escaped. But we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So why? It could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be they got killed. Right? Just wipe them out. That's the thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen to us. Now we can make this not happen. And they didn't. Right? So, if your astrologer doesn't see the thing coming, well, get a different astrologer. So, part of the problem with divination is, if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to communicate for your God. Also, we also know that prophecies weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social critics, right? Go ask the social critics. People hate social critics, right? People hate people being like, listen, you're rich and God hates you for it. God's going to condemn you and God's going to kill you because of your wealth and your religious abandonment, right? No one likes wealthy people and powerful people. Like we're told, being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And they're also the people that kill people to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be that they were also always at some level, in many ways, a marginalized group.
Does anybody have a
situation, the political situation in ancient Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill them. Right? You're not doing the right thing, and God's going to get God's revenge on you. And this becomes a shift to what's sometimes referred to as the Yahweh motif from the day of the Lord. I say the Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist preacher. I gotta make that Lord really long. Anyway, basically what it comes out to is the prophet's more or less saying, God has abandoned you, God's gonna kill you all. I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in where the prophets are increasingly thinking about a more distant, removed future, or think that God will sort things out because the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything, things like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahite state is destroyed in the 6th century BCE, the prophets basically are done for as institutions. The Judahite prophets vanish. And the prophetic literature as we have it in the Hebrew Bible is codified. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that their weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Right? That new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalypticism is going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. Notice we haven't talked about much. Angels, demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right, the Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse. And so when we get back Next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels, demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. Israelites really believe in an afterlife. They believed in a place called Sheol, which is sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. There's a demons living there. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from an oral culture, God speaking to the prophets, and this prophet speaking for God. Rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people. Right? We're going to switch from a visual culture to a switch from an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apokrypsis means to reveal. If you've ever read much of the Biblical literature, is showing.
Hello, Matt. Can you hear me? I'm lovely, thank God. How about you? I'm based out of Irvine, California. Correct, but that's okay. I go by Rabbi Rothschild. Most certainly. Well, I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, nearly 5 years, and essentially have created the world's largest compendium of data ever archived on the internet. It's essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm basically making it true today. I'm king of the internet in my own way. And essentially, this is a diary or a journal for people of the future to be able to study, and I think it may have much value for the world, specifically in terms of the biological data. We can study aging, we can study sleep patterns, circadian rhythms, and the Economist magazine stated in 2017 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In fact, I am live. Abs- Absolutely. Look at all these live streams that I have. I'm live on like more than 20 continuous live streams at any given time on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitch. People can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. And what I'd like to do, because data has such a value, is I want to give back to the people, if and when I go viral, who have helped me along the way. Ideally, I'd like to be able to make you and your audience all financially independent if you're not already. I'd like to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you all to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. Well, multiple ways. First and foremost, there's the monetization of the data. Some of my accounts are monetized, and I just leave all of those funds within the accounts, and I'm just letting that build. I would like to take the many live streams that I have, again, like 20 that run 24/7, and put that into a 501c3 one day to basically create the world's largest trust and have all of the money that's monetized from that essentially run on its own interest and grow. Additionally, there are endorsements that I can do. You may see I have these are NFTs behind me, and my shirt is a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Now, I think in the future, I'll be able to do endorsements for much larger organizations, certainly your Fortune 100s, because I'm an influencer unlike anyone else in the world. Essentially, my streams never stop. So my advertising would be applicable to people whenever they want to view my stream. Moreover, I think that I'll be able to create even more funds for this trust through not just wearing the endorsements, but also endorsing products and doing live reads and basically creating commercials and product placement within my streams. And then there's the cryptocurrency aspect of it. So I'm very invested in many ways in cryptocurrency and have been throughout my stream. I wasn't always, though I have been in Bitcoin for over 10 years. And the thought is that many of the conversations that I've had with people within the cryptocurrency world and in the NFT world will be of value in the future because, again, this is a timeline and time capsule of not just my life, but world history, which I think will have quite a bit of value. And with that being said, I think there are other aspects potentially to be able to monetize this through my social media. Matt, I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube. I do, yeah, at Rabbi Rothschild. At Rabbi Rothschild, it has over 10,000 followers, but I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have others that have uh, 200 of them more. Yeah, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 Kick accounts, pardon me, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts. 100%. Yep. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And many of my Instagram accounts have thousands, even tens of thousands of posts that really nobody has seen. I create robots, and one of the robots that I've been able to do, it records my life every hour and automatically uploads it. So I literally have a timeline on Instagram of my life going back years, which is really an exciting opportunity. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I have like more than two. Absolutely. Well, I am familiar with him, especially his work on Kick in the looks maxing realm, and he, as to my knowledge, doesn't stream himself sleeping. I stream myself sleeping. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That data is going to be of extreme value in the future to learn people's sleep cycles, to learn about tossing and turning and breathing, and even dreaming. I do IRL streams. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, at Disneyland. Absolutely. Or I have, if I'm ever in an area that has weak Wi-Fi signal, or pardon me, data signal, I have GoPros. So I've learned throughout this that I need to have backups and redundant streams. So I'll wear as best I can. When I do IRL streaming, I can't be live on 20 separate streams, but I've had as many as four different data plans with Verizon to be able to stream myself and archive my life, and then additionally have backups of my streams. So I have redundant streams. It's easiest though for me, particularly in growing my community, to do desktop streams. I have thousands of people in my Discord. My Discord's available at discord.me/rabbi. What makes my project really unique is you can come in and connect with me 24 hours a day. Ask me questions. I support people. I lend pastoral care. Really, I have people who live alongside me. I have people in my Discord right now. Some people who are sleeping, some people are just going about their day, but we've created a community, and that's what I'd like for the world. Basically, a place where you can go whenever you want and seek answers to your questions, to connect with like-minded individuals. I stream my life. Go ahead. No, no, no. In fact, yes, particularly on Rumble. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I use a platform called Rumble Studio, which multi-streams for me. And so using one stream, I'm live on two separate YouTube streams, two separate Rumble streams, two separate Twitch streams. I'm live on Nemo TV. I'm live on Facebook. I'm live right now in more than 4 years. Yeah, I'll be approaching 5 years this fall. And this is one thing I noticed on your website, you had a quote of Buckminster Fuller, and he is someone who I admire. The other people who you quote on there as well, including Nikola Tesla and I believe Einstein. I love the quotes that you have there. And so I think we're like minded. And Buckminster Fuller actually is someone who did their best to do what I'm doing, which is journal their life. As I understand, his journals were basically what went on throughout his day, and after his death were dedicated to Stanford University. I want to share my journals with the world. And so I want to give people the opportunity to view my streams for free whenever they want, not just in 2026, but 2036, 2046. And many of the discussions that I like to have are on futurism. I'm fascinated by futurism. And so I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators, teleportation, telekinesis. I like to talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It's already happened with the Pyrenean de-extinction. Yeah, like what you would see. Best way to see it in popular culture is like Jurassic Park. So basically, a species that was once extinct that we've been able to either bring back to fruition, usually through a hybridized state. And this was first done in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. And they made recent headlines with their direwolf project that are available. And following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And when I was a kid, and I'm sure you're the same way, this would have seemed like science fiction. It would have, but now it's become science fact. And other things that I like to discuss are things like life extension technology. Matt, when you and I were both born, the average life expectancy for people like us was probably about age 80. But I'd like to see that increase, and I think we will see it increase with technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, and all of the other developments that we've seen. And that's really getting us into a new world of transhumanism, where I think people may have the opportunity to be able to extend life past 100, past 120, and maybe have the opportunity to continue to perhaps use reverse aging and be able to pause their aging or perhaps reverse it, then eventually get to the point of a type of technology, at least one known as mind uploading, where with people's consent, and I want to emphasize that consent is of extreme importance, people will be able to scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that there may be an opportunity at some type of digital immortality. And that to me is a really exciting future. We may be the first generation, or perhaps the upcoming generations, that can basically avoid death or at least delay it indefinitely, which I think is a really exciting opportunity. Generally, yeah, generally. So first, right upon awakening, I say a prayer. I then do the necessary. A lot of people ask me, do you go to the bathroom on camera? And I do. However, that is against YouTube's terms of service and Instagram and all of the others. So I do have that on Instagram and YouTube and some other places, but generally I will just archive that on GoPros. And then like people have questions about like do you shower on stream or bathe on stream? Yes, usually it's from the waist up, or I wear like swim trunks or some kind of shorts. And the brushing of the teeth and flossing and all of those things. Then from there, I daven, which is I'm a rabbi. I pray, and so I don my tefillin, those the little black boxes that you may see Orthodox Jews wear. And from there, what I do is I usually teach a class on Kabbalah. I've done it since I turned 40 years old, which is exactly 161 days ago, because I've been doing it every day since I turned 40. And then after that's done, that's all of those have lasted at least 1 hour, sometimes as many as 3 hours. So already in the last 6 months or so, I have probably about 200 or 300 hours just on Kabbalistic discussion on my stream. I have people who live in the Discord alongside me 24/7. So usually I'll see how they're doing, what they're up to throughout the day. And I like to program robots. So some of the types of robots that I like to program are like blog creators. So basically, I created a robot that will take any subject that I give it and go to ChatGPT, write a blog on it, put pictures on it, and publish it. And so I've created recently over 2,000 blogs, not blog entries, blogs. It's a huge amount of data that I'm basically creating my own Wikipedia for topics on everything from time travel to culture and everything in between. And I'd like to just continue to see what happens with this project. So that'll take up some of my day. I have people who come into my stream, and certainly they come to me for pastoral support. They may have an issue with their job. They may have an issue with a loved one. Just recently, we've had some people with some losses. Some people who look for job advice and whatever it may be. Any way I can help people. I get people who like to play games. So I have people globally, everywhere from Australia to Canada to Europe and Asia, Africa as well, who come in from all throughout the world, depending on whatever their time zone is, and we play games together. So what games? We'll play chess, we'll play Scrabble, we'll play any kind of board game. I'm a competitive person, so whatever we can play. Um, Many times I do, yes. Usually Discord's native application. Everybody wants to know what my chess.com rating is, and I do have an account, but I don't use it. I believe I've only played on it one time, and in my in my Discord. So you can find that at discord.me/rabbi. You do a CAPTCHA and you can get the link. You can, for anyone out there, whoever wants to find my Discord, just type Rabbi Discord into Google and I'm the first result there. So anyone who wants to play, whenever I have availability, I certainly like to play. I do get a lot of distractions within my Discord as well while playing because, people want to come in and for whatever reason. But yeah, absolutely. I have some people who, for more than a year, essentially every night, we play games together. So I'm all about games, card games, whatever it may be. From there, I may go on a walk outside. I don't ever feel that I have to be forced to be necessarily on camera if I don't want to be, but I do like to stream my walks or just being outside, hanging out, whatever it may be. Usually I get groceries and stuff sent in. It's easier, but I do live stream that as well when I go to the store and such. And my meals, all my for the last 5 years or so, um, every meal essentially that I've had has been on stream. And so I think there's okay, absolutely, absolutely. 100%. So I will email you with that. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you and your audience today. Excellent. Thank you. Bye. recording. I do not. Let me see.
It is what it is.
Showing rather than telling, right? Showing rather than, and I saw, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge shift starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. And the apocalyptic is going to bring in the course of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really, really, really weird, with a lot of weird beings and things like that. I will say this, just as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism did not completely go away. There continued to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. You probably know of one of the more famous ones. His name was Jesus, Josh of Nazareth, you guys like to call him. Probably the case that Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus is just a great version. Josh, he probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. So these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we'll also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where around Raphael actually developed the first techniques, mystical techniques for getting a vision of God. And we actually have those techniques, they're breathing techniques and meditation techniques. We'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy is not completely going away, but it has a kind of, I think, a kind of half-life. That as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. I ran out of coffee, was excommunicated and condemned, and that was scary. So I don't recommend. You already had it. Don't be a prophet. If you want to make others happy, welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the world that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation, because I'm those things below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Saturday morning, you seen that video? Should we see it again? Just one more time. You might understand a little bit better now. You see that you shot for the knockout. So we're very friendly. We do everything together. That's the friend. You shot up, you don't feel like how can we go? I need to start checking in. So tomorrow, how do you know that they accepted all the bad stuff and the good from you literally accept the money from what do you say? How much do you let me time that part? So I think money from all the investment in people. So we have this like a step up for the thing. So we said we can do that same person. You just good, just to see something to step up. My horse is like, yo, my horse is the real stuff. They stuff that we can have to go.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Boise, Idaho for Rabbi episode of Kill Tony. Come on, Tony Hinchcliffe. Boise, we're here. Make some fucking noise. Wow, look at this. It's Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're excited. This is the first ever Kill Tony live in Boise. Idaho. You guys excited about this shit or what? I know I am. We're in the middle of a big crazy tour, Brian Redband. That's brings us to Boise.
Yes. We got our potato bucket, I see.
We have the official Idaho potato fucking bucket of destiny here. This is very exciting. They went bad on 4/18/2019, but we're going to be pulling out of there anyway. I'm excited.
There's actually a lot of signups tonight.
Yeah, it's a good amount. It's been a good turnout so far. We've been to Phoenix, Vegas, Salt Lake City yesterday. We're in Boise tonight, tomorrow Spokane, then Portland, Vancouver. 2 shows in Seattle are sold out. Then it starts again in June. Lawrence, Kansas, at the Granada Theater, Omaha, Nebraska, the Waiting Room, Des Moines, and Woolies, Appleton, Skyline Comedy Cafe, Milwaukee, at the Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago, at Thalia Hall, Madison, Wisconsin, at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis, at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie, in New York. New York has 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. Drink delicious caveman coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY to save 15%. There's a new Reagan Watkins album coming out on June 7th. You can currently pre-order that as of right now, so that's very exciting for you. Correct, everybody? Reagan Watkins, band board on Kill Tony. You guys like bands, right? Well, that's very exciting. You know, normally on these road shows we never have guests. Fun fact for you. But when somebody told us that we were coming to Boise, Idaho, I said, Boise, Idaho, are most likely our lowest turnout of audience members of the entire tour that we're going on. I mean, Boise with 3 bars of Wi-Fi at best anywhere.
Yeah.
we're going there, and I said we have to do something special for them. I feel like they deserve something special. So letting me know that as it looks, this is the only stop on the tour this entire week that will have a guest. Only you, Boise, get a guest. This guest is, if you're a fan of the show, he's one of your favorite guests that you've seen on the show. You know him from his amazing comedy specials. I mean, he's basically the granddaddy of live podcasting in front of a live audience. He has unbelievable TV shows, documentaries, and podcasts. You know him from Doug Loves Movies. You know him from Getting High with Doug. Boise, I present to you Doug Benson. Sons of bitches! Wow!
It can't be physically a pressure point. It is like you're walking in front of the that looks
Guy with the hat from Fat Albert got pissed. Yeah, but he got through it.
71 would sit in a half a circle. Why? Today, you run those guys all see each other. And you don't do it enough until you block everybody else. You can pop come in as you understand the conversation. Like in a very different. So you have a half a circle like this. So that's what I mean. Okay, well,
Because we got Doug. Because we got Doug. Because we got Doug.
Maybe I wonder about it. We mentioned before, it's not going to last. But we have proof that what? That somebody is opening up a Zara and it's going to be fun about it before we started the city itself.
Doug Benson is here live in the flesh. Doug's got Doug Loves Movies. He's going absolutely everywhere on the road with it. It's very exciting times. You are.
The creator should be family, premier family. So, how come it's exciting for you to bring in the market?
Going to lost my fucking notes. Look at that.
So how did he live? He ran away the case. The article, the Illinois, the raising, being every single day, left on the bus on Camille.
I can say it'll be in Madison, Wisconsin.
What's the right? Give them around, just around. The day that up in the apple, where did this meat come from? They came directly from the kitchen of Apple. Typically, y'all know why from Apple. We're from your shop, they took you out to the room, that's what everybody's trying to do. Show it to the shop.
May 25th at Comedy Outstate. That is correct. There it is. Yes. May 25th, DougLove'sMovies.com. Touring everywhere. Yeah. Welcome back, Doug. This is so good to be here. I love Boise. Yeah, you literally. I don't want to blow your cover of being such a great guy, Doug. You're not to get this audience any more on your side because they seem like they already love you, but letting me know that Doug came here because he.
You can't bring any right? Yes.
Looked at our tour schedule.
Are you sure?
We want to stop it.
Give me a.
See item. Really?
No.
Obviously, you have to come on to the Rothschild game. You have to come on to that answer. So, hold on. No, but obviously, if you don't say from his brother, you have a different process. Like his love. She doesn't say, what about the second from his brother? She says, no. So, exactly. So, people love the song to the obviously, if you got the meat from Raven, obviously, what's the problem with Raven?
Really?
From a brother. Why does he came from a Jew? Listen to that stuff. She was even like, I used to stick my book and got it. Obviously, it didn't, but it doesn't obviously not there. A sheet of everything. That much blood? No, the Havami. What's going on with the Havami? And like I say, no, I'm being shiny, and that's why I'm not doing it right at all. That's something else. It's not praying to mind you. It's just the prayer.
Yeah, yes. What do you do? I don't give a shit. I'm going to bed. Fuck. Don't do it. Okay.
So we're learning our means the raven. I'm not getting our language, literally a raven. But I didn't know. All my later, I remember really, I want to break it down. We didn't break down about the high art, maybe their names. Because you see the passage.
Are you getting ghosted? Oh, yeah. You call my ass Casper. It isn't Casper the one who ghosts? No. Who knows who Casper is? That's
Two people with the same funny name. Two women. No. You don't know you're right. The two people who have that same funny name. The name that's the bird, that's not a bird, a raven. But maybe there's a place called Artemis, and they can't miss. That makes more sense. People from Artemis. New York City. Irvine. They came from Irvine. You see my you see, I wrong. You see, we get from the Irish as well. Narrow. Then they came and they captured a narrow. Anybody that learned the issue of red shots. What's it called? Up until the age. 12. What's the narrow? 12. 12 and a half. Oh, third told me. Here, as you know, here we go. Sign up. From 0 to 12. A narrow is from 12 and a half. The right chest. Money. Every year, from 12 and a half till 120. So how can you put those two words together? Narrow, Donna. She's 12 and a half. She's 12, and she's also below 12. How does it go? So we made Catholic grow.
Did he scare people?
The Catholic are very long now. The party love that. I mean, so the Irish, the opposite. They're
That's something. People just call it dibs. Right? Oh, fuck. Oh,
no. That's the case. If they in fact came from, if the people came from a place called Iris, they came from being so we call New York third. You don't call it New York. If two people come from New York, you call New York third. Two people come from Iris, they call her being. Which one? Oh, it's silly, man. And this is a figure of one side. We learned this figure yesterday. And the right to the bottom. And somebody that said, I mean, the figure that was very obvious.
Balls, look, he'll tell me his story. Really? Well, cool.
She ready to make that like a sweetheart, his brother is.
Hey, this is Rabbi. I'll be live from Boise, Idaho. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Come on, Tony Explain.
Are you the ultimate full-time in this player? Pretty sure. No, no. You pissed? I've been through a lot of worse.
I know when I read it. Sorry, you couldn't speak. I said no. You couldn't speak. So what? So it doesn't believe in something in the Torah. One of the mitzvahs in the Torah. Doesn't believe in luminous. So that's what somebody else doesn't believe. It's different. It's the same thing. So why are you repeating the same thing? You can't repeat it if you repeat it. Hello, Bob. Let's go to the Donna. Right here, I know what. Somebody doesn't know what I'm saying. She's doing a kind of part of the Torah. You know what? Let's move it. So no, absolutely not. Why? If you deny a desire, it's like you look at all part. And if you do have a desire, it's as if you deny the whole part. So you deny the whole part, that's it. You can't check. That law, who relates to that part, is a moment for the day. And that's the big kiddush that even though he's a moment it's in the day long. He doesn't believe in the day long, but you can trust him and keep it. Which is in the same category. Look at the Rabbi. And like Rabbi says, that a woman in the day like that eats cheeseburgers, with the oven, you can trust them as Mason.
Boise, we're here. Make some fucking noise. Look at this. It's Brian Redman, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. Welcome. We're excited. This is the first ever Kill Tony live in Boise, Idaho. Are you guys excited about this shit or what? We are in the middle of a big crazy tour, Brian Redman. That's brings us to Boise.
Yes. We got our potato bucket, I see.
We have the official Idaho potato fucking bucket of destiny here. This is very exciting. They've been battling for 2019, but we're going to be pulling out of there anyway. I'm excited.
There's actually a lot of signups tonight.
Yeah, it's a good amount. It's been a good turnout so far. We've been to Phoenix, Vegas, Salt Lake City yesterday. We're in Boise tonight. Tomorrow, Spokane, and Portland, Vancouver. 2 shows in Seattle are sold out, and it starts again in June. Lawrence, Kansas, the Redondo Theater, Omaha, Nebraska, the Waiting Room, Des Moines, and Orleans, Appleton, Skyline Comedy Cafe, Milwaukee at the Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago at Delia Hall, Madison, Wisconsin at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie in New York has 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. Drink delicious caveman coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY and save 15%. There's a new Reagan and Watkins album coming out on June 7th. You can currently pre-order that as of right now. So that's very exciting for you. Correct, everybody? Reagan and Watkins? Band born on Kill Tony. You guys like bands, right? Well, that's very exciting. Normally on these road shows, we never have guests. Little fun fact for you. When somebody told us that we were coming to Boise, Idaho, I said, Boise, Idaho? Are most likely our lowest turnout of audience members on the entire tour that we're going on? I mean, Boise with 3 bars of Wi-Fi at best anywhere?
So the Rothschild says that sometimes this person loves another and he buys the document to them. So his worker puts him in an animal, puts him in shaman and animal. And then another person does an Aveira, the same Aveira, but he does tshuva. And he goes to this Amidah and gets an animal. Rotting Zam, the animal that he shuts the carbon is that guy's neshama in there.
I'm going there. I said we have to do something special for them. I feel like they deserve something special. So let it be known that this is the only stop on the tour this entire week of the Book of the Guest. Only you, Quincy, get a guest. This guest is, if you're a fan of the show, he's one of your favorite guests that you've seen on the show. You know him from his amazing comedy specials. I mean, he's basically the granddaddy of live podcasting in front of a live audience. He has unbelievable TV shows, documentaries, and podcasts. You know him from Doug Loves Movies. You know him from Getting High with Doug. Quincy, I present to you Doug Benson. You sons of bitches. Wow. Hey. Because we got Doug. Doug Benson is here live in the flesh.
You don't see crying anytime cry. It's a beautiful
Doug is, it's got Doug Loves Movies. He's going absolutely everywhere on the road with it. It's very exciting times. You are going to, lost my fucking notes. Look at that.
I can say it'll be in Madison, Wisconsin on May 25th at Comedy on Stage.
That is correct. Oh, there it is. Yes. May 25th, DougLovesMovies.com, touring everywhere. Yeah, welcome back, Doug. This is
So good to be here. I love Boise.
Yeah, he literally. I don't want to pull your cover of being such a great guy, Doug, or get this audience any more on your side because they seem like they already love you. But let it be known that Doug came here because he looked at our tour schedule and literally wanted to stop into Boise, Idaho. He really does think it's an amazing city. Honestly, I still need a little more convincing. I don't really, I'm not that big of a Boise guy yet. No.
It's way better than Salt Lake City, Utah.
Fuck you. Salt Lake City and your hundreds and hundreds of audience members that turn out.
Well, that is true.
Yes, that is. But we're happy to be here. Doug's here. I mean, it doesn't get much cozier than the... For me, when it comes to this show, Sid and I got clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. I think we're only missing one thing, and that's a band. Here on this show, we have what I like to call the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. I never know what they're going to be. We never know what they're going to be. It could be anything. Maybe it's the return of some of our favorite band characters of all time. Maybe it's a brand new character. Boise, I would expect maybe, I don't know, anything can happen. Let's see what happens all together, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the greatest things in all of comedy. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins and drummer Joel Jimenez. Let's see what's happening here. Wait, what? What is happening? Oh my goodness. Wow. We were in Salt Lake City yesterday, and I'm guessing these are a couple Mormon guys. Is this what's happening? What exactly can you help us out? Tart? Get it? target Zane Roberts. How's everybody doing? Team, this is a serious job. The team leader of Target. That's fucking cool. All right, and what do we got back here? What is this little? Oh my God. I mean, you look like this is what Donald Trump looks like without I don't know what you're missing there. This is something's going on.
Do you want to hear my name or what? Yeah. I'm Thomas Alfonso. I work in the stockroom here.
You're what?
Thomas Alfonso. I work in the stockroom here at Target. Watch your tone, mister.
Thomas Alfonso, and one more time, Zane Roberts. Zane Roberts. Alright, Zane. Well, I'm excited. This is definitely the first time we've had Target employees on the show, correct? Am I correct about that? Yeah. This is the debut of the event. We have Doug Benson, we have Brian Redness. Very exciting. This brings me back to the amazing Idaho potato bucket of destiny that we have here. A bunch of people signed up for the show to get the opportunity to do 60 seconds of stand up on this stage and then talk with all of us about your lives. Maybe we find out something that you want to talk about too. Maybe we find out something that you don't want to talk about. You just answer your questions honestly and we'll take care of the rest. You know, your 60 seconds of stand up is over here, the sound of a kitten. Oh, isn't that adorable? Did you hear that? There you go, it's louder now. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. Oh, I mean the angry balcony bar bear. Is that the right reference? Balcony bar? Balcony bar.
There was another one also.
Yes, the runner-up for that was the Lucky Dog Tavern. There's a couple gay guys that know what I'm talking about.
See the lucky dogs.
The staircase is a perfect name for a gay bar, right? Just easy conversation starter. Hey, you come here often, you lucky dog? Just butt fucking immediately afterwards. Alright, anyway, there's a staircase right here down the middle. Don't try to get on the stage any other way. Take your time being safe coming up and down. That is a real cement floor. So take care of yourselves and one another, and you people at the bottom there, catch them if they fall. Please, this big soft guy right here, please.
Just fall towards him.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready to start this fucking thing? This is how it happens. We're live. For the first time ever in Boise. We got a balcony up there. Balcony, how are you guys doing? There's got to be at least 17 people up there. This is very exciting. This is the type of welcome we were hoping when I found out we got fucking Boise, baby. This is how it works. Okay, let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for Joshua Dickey. Exclusive. There you go. One more time for Joshua Dickey, everybody. One more time for Joshua Dickey. Before we start this, let me remind you right now, there is no echoing from the audience during the comedian's 60 seconds. And one more time for Joshua Dickey.
So let's do the same. No. What's the name, James? Which one is it?
My dead kids are.
That's what we're saying.
Same guy.
You're not going to repeat yourself. I don't know. There's only one of the ones. That's the whole time. That's what she also. It's a new quarter. Three. One of them is okay. Ela lá vai reclamar. Listen, a murmur and not Murmur and is one thing. It's not two separate things. It's not a murmur. Well, somebody does it. He's a murmur about the Zara. The Kal Shabbos is for the Herzl. So it's a Kal Shabbos for Herzl. So Rashi says it here. It's a beautiful Rashi. He says, and we do all Rashi. Without the right way to solve the murmur over there, look for the whole answer there. These are very severe. I remember I was talking to one of okay. I kind of really shocked that he called me. He says that Shabbos is like, who's up with his own wife? It's only going to go if you move in another residence. That's why Shabbos, pay for the mass. This one on the home. And you don't give me a water, you check the shut up and it's working on everything. You say that you don't believe that. That's why I'm not left. I don't believe that. It's very simple.
We gotta turn our music down when it gets too vulgar, just want to house down. Just blasts the drunk cartoon music. Do they understand it? So, that's all we got to say.
Joshua and Nikki, I like your style, man. I've always wondered what my comedy would be like if I had a traumatic brain injury. This is good. You got a good smile, kid. I like your fucking bone structure, dude. Maybe one day when you're a little bit older, you can grow some of this manly facial hair that I ended up getting one day. How old are you, Joshua? 23. Just have yourself a break down.
We got out of here. We said, no.
Wowzers. All right.
Somebody who doesn't have a desire to not be is the church that he is. So you know, but how can you bring your whole part to his head that you could bring a part, you can't bring a part from Amaris, you can't no more. You live in another part. That's what they when the parts of them have Amaris, not no more. It's Shimon, it's already Shimon. Oh! It's Shimon. In the name of Shimon. So I gotta remind all of them.
It's the Joe truck backing up for some stuff for this guy. There you go. Absolutely. So Joshua, let's talk about it. First time ever doing stand-up? Hell yeah. There you go. Open your cherry. And you wrote it all out on that piece of loose leaf paper? Can I read it? Can I take a glimpse of, I always feel that when somebody comes up with notes, that I should get to examine the evidence or get judged, or you know what I mean?
I got a bad memory too from research, but I think I got over a minute of material in my head. Just the 1 minute. And they don't penalize you for going under. It's not critical. That's a good sign.
So, on the page, can I just tell you, there's one, he did everything word for word, right down the barrel, except one thing here is scratched out, and it might be my favorite joke out of the whole thing, of course. It says, my new neighbor's dog just got kennel cough. Now you guys are going after dogs now? That's it. It's perfect. It's got it. Did Seinfeld write that one for you?
I know people don't take their dogs to dog parks
Because of the anti-vaxxers.
This is a picture. I like the picture.
It's going to be, right? Dogs can get measles?
But here's a picture of
I don't get it.
Wow. So Joshua, your first time doing stand-up, how old are you? 23 fucking years old. That's great. And you work in construction? What do you do, the paperwork?
I'd rather do the homework.
Yeah, like what? Back-breaking work? What is that for you? Getting out of the car? Getting off the phone books that you sit on?
How many women do you yell at during a day while they're working as they walk by innocently? I yell at the guys. Oh, yeah.
You're not catcalling, you're dog calling? Lucky dog? Did you say you're hollering? Did you say you're hollering at guys while you're at work? What does that mean? You're like a supervisor there? Really? How are you moving up the chain so fast at 23 years old?
For client, you gotta take 4 years of school. You gotta get so many thousands of on-the-job hours. You gotta get your journeyman exam, just 2 exams. I'm halfway there, so yeah, just gotta do it with 4 exams.
You wear a hard hat while you're at work? No, I can tell. A few beams of filth like falling.
Good luck on your journey.
Joshua, tell us some more about you. What do you do when you're not working? What have you been doing with your life up until this point?
Yeah, eat something and crash a few.
Eat something and you crash. You might want to check with the doctor about perhaps some food allergies.
Food makes me sleepy.
Dog food is in aisle 9. Say, Tony, I like this guy. He's slim and shady. For sure. So, Joshua, what else about you? What do you do for fun?
Yourself in music for a moment. You never let it go.
Make a bird, and you fucking weirdos. People were just picturing chanting all day long.
We're gonna fucking do it when it happens.
Let's get a little warm up sometimes. You don't fucking know.
Do you have a lot of opportunities for Adam Sandler cosplay?
Adam Sandler with leukemia cosplay? Joshua, I'm trying to find out what you do for fun. Come on, you gotta think hard on this one. There's gotta be something. You seem like the kind of guy that shoots yourself in the head with a paintball gun or something like that. There must be some hobby. There must be some trophy that you have on your wall, or like a sport of some kind, or maybe camping or something like that.
Do you play a lot of pinball in a cigar store?
Or do you perhaps you smoke a lot of cigars in a pinball store? Anything.
That's the answer. That's the question I was hoping not to get, because I really don't have much hobbies.
So, okay, you want to play this game? Let's fucking play it, Joshua. So when you go home, right, after work, what time do you get off? About 5, 6?
Maybe 6:30.
6:30? Okay, that's pretty specific.
What's the first hobby you do?
No, what do you do exactly when you get home? What's your living situation? You live with your parents? Right, what? What?
Dinner. What kind of dinner?
Yeah, sure. Come on. Yeah, like what? Hungry boy. Chicken? You cook chicken every day? Stick with me, Joshua. Don't you fucking turn your hand upside down at me.
Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, dude. Chicken, rice, hamburger. I do like your mic cord work your first time out.
That's impressive. Okay, so you cook some fucking chicken. And then where do you eat the chicken? You sit at a table by yourself? Yeah, and then what? And then what do you
Give me the say I jerk off every day.
No, Joshua, if that's something that you do every night when you get home, then we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Do you jerk off while eating your chicken?
No.
Some fucking jerk chicken? Is that what we're talking about? So you eat your fucking chicken. Then when you do your dish, you do your dish. You only got one dish. You do it then. You put it in the sink.
I'll wait till I run out. Clean dishes in the kitchen.
You wait till you run out of clean dishes, then you clean them. So you put it in the sink is the answer, right?
Yeah, where are we getting out of here?
You put it in the sink. Don't worry about where the fuck we're getting at. Answer the questions. Look at me. Stop looking around. Stop trying to memorize.
This is a great Law and Order SVU.
Stop trying to memorize your dreams.
I'm one of the dream.
You put a dish on another dish, and then where do you walk to next? You do it. Let me remind you of this hard question. You do it every day.
I sit down.
Where? Back at the table?
I don't have to.
So you have a TV tray that you eat on. You eat your chicken.
I'll watch like a couple of videos.
Yeah, and then what? And then what do you do?
I'm on YouTube music while I'm on a podcast set up. What are you expecting? I'm 23. Are you good at cooking? Something interesting here. Are you good at cooking? No. You just make yourself shit chicken. Jerk off of it. Maybe after you eat it. Because I was going to say, that could be a hobby. The cooking, he's not even into that.
This guy doesn't seem like he enjoys a fucking thing in the world. He just likes telling people what the fuck to do.
What was your last girlfriend that you had a relationship with? 2 years. 2 years. Why didn't it?
Go ahead, Joshua. This is where you answer the question.
Not good at it.
Not gonna what? And keeping a relationship.
Yeah, I don't want to get out much. She got sick of chicken.
Yeah. She got sick of eating chicken and then sitting around until they fell asleep together.
Hey, baby, I want to listen to some podcasts.
You just sit over there and maybe do the dishes that I've never done before. Joshua, how long were you with her for? A couple months. Your longest relationship? Yeah. All right. Well, and what was your reason for leaving? What did she tell you? It's on every application, your reason for leaving your previous job. Just answer the question.
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. She moved back to Oklahoma City. Where's that?
California.
It's one of the best cities out there. Yeah, it really is. The city of California, if you guys get a chance to check it out, it's pretty big. It's cool. So we live there in that city. You live there somewhere. Joshua, if I could give you one piece of advice, it would be to start wearing a hard hat while you're at work. No one's ever Joshua nick you anything else.
Ghosted.
Construction worker really had a hard time pulling out a microphone out of her clip. Yeah. Well, he's used to fucking, I guess, real man shit. I guess this is yeah. How about another hand for St. Robert's here? Thomas Alfonso.
What's wrong with the two of you while you guys are here?
Well, there's a young boy with a bright future who's taking my place at the moment. His name is Dylan. He's 16. Wow. He's my apprentice. If he follows everything that I say, he can be me someday. You see this wedding ring on my finger? I'm not married.
All right, I'm glad I asked.
I'm married to Target 24/7. You got a problem with that? Meet me in the parking lot.
Then what?
Will I blow you? I don't know. I pulled a name out of the bucket. You guys having fun out there yet, huh? All right. Let's keep it moving along. Put your hands together for Pedro, Dave, Patch, Max. Pedro, Dave, Patch. Here he comes.
Okay, my name's literally Pedro. Okay, guys, one of the things I want to say is it's hard to acclimate to this country because everyone is taking out this the pictures on me. That's all I meant, Josh. It's crazy. And then I tried out for the
Every night about it, we have a brand new screen to square to the doors.
I already made it.
That one is not.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's bad.
But I've been seeing every night about
They say this is a random opportunity and it's fair for everybody.
we go back to the cars, we have a long video, which is about 5 minutes, we have to move. We let this screen sound over fade because of an offense. Mark's idea, they always have great ideas. So out there. Tom's we're going to a satellite, like we're even see the event. Nice paint out, beautiful fence over there. Guest speaker, I've been living on Bell, Aubrey, we talk away from Ogunadad, where we sold combination software. Much official daily pending sign, new bridges and roads.
I told the priest, I've been here many times.
Okay, so
Be gentle.
Wow, that's how that joke would have gone. I guess you did do it. Well, you're up here. It's the first time we've had Mexican joke actually on the show. I'm pretty proud.
Hey, bro, you know what's fucked up? When I was outside, they were asking me for my autograph, and I thought they saw me from training day, but it was actually the Willy Wonka chocolate factory.
What?
Well, that's how that joke would have gone. See two of these things that is.
Great if you want to know.
All right. Yeah, Pedro, let's slow it down a little bit. So, first time doing stand-up comedy tonight?
Yeah,
Heck yeah, there you go. First time, see?
Okay.
Trying to get the good light
A lot of these videos are removed.
very smooth first time, for sure.
So,
That's just his head.
the statuses will very much stay up. Even if you don't win, you will stay up. Why? How do I know? Over 6,000 people voted for him. The record number of people, even at 2,000 6,000, because of crazy amount of status that went out all over the world, these are just 35
Yes, this is like if
some that I didn't even show, some that
never got elected class
I didn't even
president.
get. And every one made a difference. Every single one is respect for all the status. Now, if your job, each one of these is going to post 5 seconds for each one, even if it's from here, it doesn't matter. If it's good, if it's funny, write the number down up to like 5 and 3, and number them 1 through 5. What's your favorite? Put some. Number 22, and so it's a 2. 22 is a 2 for you. 35 it was a lot. Nice. Oh, all right. One more that you're showing up. Whatever time you need to do that. Don't go to the anybody else. If I'm the right for you, then you do it.
It's like the words that how did I get across the Mexican border to get to the other side? That would be fun. I know. I pushed it up. I was accidentally funnier than anything he said. I'm trying to be unfunny and I can't even pull it off with you. Hey, I will tell you this. When they told us they were building a wall, you know what I thought? Hey, I'm going to finally get to work on those notes. Like, why? Why did you know that? Why would you What's the connection? What are you doing? Reverse wall sets? I don't understand. You're going to jump over the wall? What's happening? Dude, I'm like, joke's on you, Trump. I'm going to fucking work on my glutes. I'm going to be so fit when I get into your country. Holding my glutes. I could be working on everything. I'm going to focus on the book. Hey, bro, I can't tell you why I At this point, I'm pretty sure you can say the funniest thing in the world and we're all going to hold strong. Pretty much. I've never seen anything like this before. Tony, can I try to do on USB like our demo? Oh, yeah, that's fun. Okay, Pedro number 2. Pedro, so tell me, what have you been doing with your life up until Oh, shit, we got a new offer. Well, Pedro, one worst thing you could have done is interrupt this part of the segment. You're thinking of something deeper hole, but of course, Mexican guys love doing that, so, whoops, I did it again. Alright, we're gonna just hold the Joel for a second here, Pedro. You just relax with that microphone. Alright, Pedro, number 2. What have you been doing with your life up until this point? Oh, just doing it in there. That's it, Alright, how about you, Pedro, number 1? What do you do for work? My work's kind of shit. Yeah, social comedy. No, I love it. I'm glad you're here. Just want to be that shit. No, not really a plumber. As a matter of fact, I'm Josh Dickey's boss. Oh, is that true? I saw that you were sitting next to Joshua Dickey, the previous comedian. They only have to see next film was yours. And I also noticed that you were filming his whole set, so this is really true. You guys work together. I was just using it for black belt. I think in your case it would be brown belt. Did you heckle him? Almost beat him. Did you say you look like my parole officer? Because that also doesn't make sense. You never make sense. It's true. This guy's like, oh, you want? He don't look like my parole officer. Only when his pants are down. Why did you say you just do it immediately after I pointed it out? And the real question there would be, why would you even know what Joshua Dickey's dick would look like? Why would you suck your own employee's dick? The parole officer, I Joshua's hobbies is him sucking his dick. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be inspecting his plumbing. What can I say? I made pipe for him. He's always got one. Oh my god. Yeah, he always ready and then fails. He responds in the beats of someone that has something. Yeah, do it again. I'll tell you guys something right now. Yeah, the ball is not done because if it was done, I would have came up here. I would have clapped the fuck out of that right there. You know what I'm saying? No, we do not understand your jokes. They never make sense. But don't worry, you're working on him. Yeah, how does it feel that your boss is way worse at this than you? It's true. Pedro, so you're the boss over there. It's your first time doing stand-up. What do you like to do? You saw how your employee Joshua basically does. He eats chicken and falls asleep. Is there anything that you do off stage when you're not working that's fun, that gives you some relaxation, or that you find some joy in? Yeah, actually, I'm all yards. I start at $20 an hour. If anybody's interested in coming back when this is all done, I'll get you a discount. You just said a joke.
The kitchen was just like shots, the second setting out.
I knew, but you really do, right? Like, I believe you. It didn't seem like a joke to me. Do you not love one? It's what it is, bro.
I believe it's coming on the chips, right?
One guy's clapping at that. He might be on mushrooms. You don't know. You can never really count on one guy who's the middle of my guys. You may have actually seen hair appear in that joke in the act of it. I got some of those Colorado mushrooms. Sitting up in the road is the knowledge of this. I know you're the one guys on the construction site. Those guys are drugs. And I get it. Okay, that was great. It felt real. It wasn't funny, but it was, serious. All right, Pedro, well, you had your first time up here. You gave it a shot. I love your confidence. We all agree that you have the delivery of a comedian. There you go. Yeah, there he goes. He's going out on a good note. There is the name of the city. Is there any people in the audience that signed up that actually do stand-up comedy? Okay, we've only pulled 2 names out there, right? But also, that's when you can't sit out there and heckle me. Don't yell shit out. Yeah, you had your turn. Nobody heckled you. Yeah. Don't yell anything for the rest of the show, okay? There you go.
Is that you?
Alright, we're into your next comedian goes by the name of Timmy Kors. Timmy Kors. Here he comes right down the middle. There he is. One more time, please. How's it going, everyone? Yeah. So I came up here to tell you a couple things. The first thing is I want to give you a warning. Sorry, boys, if you like to jump on outdoor activities. One thing you should be aware of if you go hiking is what you eat the night before. So I went to go take a hike, real nice casual hike.
Check this out.
What I didn't expect is that I went 5-10 minutes into the hike. I went to run out, something. It was not that. It was more than that. It was a little surprise, and it ruined my entire day.
Yes, he is.
The other thing I wanted to tell you about was, I don't know if you ever been to Walmart and got the fried chicken there, but I had the story that someone there just was miraculously healed by the fried chicken. We were walking in, and this woman and her daughter came in. They jumped on these rascal scooters and immediately went to the deli. Got fried chicken, and I saw them later in the store, and I saw the struggle. Go ahead. Thank you. I saw the struggle, and she looked up and looked at the shelf, and she reached up to the top shelf, stood up, and I said, holy shit, it's a fucking miracle. I need some of that chicken. Thank you. All right, Timmy Kors. Now, you ate something the night before your fight. You said that you thought you were going to let out a little something, and then it wasn't that. I'm not exactly sure. Did a gerbil come out of your ass?
I mean, it felt like it, but it was a trusted authority.
So you shit yourself a little bit.
Absolutely. It made me really think about how I felt all night.
What kind of were you wearing like tidy whities, or like what kind of underwear? We talking about boxers? Did it drop out?
No, it was more of like jogger pants and boxers, and it was a frantic panic to try to figure out what the hell I was going to do.
Frantic Panic is one of my favorite bands I've ever seen in my entire life. But shitty pants I went for them the night that I saw them. So you had to your pants how much longer? Did you have to hike? What part of the mountain were we at here?
Luckily, it was just when we first started, so I think I got a bit lucky on that.
Because you got to do the whole hike with shit in your pants.
No, man.
You got it out of the way.
No, it was only like 5-10 minutes into the actual hike, so I thought we can go back and we can go here or whatever.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, that story just sort of went on. So like it was right after shit was in your pants, and also it was just like you were performing somewhere where you were told you weren't clean. So if you want to say that word shit, my pants. So your joke was you just shit yourself. That's it. Yeah, that's really it. It's a true story. You thought you were gonna fart and you pooped. It's happened to all of us. What do you do for work?
I'm a corporate trainer.
Corporate trainer? What kind of corporation? That's fisherman company?
I work for a time tracking company here in Georgia.
Time tracking company. So that's tracking what? Packages? Or?
No, so we do this software that actually just like when an employee needs to clock in or something like that, they clock into a job and tracks to make sure they're where they need to go.
I like this guy. Yeah, it seems like this feels like some real corporate bullshit.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, and you look too cool to be involved in corporate things. When you get there, how do you work in a corporate office? When you wear a ski mask and a suit?
No, actually, luckily I don't wear just what I'm wearing right here. It's pretty casual.
Okay, this job's maybe. Time tracking. That's interesting. Were you talking about fried chicken, and have you ever eaten it with Josh before?
I am not, but I'm really interested in seeing what his recipe is.
Yeah, me too. I didn't really ask him. I get the feeling he doesn't cook it all the way through. It's like a gummy bear. Would you guys have salmon raw chicken? I'll ask you the same thing I asked him. What do you like to do for fun? You definitely seem like you have hobbies. I mean, I already know for a fact you've been on one more hike than Joshua ever has.
Yeah, that's factual. That's factual.
Can I guess what your hobby is?
Yeah, of course.
Building birdhouses.
That's a good one. It's a really good guess. I'm sitting out there here.
What is it?
One of my favorite hobbies is I like doing like stand-up paddleboarding, or I like breaking clay pigeons and doing sporting clays with my shotgun.
Wow, shotgun.
It's a very high level thing.
Yeah, no, I can tell. You ever shoot a potato before?
I never have.
That's the, if you do that, you become one of the Idaho.
That's how it works.
Yeah, you ever shoot a potato with a shotgun? You don't have a chance. Welcome to Game of Thrones Idaho, bitch. You gotta shoot it right in the eye. Target it. Right in that potato. Target shooting the potato. It sounds like some side of a bunch of potatoes. You know, target shooting. Yeah, some cell potatoes. Target shooting. We used to. The target shooting. So what were you saying about the fried chicken? I didn't really get it. I was trying to pay attention. Maybe I missed
I knew I was running out of time there at the end.
but that joke went over my head like a plate pigeon. You know,
It's ironic that you were running out of time at the end when that's what you do for a living.
yeah. You thought you were.
Very true. Very true.
I thought you would have been a better trap of it. So the fried chicken, what were you talking about?
So when we went to the store and we were just going to go shopping or whatever, I saw a couple people coming from like deep in the parking lot walking fine. So when they got in, they got on these scooters. And I saw them kind of like skipping around through a wall. And then I miraculously saw someone
just standing off of one of those scooters, grab something off the top shelf after they ate the fried chicken. After they ate the fried chicken. So they ate fried chicken from the hot department in a scooter, didn't pay for it, and then you saw them get something off the top shelf. Yes. All right. Well, I'll tell you this, Timmy, you're talking about things that are true, that have happened to you, that you've seen, that you've witnessed. You just gotta be a little bit more clear. You gotta hit it on its head. Don't be afraid to hit it on the nose, and then come up with something sort of funny about it. You know what I mean? Like instead of just saying, it's about what you ate the night before. I thought I was gonna fart. Instead, I fucking pooped. No worries. Luckily, I was still at the bottom of the mountain. I had to go change my underwear, and then I went back up, and I accomplished my goal of shitting myself twice. So, that's not it, but you put something at the end.
I think we should go to the poop master himself, Brian Redman.
Yes, let's go to the poop meister.
Yeah, can you poop punch this up?
Yeah,
absolutely. Chickens, a lot of times when you eat chicken, there's actually poop in the chicken. They did not have Walmart until I knew that.
it's a Walmart thing. It's a Walmart thing. Everybody knows it.
Because they never wipe their ass, so half the food there. They did a study on Denmark, like 80% of the food from Walmart had shit in it.
Let me just find my bucket. This here, Walmart sponsorship gone forever. There it goes.
You really wanted that. I know you that be awesome. It is Walmart when you have time.
That's right. Hey, look at that. It's teamwork up here. All right, Timmy. Well, was this your first time doing stand-up? Look at that. First time. All three first-timers. And there we go. Timmy, I like your style, dude. You think this is something you're going to do again?
I would love to keep pursuing it.
There you go. Start going to fucking open mics, get your shit together, all right?
Sounds good.
There goes Timmy Chorus, everybody. Always sunny out, telling true stories.
Those first three guys combined, if they took each of their, strengths, you could almost have a comedian.
100%. His honesty with Pedro's performance and beats, and with a little bit of Joshua's sweetness.
Yeah, Joshua's sweetness.
That's right. Joshua, you are one of the sweetest comedians we've ever had on the show. All right, let's see what happens next. We're going to get together for the one, the only Brandon Brewer, everybody. Brandon Brewer, here he comes, right down the middle. Hell yeah. Live from Boise, Idaho.
You call me a comedian. I am not a comedian. I just like to make fun of my wife. So, I came up here to talk shit about my own myself. Oh man, is my beard weird. We'll talk about the cotton chin first. Hey, Lawrence. I got a bushy vagina. I'd like to talk about the anti-Hitler I have here. Very fun. Smile it. So,
There you go, Brandon Brewer. Brandon, how dare you, everything. I'm going to start this out by checking in with good old Zane Roberts.
yeah, how many strokes did you have during that set? Keep using the mic to talk to us. Podcast. No, you don't have to pull it out. He was just talking.
Hell yeah.
What do you want?
So, just as a student,
Wow, you need more? Whatever it is.
I take it back what I said about Salt Lake City. It's, I like this. Oh, there they go. Wow. You just leaving, asking for their money back. Brandon, you are the first real-life baked potato that's ever performed on this show. It's very exciting. You are like, if you are like an action Bronson drowned in a kiddie pool. You really have a wife? Step up to the microphone. You don't need to, you just sort of like casually say, hey, you're closer to the microphone. Have you ever seen a stage or a microphone before? You got this. I believe in you. Let me ask you something. I love it. How long have you been with your wife? 4 years. Let me ask you something. You ever titty fuck your wife? Has she ever titty fucked you? I bet. You should have done that one.
Should have done that joke. Tell me this book for you.
Yeah, well, that joke wasn't the only thing you left hanging. Talk about your giant tits again. Those hangers.
Right in Fight Club, by the way.
As the guy was saying, you're also great as meatloaf the food.
Right on target. Right on target.
Brandon, you said that you watch this show a lot, huh? So you excited about this? You're excited to be up here?
Oh, super.
What do you do for work?
I work on Reddit.
You work in a warehouse? Really?
Yeah, do something with that.
Jesus, be careful on your way down the stairs. Anyway, I don't even believe you. I just think you're not doing that well and you're making excuses. So, what do you do in the warehouse? Yeah, I get the feeling that's
how it's done. Parts around.
You ever drive a forklift?
Yes, sir.
You like lifting forks, don't you? What is that noise? Groans from the oven. That's the line, dear boys. I lived in forks, watch it. We all have aunts and uncles here. So, tell us, married life, what does your wife do?
She works at a
She works what?
Title loans.
Okay.
Fancy way of saying it. That's you said you're gonna make fun of her, and then you didn't say any jokes about her.
Yeah, why do you don't like her? I want to hear that.
Hey, why lead us down that road?
Yeah, you take a sharp turn. Take a big left turn. You go, I'm not a comedian, I'm just here to talk about my wife. And then you're like, a little bit more about me. You remember that? What happened?
So,
5 minutes ago? Let's go with the Zane reference.
first question, is your wife in attendance tonight? Is she in
I think that we should have a bit what's only fair because he alluded to it so much. We should bring his wife up and he should have to make fun of her while she's on stage. You guys want that to happen? This innocent wife, alright, here she comes. I didn't even have to. Wow. Yeah. Look at this. She's pretty fucking cute. She met him when he was in Lansing. You're great. I locked you in 500 Days of Summer. The end of 500 Days of Summer. What's that? If you follow the trajectory of movies and Tony's punching on this podcast, Pitch Perfect 2, 500 Days of Summer. Pitch Perfect 2 is 3 minutes. I'm going to say, let's keep it, let's get Mental Dragon. It's whatever HBO 2 plays in hotel rooms. That's my movie selection. So, what's your name, sweetheart? Tessa. Oh, wasn't that
The
worried. He
other
was
thing
going
that
to
I
actually
really
make
made
fun
like
of you.
you congregate
Right.
yourself. You're very upset
That's
with
why,
him to
Greg.
love you to buy some wine.
Let me ask you a question, Tessa. If he was going to make fun of you, what do you think he would make fun of you about? What do you think his primary focus would be? Is there ever anything he busts your balls
It's
about
not
around the
always,
house?
but here we have the places mounted straight out and small.
A bit
The first
closer to
places
the
on the
mic.
other
You're a
TV.
nerd who
Let's go.
reads.
When we go
I
every
don't
place.
read.
We climb up and see Moscow with Sabo.
Keep telling us keep
We
telling
all know.
keep telling us things that he makes fun of you about. You're controlling. That's all we got out of you. You said everything and
you always call it. The whole story of Rabbi
what are some complaints you have about this fucking
Sounds
bread
like
that you married?
the person drinks
His
$11.
eyes look like vaginas.
Oh, because
That's
$11.
a fucking guy. He looks like a founding father on top. And the bottom half looks like a, where's my father?
We all know because
He never found his
it
father.
says,
Yes, fucking Thomas Alfonso. You're an
If
idiot.
you're a person that has a neshama, you're a person that's the right thing, do not drink this wine until the next day. Don't let yourself
Target every time. Tessa, can you tell us something weird about Brandon's penis that only you would know? Is it like him? Is it just one giant ball? Oh, yeah. Who wants to see this growing dick right now? Zane, no, please don't wrap me up. Please don't wrap me up. This is the third time this happened. Zane, no, what's the target? I'm sorry. I want you to take my position here. I apologize. My goodness, I just say I got a message sent to me specifically that there's no nudity allowed here. Really? Yes, sent it to you? Yes, specifically. Yes. Have you ever been nude on the show? God, sorry. Right. All right, well, perfect. We have nothing to worry about. Okay, back to you, Tony. Thank you. Hell yeah. So, what was I going to say? Oh, you said shower. It's a shower, not a shower. Right. And is she a grower, not a shower as well?
Like, he doesn't understand the question, and nor do I.
Yeah. Who are you talking to, Zane?
I usually have to translate for it.
So basically, a grower, not a shower for ladies is like, it looks all like deformed and stuff like that down there. But then like blood starts to flow and it's like, hello, Rabbi. Is that something? An extended labia?
See, not everybody. It's very good.
We're just saying random words that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's do a little reset here. What do you do, Tessa?
Xavier on the one is supposed to be two people.
Oh, that's right. Fucking title block. How could I possibly forget? What is your favorite thing about Brandon?
With the meal, with the minority. Everybody knows it's a
That's a heavy sigh. This is the most romantic date I've ever seen.
I got to take care of him.
Well, that's what you do to the mentally retarded. Please don't write me up. I apologize.
No, not right here. We're going to
So
start.
he says you're controlling, but basically you're his nurse.
Sheena!
I like his mom, but better.
Yeah,
What happened to your phone?
Better, I
yeah, because his mom isn't gonna. His mom doesn't know how to drop it
The
like
lady
me.
says, a young
my
girl,
God.
a kid that's
You guys get along with each other's parents?
be evil. Well, I could make him put up and he's going to be...
Man, this is like a real life episode of Roseanne going on here right now. If it was a little bit more white trashy than the original Roseanne. True that. What's the white trashiest thing about you guys? What do you guys have, like champagne bottles of freezing cargo shorts? Just go whenever you want, Zane. Very good. Just talk whenever.
I don't know, we shoot guns all the time. Is that it? I don't know what you consider white trash, I guess.
That's pretty good.
Watch you. I don't know who you
Jesus, how much you either, lady? My God.
I only
That's
use
the most white trash thing I've ever heard. Oh, way to turn on me. Take it easy, lady. My God. Right, I don't know what the fuck you are either. By the way, that's the meanest meanest thing you can say to Tommy? I don't know who you are. I'd rather be killed than be treated with indifference. Yes, because I think the name of the show is Killed is super famous. You know me. We agree. He's a preeminent magician. Yeah, as his facial hair will tell you. Exactly. He got shot on the lip, right in the middle, so no hair grows there anymore. Very good, yes, absolutely. That's a more common thing than okie dokie. Trying it again. I'm gonna clean up this stage a little bit. I thank you guys for coming up. Congratulations for getting pulled, and you did it. There you go. Thank you so much. There goes Brandon and Tessa. This is interesting. Look at that. Look at them helping each other. I'm glad you guys did go to the stairway at the exact same time, by the way. All right. There they go. That's, how about one more time for that happy couple there? This is so interesting. Come on, they had to pay for 4 seats here tonight. One more time for that. I don't know who you are. I don't listen to you. Why you make fun of me? She runs out titles and she couldn't even call you famous. There you go. Very good. I wonder if this is her name. Oh, good. I'm excited about this one. There's something in my gut telling me this is going to be good. Put your hands together for Stephanie and Mason, everybody. Here we go.
I like to start off every show mine with a toast. So raise your glasses with me, if you will. True greatness comes from truly great struggles. So here's to getting through true struggles and reaching out for greatness. Cheers! Woo!
For one embarrassing
I've known a lot of fucking struggles. My greatest strength is my greatest struggle. I have the gift to gab or shut the fuck up. Yeah. And I snort, which is like the greatest cock block ever. I once snorted in the middle of a blowjob. I had to ask how it felt. He said, like you snorted on a dick. No, but there's actually a term for excessive talkativeness. It's called logorrhea. And you can live like gonorrhea because they both come from the mouth.
There you go, Joe.
Anyways, so I used to be a prostitute shooting on meth.
No shit.
There you go, Stephanie and Mason, everybody. Hi, Stephanie, how are you? I've known you for a while.
I've known Tony since he started.
Yeah, you were in LA, indeed, at the Comedy Store back in 2007, 2008, 2009, around then. And now you live here? This is where you're originally from. How long have you been back here? How long have you been on stand-up comedy? 13 years. How about that? Stephanie and Mason, you hit what could be considered the first joke tonight by a comedian, and only the fifth pull out of the bucket first joke of the night, 50 minutes. Great joke she also did the drink take, where she took the sip right after the punchline. Yeah, it was incredible.
I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you indeed. So, Stephanie, what you been doing in Boise? How long were you in LA for?
I was in LA for long enough to do cocaine and get back home. Just do a little bit. I pretty much, I got sloppy with cocaine and I had to come back home for a little while. I was doing the belly room, if you remember. I was doing pretty alright there in LA. He got the house sitting gig and I got some.
You got the house sitting gig?
The 46-year-old helicopter pilot.
Is this voluntary? Because I am so turned up. I started doing the funny moments here a long time ago. I worked with you serving at?
Terry's Cafe.
Terry's Cafe fans here. Very good. Dedicated clap from the audience. What's one of the specialties over at Terry's Cafe? By the way you breathe, I'm guessing it's the bacon. Sort of. I should have said sort, not breathe.
I was like, dude, I need to do more cardio.
If I was going to make fun of a woman for being fat, it would have been the guy's wife who was up here.
So what do you need on the right? You
don't even see me. You don't even hear me. You don't know what the fuck I am. You don't even fucking hear that. You don't even care for me.
She reminded me.
Oh, shit. We're just kidding, Tessa. We make fun of everybody. How about another hammer, Tessa? She's beautiful. You're beautiful, Tessa. You're fucking beautiful. 500 Days of Summer is Alan Page in it. That's a beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you always say you do. You look like you stayed under the sun for all 500 days. So tell us more about you, Stephanie. You're recovering. What? Heroin? You're a prostitute.
So I came back from LA and I became a prostitute.
How much did you charge? Like 40 or like, yeah, let's go charge for meth. Let's go over the menu here. $40. Let's get an answer out of you. So, what are the prices on your menu here?
So when I started,
From when it started to when it ended. And let's let her answer. Guys, I see the real stuff.
well, I started because it felt like cat money was getting paid for it already. I was like, you're giving me $40, like I could just pocket that and walk the fuck home. So I started doing that.
Check this out.
Wait, when did you get the $40?
Beautiful way I can love this.
Cat money.
One little problem is that can anybody see the problem?
So, right, so you were gonna leave with the $40, but then you're like, I should probably charge for sex. So how much was that?
So, like when I started, it was like $500.
$500?
When I left, it was
Yeah, like, but you left, it was like coupons for milk or something like that.
hopefully some bed. That was pretty much it. Yeah.
Right, that was it. Worst thing you ever did for Germany. What was your like requiem for a dream moment here?
Okay, if you want to hear, so 5 years ago, this July 4th, Independence Day, will be 5 years from when I shot up the last time, and it was with my dead grandfather's trailer.
You shot up heroin.
Everybody participates in
You
that.
shot
So
up
what
meth
happens if you have a
with a
draw?
needle.
The drugs cannot participate in that mix.
In your dead grandfather's trailer.
So to prevent that is to prevent this from it. Prevent this alcohol. Otherwise, you can't be a participant.
Happy July 4th. Zane Robert.
Can I just say this is the most beautiful white trash fairy tale I've ever heard.
So, did you and your mom use the same needle that day?
And she was like, oh, I'm like snorted until I go in the other room. So I don't know.
Yeah, curious about your menu. Do you have any weekly specials or specials or anything like that?
Take me back to LA. It's free.
Are you talking about the cafe?
Looks like we have a new member on the team.
So that's during, so you're, by the way, July 4th will be 5 years of sobriety for you. How about a hand for that? When you hear fireworks, you ever Jones for another hit of that sweet, sweet fucking...
I was horrible. You can only imagine how much I talk now, like high out of bed. Like I just need to watch guys.
Is this money something you had your whole life, or is that something like dick, like knock something loose?
I wish that shit was fake. I think people are like, you snorted girls.
When you were younger, you did also.
It started.
Really? A lot younger? I feel like that's from years and years of cocaine abuse.
In LA, it's true. I don't think it really happened as much as in the Twins.
Yeah,
It's like a nervous
For your face, into your nose.
I went big. I was like, I'm coming to kill fucking Tony. I'm so happy to be up here, guys. Seriously.
I love that. Yeah, it's super
I
exciting.
show all the time. I was
So we talked about your lowest low when you were doing drugs. What was the worst thing that ever happened to you when you were prostituting? I find it so compelling. We've never, in our almost 6 years of doing this show, we've never really gotten to talk to anyone that has been in the business, and it's so cool. I think you should be so proud of yourself for being out of it for this long. And but is there something that is there like a low in that you remember, something like that?
Actually, because I kept getting left in like really bad places. Like towards the end, I was just over everything. I was just like, I don't care how many drugs and money. I was like, why don't you respect me? And you can't do that. So I'm just like, leave me already.
Places.
Well, yeah, so I was left in Nampa at a dog park, which is like one of the worst places.
I mean, half of that sounds lovely. I don't know if man but a dog park. I mean, hey, after we're done, you throw me a dog park sounds like nice.
It's like
Yeah, man, I grew up with the dog park, but I grew up with the pig park, so it's some snorting crazy bitch.
What up, Antonio?
Those dogs. All right. A dog park, man, that is frightening. I never would have guessed that. So what did you do? Did you run around, play? Did you fetch? Bring it back. Good girl. I bet you did it. Hello.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't arrested, and I learned to stop getting left in Nampa. But yeah, that was like the breaking point. I was like, bitch, you're smart. So life's good. I'm so persistent and like moving towards and like working in comedy, and now I feel like I have something to say versus before when I think you can never afford me. But now I have something to say, which is what I.
Stephanie, you are charismatic, you are adorable, you are a bright, shining star. I mean, it's just so cool. It's amazing to hear your honest, incredible, compelling story. Take note, Joshua, so that one day when you're talking in a few years about being a recovering heroin addict, you can talk about it with confidence and swagger. So far, I mean, you're my favorite so far. There she goes, Stephanie and Mason, everybody. Good to see you again. Congratulations. Stephanie and Mason. Just give me your number. Just kidding. She doesn't have a mattress, guys. I love it.
How did you finish off the chapters? No, this is the puzzle.
Okay. All right. Pull the name out of the bucket. One word name. Put your hands together for Pinky.
Some sort of egg.
Come on, Boise. Let's make some fucking noise in here. So I don't like have jokes. It's more like unfortunate life stories. So like I've grown up in Idaho. I've got 5 brothers. We're not like Mormon or anything, but my parents don't know what Mormons are. So my mom homeschooled us. So that was fun. And being homeschooled is like really cool because you can like sleep in later. The only problem was you didn't really get like an education. Another downside was I wasn't like really good with girls. I did get a girlfriend when I was about 15 though. Really was. Hannah was cool. I don't think she liked me very much. She would like run out of the room whenever I came into the room. So that was cool. Shoot. I have rehearsed like 50 times. The battalion is Hannah the cat. I dated a cat. You dated a cat? Yeah, basically. You dated a cat. Yeah. Why did you date a cat? You know, I was homeschooled, so I thought you were a lot of girls. You like girls? I do. Is that you just said I like girls? No, not a lot of girls. No, not a lot of. So the options were limited. Okay, let's check in and see. I thought you were going to say you got a girlfriend when you were 15.
19 years old. Her name was Mother. Because she's homeschooled. No, she rejected me, actually. All right, let's talk about it. That's funny. That's funny. Did you try to, you tried to hook up with your mom before? You tried to go back inside of her? I didn't go that far quite yet. I was going to work up to it, like, hold her hand, hopefully. And see where we go from there. So, you have 5 brothers, all older than you, is that what you said? No, you're in the middle? I'm the second oldest. Second oldest, and, what did you say about Hannah, that you were 15?
I was.
And how old are you now? 19 years old. Holy shit. Is that your first time doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Wow, congratulations. 19 is a good age to start. You have a good look, too. You have a silly-looking face. You sort of look like a young Quentin Tarantino. Yeah.
So you can't rely on him to get things amazing.
Yeah.
So you have to
What's that thing you're doing with your hand? Are you sure you like girls, dude? What's going on?
It's that deep.
But when he told me,
I mean, it's okay if is girls your thing, or you can do a little bit more experimental. You in the closet out. Is it okay to come out here and really see what you survive? I heard that there's a battalion of biker bars around here that might not like to find out there's a 19-year-old walking around there. I saw a guy do one of those things the other day, and he was shooting a jump shot. That's what he's trying to ask. Were you homeschooled or were you homeschooled? I was homeschooled, like, lean more towards girls, but, you know, I'm doing an experiment. Oh, you're gay as fuck, okay. Oh, I get it. This guy has a roasted potato in his ass right now. Just talking to us like it's nothing. Girls want moms to be lean towards. They want to have a shot. This is totally hypothetical, but what would you do with a target team leader if you had one night with them? Probably talking with my feelings. Then stop his shirt. Oh yeah, my guess is he would shoot his load right on your bullseye. It's a target joke. So, Pinky, you're 19 years old. Do any of your brothers or any of your family know that you might be a little bit gay? They probably assume, yeah. Are your other brothers a little bit like tougher, like a little bit more like, hey, why are you playing sports, dude? No, they're actually worse. They're a little bit feminine. Yeah, my next youngest brother has a man bun, and he wears a tie-dye t-shirt around the house with like unicorn ice cream leggings. He's just stoned, dude. He just felt calm before the rest of you guys did. I used to be that guy myself. Not really the unicorn leggings, and not really the man bun either. And I never owned a tie-dye t-shirt. I'm just lying right now. But I started smoking pot at a young age. You ever smoke pot? No, actually. No, you haven't. He's 19 still. You ever smoke pot? I'll try. Oh my goodness. What's with Pinky? Why are you called Pinky? Yeah, is that what you like to stick in your butt? I like to have a middle finger for that, actually. Yeah, fuck you, butthole. Fuck you. I did not have imaginary friends when I was a kid. Like, I was that lame. I had imaginary enemies, and he was my imaginary enemy. So, like, what would you say to your imaginary enemy? Like, what would be something that, like, a everyday conversation that you would have? I didn't really talk to him. I mostly tried to avoid him. Yeah, that's how I feel about anybody. It's interesting. You should look more like a brain. Okay. Well, that's interesting. What do? You study, going to school, or working, or? I'm just starting a job in a moving company. I don't go to school right now. I graduated last year. The moving company, when you guys are moving stuff, like, say, like this, like you're going to
the stairs with you, even the front of the right back, are you like a top or a bottom? I like to think I'm like a power bottom. Hey, there you go. Yeah. Back that ass up. Oh my goodness, Mickey, I'm excited for you, dude. You're 19 years old, you're fucking trying things, you're out and about fucking talking about real shit, your actual feelings. Anything else for Mickey, guys? You think you can get him a job at Target or something? Absolutely. Zane, it seems like you might like this guy a little bit, huh? Off the record? Just Jeremiah. Jeremiah, I mean, what's his name? What were you just about to say? I had an orientation at Target, so I'm almost right there. Sexual but then I didn't work there, and I went and worked in a homeless shelter instead. You worked in a what shelter? Homeless shelter. So you worked at Walmart. Very funny. Alright, Mickey, well, you had your first time up here. You're 19 years old. You have a huge jump start on everybody else. And, keep talking about real shit. Talk about shit that you want to talk about, that you love. Go to open mics. Keep doing it. Another hit for Pinky, everybody. There he goes. I'm not actually kidding. I would have thought if Pinky was going to plug something up here, it would have been his butt. One more quick tip, Pinky. Don't open your set with I don't have any jokes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but otherwise, you're on your way. Yeah, have some, have a little bit of goddamn swagger at the top end. There you go. One more time for Pinky, everybody. You might be people that I'm going to go a little bit here and say, earlier I said Joshua Dickey was the sweetest comedian so far. I might give Pinky the sweetest comedian so far. Quite a little gentleman. Don't have an email for your hands together for Nick Daniels. Big Daniels. You got a big call from the audience. I'm excited about this. One more time for Nick Daniels. That's my impression of my uncle telling me where to buy a dildo. I really hope I didn't offend anyone with that joke. I don't really fight. I've only ever been in one fight. This kid, he pushed me over. I got out, punched him in the head, and that was it. I won, which was honestly surprising even to me, because he was this big, fat 5th grader. I was just a normal, regular-sized drunk guy. He wasn't even really a fight, Now there was the one later that night when his dad beat the fuck out of me. Something good came out of it, though. I quit drinking. One Jungle Juice. During school hours. Because my weekends are fine. You know what I mean? Nick Daniels. Yeah, welcome to the show, dude. That was great. Thank you. Hell yeah. We better hurry this up before you complete turning into a werewolf.
If you must have had a real figure.
I guess I just really didn't understand the first joke. Adam and Eve. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That's my uncle telling me where to buy a dildo.
You finally got it.
Is the section.
It's like there. Don't buy it at Adam and Steve.
Okay, great. Right. Because if you were going to use a dildo, it would be for your butt. Yeah. Or it would be for your butt or pinkies. Have you ever seen Pinky before? Have you ever seen him in Adam and Steve? Anyway, why did your uncle help you buy a dildo? I'm a little confused. See? Yeah, how long have you been doing stand-up? About a year. All here in Boise? Yep. Right. And what do you do for work? I'm a locksmith. Yeah, a real-life locksmith. That's true. And you help people in crazy situations. That's interesting. What are some of the crazier things that you've seen or anything like that. I mean, anybody ever lock all their kids in a trailer accidentally or something like that? Or
No trailers
you
yet.
ever walk in on a mom and daughter doing meth together on 4th of July?
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, how long you been a locksmith for?
About 6 months.
Oh, okay. Have you seen anything crazy yet?
One time, this guy hired us to get into his house for him. And we unlocked his garage door, and his wife was on the phone with the police thinking someone was breaking in. Yeah, it wasn't great. She was all sad.
Did you say you tried to like the doorbell first or something like that?
Well, he didn't tell us that there was anyone in there.
Did he know there was someone in there?
Yeah, she didn't like him.
Oh,
Yeah.
did she have a restraining order or something like that?
No, he lived there. She just, I guess they had a fight and she locked him out. Police ended up showing up and they dealt with it. I just, had him pay me.
Hell yeah, you're damn right. How much does it cost to let someone into a house that,
$50.
$50? Yeah, that's all it takes to fucking sort of win that argument.
How much would it be if maybe, really basic one night, did some poppers with a guy named Pinky and locked yourself out of a Target?
How much would it be to get inside of a Target?
A Target? Depends on what kind of lock it is, man.
Our lock's getting harder to pick nowadays.
Getting easier? Yeah, a lot of them are really easy. The only ones that I have trouble with are the electronic ones, and that's just because if they fail, I mean, you gotta kind of just break them.
Yeah. Wow. You ever use your locksmith abilities for anything a little bit shady? Ever break into an ex-girlfriend's chastity belt?
Hey now, look at that. No, honestly, my friends made locks because I wanted to be a magician when I was a kid.
You did? Do you know any tricks?
Yeah,
Can you do a trick right now for us? You guys want to see a fucking magic trick? I know I do. Here's a little bit of magic from the amazing Nick Daniels. I'm really excited to see this. I fucking love
It's a cigarette magic trick.
Oh, a cigarette.
It doesn't work when I'm behind you. Yeah, you guys are totally in on it. It's
just for the three of us. Everyone else saw what happened.
You really have that trick on lock.
My goodness gracious. You have a girlfriend, Nick?
I do, yeah.
You're a good-looking guy. How long you been with this girl?
A month.
Wow. Where'd you meet her at?
Comedy club.
Oh, is she Canadian too?
She is, yeah.
Interesting. How long has she been doing it?
About a month.
About a month.
I was hosting the show that she first did her first set.
And then that night you're like, oh, you're pretty funny. What do you say?
Pretty much, yeah. I have the keys to your heart. Let's do
We
this.
can guys do the first night you hung out. Do you remember?
The first night we hung out, we went and got some drinks and went and watched Game Tell at her house.
Wow. Hell yeah. Little insomniacs over there. Staying up all night. Did you guys talk about that first night? Yeah, you probably only made about 20 minutes through David Tell until you started throwing fingers up and down.
Recording this, you're shaking this, you're gonna use this job in the camera.
It's great. Shitting on you, dude.
Not anymore.
Yeah, she's in the work.
That's so cool.
Is there any, secrets of locksmith energy? Like a vending machine, you can push it twice and open it up.
Yeah, is there any special tricks that we would be shocked to know about that allows easy access for anything?
There's a type of lock that pretty much every new house has on it. It's a lock, and you can just open it up with a pair of pliers and a flathead screwdriver. Oh my God.
Switch it out. You see the folks, not only follow, keep up with your
Skyrockets in Boise, Idaho.
That's right. Crime has skyrocketed about 1,000% because there was one crime in Boise. Police are searching for a male between 5'6" and 6'3", white. Good luck. It's only
Playing
white
with that guy, that's global
Yeah, that's
specialist
true.
in financial services. I know that
People are
and
going
complaining in the
crazy
Rothschild
about
side of
it. We
it.
have
That's
some
kind of
proud
the same
racists
side
in the
thing as
audience
well.
moving at the fact that it's
Okay,
all
but
white
what's the nice,
people.
what's it called? The father is somebody
Jesus,
who's
all right.
elected
I
criminal
love it.
into high
So, anything else crazy about you, Nick, that would be surprised to know? Any fun facts about you?
Fun facts, I don't know. I play Magic the Gathering. I
It's a hard rock. The famous language is
Beatbox, can you
this
please,
is
please,
essence
please, for
to
the
make
love
it
of God,
hustle.
give us an example of the beatboxing that you're able to do?
What a max move. What a sound the guy is doing. The 60s. And then a guy puts him in on it's a woman. It's the guy's wife.
Doug actually mentioned it. Doug actually mentioned a good idea. I don't want to throw too much pressure on you, Zane. I know you're just a supervisor over at Target, but Doug had an idea that he wanted to hear if maybe you could rap over some of you have any Target raps or anything? I guess I could rap about Target. Yeah, probably, right? Would you guys like to hear that? All right. Why don't you give them Nick, why don't you give them a little beat? Let's hear some Target raps. I'm pretty excited about this. All right, let's fucking do it. I'm gonna hand for Zane Roberts and Nick Daniels, everybody. It's gonna be a whole new thing here. Fucking Target raps.
Because her husband's not going to be coming home. So she's not going to eat it and just going to go, I'm all right. But what is my she thought when the HS cover is hard, right? The HS cover is hard, she could grind with that hard. When she's hard, she might eat. Maybe she made a lot of women after lunch, she made a tip on this Target face level in color. She told me because her friend is doing it. So listen to this. This is right people crazy. But they sound like this. They say, I love that different. So mix up those girls. The husband usually come in to grind. So there's that. This is it after 10. Yeah, come over the other thing. Still, so women switch out from different types of different things. All of the others are also many millions of other everywhere we got to go. The famous Alafa is actually because the teacher is an old picture. You know that let's use the G-show to work on meat while his mouth is muzzled. So she said,
I'm working
for my husband.
I like this. What happened, Thomas Alfonso? A little bit too much pepperoni pizza before the show? Maybe a little. Shout out to, I believe it's Gino's Pizza here in Boise. Is that a place? Guido's? It is? Guido's. Yeah, Guido's Pizza. Very good. Very good. Better pizza than we had last night in Salt Lake City. Yeah. We're doing a 6-day pepperoni pizza binge. We're testing out each city, and so far, Boise is in the lead. Alright. There's a little something to be. Since you can't be proud of your Canadians, you can be proud of your pizza. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Trevor Secreto. Trevor Secreto. Here we go. Hey, one more time for Trevor Secreto.
I was traumatized as a child. When I was about 2 years old, I saw this TV show called Tales from the Crypt. Yeah, a few people know it. There's this creepy puppet on that show. It's got rotting skin, and when I saw it, a lightning bolt shot up my spine, and my goose pimples turned into real huge pimples, and I was so scared. And my mom, being the good person that she is, tried to help this little kid out. Like, don't be scared, little guy. It's just a fake puppet. You don't have to be scared of it. And that's like, Mom, the grenade already went off, and this soldier isn't coming home. That was quick.
Trevor Secreto. Did you have anything else? Did you want to finish it or something?
I got a little kid. I got a little boy. And I just, from that experience, learned that how to raise myself and how to raise this little kid with the horrors of the internet today. So you're going through that fear. Thank you.
Okay, how about now? Is there something else else? You want to do it again? You want to try? No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
That was as good as it's going to get.
I guess it is. I believe you.
It's just about time somebody's doing some Crypt Keeper comedy.
Heck yeah.
Take that fucking guy down.
What's his pimples turn into real pimples mean?
I had a different line, but that was just what I improvised in the fear of the moment. You know, I've been trying to conquer that fear since I saw that weird puppet, and that's what I came up with in front of all these.
Trevor, a lot of people would tell you that they hated your set tonight. I wouldn't. I think it was amazing. I've always wondered what it would be like if Jeffrey Dahmer and Timothy McVeigh had a baby that became a nurse. And a nurse that injected poison slowly into his patients without them knowing. No, I'm just kidding. You're a good-looking guy. You look like someone mushed together all the cast members of Big Bang Theory. If you're wondering what I was trying to think of that whole time, that's what it was. I saw you noticing. Anyway.
I have what's that word?
Social anxiety?
Asperger's.
Yeah, all that. Plus,
I don't know Asperger's until you meet them.
They make people stand up out of rascals' careers. So, Trevor, how old are you? 25. First ever time doing stand-up?
yes, sir.
Hey, how about a hand for that? There you go, Trevor. That's good. That's better than... Whatever you did up here was better than 90% of people that starts.
I can start.
Hell yeah. So, is this something you've always wanted to do? You love comedy?
Yes, sir.
You seem more like a drama guy.
I always envied the drama kids, but I was in welding class trying to be a tough guy.
You were in what?
Welding class.
Welding.
Yeah.
This is literally the beginning of a dramatic film.
You think you'd do well in drama because you already have a huge part.
That's so good, Tom.
What do you think as a welder you would have held it together ahead of time? Sorry,
You do have a huge... Doug covered something really, really interesting there. You have one of the most aggressive parts we've ever had on this show, hairstyle-wise. Have you ever thought about taking it 1 inch further and just combing your left ear over to your right side of your head?
Yeah, I'm a little bit extreme with it.
What?
I'm extreme with it. I like to take it over the edge.
just looking like a guy with plenty of hair doing a comb over.
Trevor, what do you do for work?
Welder.
Oh, you are a welder. Oh, okay.
Are you also a flash dancer? You guys respect your welders.
I wish to.
What do you weld one thing in particular, or do you specialize in different metals?
Trailers.
What is it?
Trailers. Trailers. Mild.
Trailers. Wow. My goodness.
Funny enough, it's Trevor Ratliff, so it's got a lot of R's in it.
Oh, okie dokie. I was just about to ask you, how many R's are in your names?
He looks like a guy that likes to say a lot of R's.
Yeah, a lot of R's.
It's Trevor.
Wow. Trevor, you ever do any World War II reenactments or anything like that?
No, but if that was today, I would enlist.
Heck yeah. Well, there you go. Trevor, what do you like to do for fun? You seem like a guy that definitely has some hobbies.
Yeah, I'm totally obsessed with psychedelic drugs. It's my obsession right now.
Well, we all play our very, very large part in what are your favorite psychedelic? I mean, what's truly your go-to? Acid?
Yeah, acid. The last time I did acid, I communicated with another human telepathically.
Wow. Did you see all his particles?
Yeah, it was really weird.
Were you really communicating telepathically, or were you on FaceTime or something like that? Like, how hard were you tripping?
Honestly, yeah, it was a good first time hard tripping, and
was it just you going, hey, and him going, hey, back, like in your head? It's like, whoa, you heard that?
But honestly, I
on this bridge, and we sit down on this bridge, and he suggests, hey, let's just sit here and meditate for a second. So we sit there, focus on your breath for a moment. Within 10 seconds, we feel each other above each other.
Wait a second. Is this a story about the time that you sucked Pinky's dick?
Good to see you again.
Sitting on a bridge, dude. Let's just, you know what, Trevor, why don't you just sit there and meditate? I'm not going to do anything. You just sit there and open your mouth and close your eyes. That's all.
You'll feel something on your tongue. Now that's the acid.
I want you to fuck me in my acid.
Did you do that? So you did the acid alone? You had a partner. And I won't stop either.
I don't know. We're going to keep going until we get a good one for you.
2 hours later.
What's that? Fuck. Anyway,
His favorite movie, The Departed.
hey. Part goes the weasel. Weasel goes part. Trevor, what else other than psychedelic drugs? What else are we talking about here? What kind of
Cars.
Cars?
Figure out how things work.
What kind of car do you have?
You should wear a shirt that says retarded. I'll buy it from DougBenson.com. I like that.
What kind of car do you have?
It's a Ford Bronco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that it's really hard to get parts for that car.
Now, is that a full-time hobby or a part-time hobby? I love it.
Everything's part-time with him. Nobody knows how to get the party started harder than Trevor Sabrina.
I don't know how to finish.
Did you write that one part of the deal? Which part of the book have you read? All right.
I didn't finish.
Do you have an exhibit down in the Park Museum? Okay. Well, you know. Tell me, is it time for us to part? No, it's not. It's almost is, but not quite yet. What's that? Jesus, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Kill yourself? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about it.
Jesus.
Too smart.
I like your style, Trevor. First time doing stand-up. I'm excited for you. I had no idea what you were talking about, the Tales from the Crypt thing at all. But you know what? For first time, you covered one subject and you stuck with it. You didn't jump around a bunch. You committed. And you're a reasonable human on stage. So keep working at it. Same thing I've told everybody. Gotta do it more. A lot of first timers here. Look at us open mics in Boise. You guys want to go back to the bucket one more time? Let's go. One more time. Let's do this shit. Put your hands together for your final comedian of the night.
There's Danny Brown this year.
Oogie doogie. Anyway, back to this part. Your final comedian of the night. Put your hands together for Muffin Tom, everyone. Muffin Tom. Interesting name. Excited to see what happens here. Not seeing movement. Muffin Top, you coming from up there? What's going on here? I think Muffin Top scared out, huh? Pedro wants to go up again. Blacklisted. Pedro, over 24 tonight, is convinced that if he has one more chance, he'll fucking nail it. Holy shit, you two guys brothers? Okay, perfect, good. That would be frightening if you weren't. Alright, your final comedian of the night. Put your hands together for Nate Ford, everyone. Nate Ford. Hey, look at this guy. Come on,
It's their final comedian of the night, Nate Ford.
The reason I say that is because I am out. I love strip clubs too. I love strip clubs, man. I think a great name for a strip club should be called Sorry Dad. What do you like a mumbly announcer? On the stage now, disappointment. Give her a dollar, make her inner child smile. You think abortion doctors have kids of their own? You sure want me to real easy? I can do it myself. It's free. You're right, they're human. They have kids of their own. And they bring their kids to work day. This could have been you. Good night.
Fuck yeah, Nate, motherfucking Ford. Showing them how it's goddamn done. Look at you. Look at you, big fucking baby bear, you. Are you the most adorable goddamn thing we've ever had on this show? You're fucking, you look at you, a little cutie pie, you. It's like you're growing on me. Yeah. If he never went for an Ewok. And it's like, Nate Ford, I believe you. Everything that you said, great jokes, the strip club, the abortion, everything. You really love pot?
I do.
Pot of what? Chili? Cake batter? What are we talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. You've been smoking pot a long time?
For a while.
What do you do for a living? What sitting job do you do for a living where you sit down?
I currently do stand-up comedy for a living.
Really? Full time? How long have you been doing it for?
Since 1999.
Wow! Holy shit! I love it, dude. You've all the experience you have made up for all these other fucking names I pulled out of this bucket tonight. All these goddamn first timers in shows. You have great fucking jokes. 1990 goddamn 9. I love it. So
right here in Boise at the Funny Bone.
Right here in Boise, you started here, and you
moved away.
Yeah, where'd you move to?
Lived in Minneapolis for a bit, then Wisconsin for 17.
Fun fact: when he lived there, they had to stop calling it Minneapolis.
Gigantic.
They called it Big Apples. He's never had a mini soda in his life. Mini soda? More like large soda, please. Oh, you guys are still trying to shoehorn it. You'll know. You'll know when it happens. Wow. How long did you spend in Minnesota?
4 years.
4 years, and then where'd you go?
Wisconsin.
Oh, yes, Milwaukee. Cheese. Cheese curds. Yeah, is that where that happened?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Was that the main thing that you think got you the cheese curds? Is there other things that?
Beer and brats.
Yeah. Beer and brats. Hell yeah. Absolutely. And when did you come back to Boise?
4 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago. You moved from Milwaukee back to Boise.
Well, I'm turning 40 in June, so I thought my mom could use it as a roommate. So.
Right.
That makes sense.
What's the comedy scene like out here? Because, we've seen some of the most amazing talent today.
There's actually quite a few talented comedians in the local
The Funny Bone's still here?
It's called Liquid Laughs. But it's in the same location as the old Funny Bone.
Hey, it's not the Funny Bone, it's Big Bone.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Hell yeah. So you do stand up full time. Are you still going to be able to survive doing it here in Boise?
I do traveling too, so just the home base right here.
Yeah, you do the road a lot. A lot of tough grinding gigs. You drive a lot.
Bars, the theaters, and everything between.
You drive to a lot of the gigs. What kind of car do you have?
I have a Honda Civic.
Honda Civic, fucking perfect. The hatchback with the hunchback.
Yep.
I love
a new CD.
What's one of your favorite favorite cities to go to? You do the road a lot. We're in the middle of a crazy tour. What are some of your favorites and why?
South Dakota.
Why is
Watertown, South Dakota.
Watertown, South Dakota? I'm gonna write that down, and you tell me why. Less white people than Boise.
More white people than Boise. No, just great people, salt of the earth.
Salt of the earth. You think you need more salt?
Sodium cocksucker.
What do you mean by Watertown? Well, tell me more about Watertown. What does that mean, salt of the earth?
Just friendly people. Like, you think Minneapolis is a nice place, but no, it's South Dakota has the nicest people in the world.
Oh my God. Is this guy a really nice racist? I can't put my finger on it. He's like, no, there's even more white people there. It's paradise.
It's fantastic. I can walk the streets without
You can walk the streets. You can walk the streets without what? Breathing heavy.
He deserves that one.
Wow, that is so fun. So, Watertown has, and I don't think you're a racist. These guys will make jokes about you being, KKK. I think you're XXXL. I don't think you're KKK. I think you're KFC. I don't think you're KKK. I think you're A&W. Where's the place we ate at today? What was that diner we went to? You guys ever been to the, what was that called? I don't know, but you can have an honest meal there. Yeah. It just said eat on the side of the building. Yeah. Famous diner between here and Salt Lake City? Alright, fuck it. Do you know what we're talking about? Famous diner between here and Salt Lake City? It's right next to A&W. Wayside Cafe? Wayside Cafe. That's right. I'm telling you, that's open. There's a Walgreens diner there. Did you ever hear it, what's it called? Grizzlies? No. Could have sworn you ate though, because they were out of food the other day. Nate, what do you like to do for fun? What are some other fun facts about you when you're not doing stand-up?
I like to watch movies. That's about it.
I like that. It's a sweet hobby. Yeah.
I like doing theater performance.
Really? Oh wow, you do that? What are some rules that you take? I see you as Fiddler Under the Roof. Fiddler breaks the roof. Fiddler through the roof.
I was actually in a ballet in 2001.
Ballet? Get the fuck out of here. Is there any change? Do you remember any of your moves?
I was more comic relief. I played Sandra Panza for the Idaho Ballet Company.
What did you do for it? Did you do something? That was ballet. Did you know how to like catch somebody and like anything like that?
But they took a big sheet and they threw me up in the air quite a few times.
Wait, did you wear the sheet before they threw you up in the air?
No, but I just landed on like a trampoline type of thing.
How big were these people that could throw you up in the air? My goodness, were you this big back then?
Probably bigger.
Wow, damn, look at you. That's pretty fucking good, man. And by good man, I mean John Goodman.
Yeah.
I thought the only rolls you did were dinner rolls. Oh, yeah. We'll ask. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? What did you know this young lady? The reason why you're sitting. Why are you on? Do you know him? You just like him. So he's a crazy woman that's sitting on sex.
I'm Nate. Nice to meet you.
Wow.
What's your name? Molly. Nice to meet you, Molly.
Great security. You're about to. He didn't ask you what you want. Prices start at $300. Wow. Look at this. Nate and Molly looks more like Mike and Molly. You know what I mean? I love it when you laugh that is fucking ballistic. That's a beautiful thing you got going on there. All right, neat. Well, I mean, anything else? Any other fun facts that we'd be surprised to know about other than ballet? Anything cool? How old's your mom?
She is 65.
65, and who do you think's going to die first out of the two of you?
There's bets going on right now with the rest of the family. Yeah.
Really? What's
It's an
one
above ground death pool.
You ever go swimming, Nate? You ever go swimming?
No.
No. You don't do it. You go floating?
I mean, people have pushed me back into the water, but
You ever go sinking? Ever go sinking? Okay. Alright. Well, Nate,
Has he ever been rescued by Greenpeace?
once by accident.
feel better about my
He
voice.
made the same joke when he already made the joke.
I love it.
Nate's a pro.
Yeah, you really are. It's incredible. 1999. So, did you ever think about moving to like a big city? Did you ever think about moving to LA or New York or
I
anything?
even thought about it. I just wanted to kind of work the road and work on my craft first. And then once I have something to bring to the table, once I just go out there and
I know you love taking things to a table. That's for sure.
exactly. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Nate, I love it. I'm so glad. One of the cool things about this show, I've always said this, is to me the mishmash of different people that sign up. So many first timers tonight, and then out of nowhere, a home run hitter that's been in the game since '99, started in Boise, is clearly ending his career in Boise. I just think it's awesome that you signed up for this show. I think it shows a great amount of respect for the show, and I think that in return we showed a great amount of respect to you. Unbelievable performance tonight, great jokes. One more time for Nate for everybody. Did you guys have fun tonight, huh?
It was a weird one, Tony.
Well, there's one thing that I forgot to tell you at the top of the show that is really fucking cool, and that is that house artist Ryan J. Ebel drew official Kill Tony tour posters that are going to be for sale, being signed and delivered right back there. If you want to make a regular straight line, whoever wants one, there's also band posters, there's official Tony Hinchcliffe pins, there's official Death Squad glow in the dark pins from our friends over at the Great Rocket Pins. There's also Feminist Stacy, a few t-shirts still available, limited amount on those, and the tour posters and all the posters, and we're going to be back there flying through, signing those for you. If you want a picture, if you want a handshake, we'll fly through it all over there. Just make a nice straight line. Hey guys, how about one more time for the great powerful Doug Benson, huh? Come on! Motherfucking Doug Benson! For you! Come on, let's see how loud this place can get for the great and powerful Jeremiah Watkins, everybody! He fucking did it again, this guy. Jeremiah's got a new album coming out June 7th. It's available for pre-order now. The party at the Main Room Comedy Store is going to feature Red Band, me, some other cool people. Everything's going to happen there at the Comedy Store the day before. But you can pre-order it now on iTunes. Follow him on YouTube at Jeremiah Watkins. And he's on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. New episode of Jeremiah Wonders out with Jason Tebow. And be on the lookout for some great road episodes coming up where we record episodes on the road. They're very Kill Tony centric. All the Kill Tony fans will like a little behind the scenes look at some of these upcoming Jeremiah Wonders episodes. How about one more time for Joel Jimenez, everybody? We brought him for you, the real fucking deal. Joelberg, mostly sorry on social media. Anything else from you, Joelberg? This is his first time ever in Boise.
Shout out to Ludwig, and we love you guys. Peace.
We love Joelberg. We love Ludwig. Everything's moving along smoothly. We're going to see you guys in the back for posters and pictures and pins. How about another hand for the one, the only, the guy that rolls with me every single episode for almost 6 years, Brian Redman.
Thanks a lot, guys.
We love you, Boise. We'll see you soon. Good night. Thank you.
This is Rabbi, coming to you live from Spokane, Washington at the Spokane Comedy Club for a brand new episode of Kill Tony and Outlaw Tony Hinchcliffe. Spokane, Washington, we have arrived. Brian, Ragband's here, everybody.
What is up, everyone?
You guys excited? You're the number one live fucking podcast in the world. It even stops through Spokane. That's how big of a fucking tour this is.
This is a micro Kill Tony episode.
It is.
Very small stage.
Very tiny stage. Everybody's going to be very tight up here. If you're wondering how much I like it, not at all. You know, of all the stages to be small, of all the cities that we go to on this crazy tour, I didn't realize that I would be within a spittoon's reach of a Spokane resident.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Might get a little chewing tobacco.
Yeah.
That's what we call tobacco for short.
It's such a big club. It's such a really small stage. It's adorable. Look at it.
It really is. You know, it's one of those things to where, you know what they say in Spokane, fucking pack it in tight. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, it's the security guard. But I thought you were injured. It was the opposite. Here to keep us safe. We got fucking big tough fucking truckers around here. I'm excited about this. We are in Spokane. For those of you listening to the podcast, the tour continues. It goes on and on. The rest of these dates are pretty much sold out. Yeah, tomorrow Portland, Vancouver, two shows in Seattle on Sunday. Then we go back with the Comedy Store every single Monday. I guess this Monday is going to be Doug Benson at the Comedy Store. And June 10th, we have Jeffrey Ross. And I'll announce it right now, June 17th, for the very first time ever in the history of the show. Do your research. If you don't know the name, the great and powerful Brian Holtzman will be a guest on Kill Tony.
This is huge. This is huge.
One of the kings of late night at the Comedy Store, a monster comedian, highly respected by everybody, a comics comic, the type of guest that Kill Tony fans will love as a guest.
Yeah,
He's trying for almost 6 years to get him. We finally got him.
He's going to be an instant classic for Kill Tony. You guys are going to do the same.
He'll be back again soon, and then we go back on the rest of the tour. Lawrence, Kansas at the Granada Theater, Omaha at the Waiting Room, Des Moines, Iowa, Woolies, Appleton at Skyline Comedy, Milwaukee at Turner Hall Ballroom, Chicago at Thalia Hall, Madison at the Majestic Theater, Minneapolis at the Cedar Cultural Center, Poughkeepsie, and then New York. 2 shows at the Gramercy Theater. A second show has been added to the already sold out New York City motherfucking Gramercy Theater, and that is the summer tour. Make sure you drink Caveman Coffee, save 50% by using the promo code KILLTONY. And after the show, I'll let you know right now that we have amazing Ryan J. Ebelt prints of the summer tour. Your city's name is on it. The name of this comedy club is on it.
And we even have pins. Me and you have a pin, and I have a pin from Rocking Pins.
Our friends over at Rockin' Pins, you can get an official Tony Hinchcliffe pin, or you can get an awesome Death Squad pin that glow in the dark. Those are only $10. The posters are only $20. We're going to be selling those after the show. We'll sign them. We'll take a picture with you, whatever you want if you have the energy. This is a late show. We're getting started off late here. This is one of the latest shows we've ever started in Kill Tony history. 10:33. The cool thing is, I'll say this on the air, is that I think this date was added a little bit maybe late in the schedule, and they put it on top of another show. The guy that was headlining here before us, how cool is this? Drew Lynch from America's Got Talent fame was pulled out of a bucket on this show 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Before ever being on AGT. We told him he's a killer. We told him he's got the fucking talent first, and look at him now. He's fucking filling up. He has 6 sold out shows at this fucking club. Unbelievable. How cool is that? So this and that, and we are live. It's very exciting to be here. We bared through the rain, and we got it. We even have we have everything we need. It's going to be tight tonight, but I will let you know that we did bring a band, ladies and gentlemen. I know, highly controversial for this date specifically. Normally we would send Joel home and have him rejoin us because there's simply not enough room. We're all going to be up here together in this fucking toy box just for you. They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode of this show, they commit to being different characters.
or they just broke out of prison. You guys know what the fuck's going on. Sometimes it's something brand new that we've never seen before. So let's see what happens tonight all together, shall we? They're my favorite thing in all of comedy. They're two of my funniest friends on the planet and great musicians too. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Let's see what they are tonight. This should be exciting. Feels good in here. There's a good energy. I thought you guys were going to be tired, but I think this is a great crowd tonight in Spokane, Washington. Whoa! This is a first. Wow, I've never... Oh, these look like new characters to me. What are you guys from Eastern Washington?
Oh, no, we're just a couple of Canucks, eh?
Canadians, huh?
Yeah, getting ready for our Vancouver trip.
Wow, we've never had Canadians on the show, is that correct?
It's a darn shame there.
Wow, look at that, Spokane. You got a debut character the first ever time we're joined by Canadians. Clearly we have Jeremiah, who it looks more like a grumpy young man instead of the grumpy old man. All right.
Yeah.
And back here we have a cute little fucking Eskimo in transition. This is exciting.
Yeah, my name is Navy, and what's your name, Powder?
Timothy Poutine. Timothy Poutine. And one more time, your name?
Deanie.
Deanie. That'll be easy.
Deanie. Like Jimmy Dean, the sausage, but Deanie.
Deanie. Deanie. Okay. And Tim Poutine. All right. Well, we got Deanie, we got Tim Poutine, we got Red Band, we got the soundboard, and I have this right here, the Picture of Destiny, here in Spokane. You get a cloudy picture. A bunch of people signed their names earlier in this on pieces of paper, and they have the chance to perform tonight. Reminder, no heckling during any of the people's 60-second sets. We don't interrupt them, neither should you. They signed up for this opportunity. At the end of their 60 seconds, feel free to call them a piece of shit if you want. We'll probably already beat you to it. But given that time, they get 60 seconds on this stage uninterrupted. You know your time's up if you signed up and you get pulled up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, isn't that adorable? You can barely hear the damn thing. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, except that's not actually the noise, so don't listen for that noise. Listen for that noise. There you go. And then wrap it up then, or we're going to bring out the Angry West Hollywood Band. I got that wrong, by the way. It's the Angry 9-Bar Bear. Did my research, ask the Uber driver what's the gayest part of Spokane, just for you. You think it's easy for a guy like me in a car full of dudes to ask the Uber, hey, what's the gayest gay bar that's like famous around here?
Yeah, she's like, would you like to change your destination?
They have a great happy hour, by the way. Tony told me all about it. Hey, that's what happens when Red Band tries to make a joke. And we're up and running. You guys ready for this? You guys excited? We're live. Spokane, Washington. How would I know they have a good happy hour? We got here today. You told me. Oh, you silly guy. Thank you. Okay, you are a gentleman. People are so nice here. You would think they're Canadian. They picked up my Sharpie marker for me. Gentlemen, you guys ready to get this party started? I'm calling a name. Anything can happen. We got Canadians, Red Band. Let's fucking do it. Your first comedian going up tonight, getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds, goes by the name of... Oh, yes, very important. The only way to enter is this way. Hey, where'd that security guy go? Security guy, you got a flashlight or something? Is there anybody here? Is there anybody working here? The entranceway is that way. Good luck finding it, really. I mean, this club's built like a fucking, like an old blockbuster video or something like that. Circuit City. Don't know exactly what this used to be, but for some reason the only entranceway is all the way that way. So just picture in your imagination. Don't fall. Look down. Don't trip. Don't hurt yourself. Put your hands together for your first comedian. He goes by the name of Robbie Cooper. Here we go. Maybe it's his first time. Maybe it's a comedy veteran that we should all know about. But Spokane can't leave. Let's see what happens here. There we go. Any second now, someone's gonna fucking walk this way. Hey, there we go. Hey, here he comes. This is exciting. The show has begun. This is Robbie Cooper.
Okay, how we doing? Sorry. So I'm a parent. Any parents in the crowd? All right. Congratulations, you didn't pull out. So one of the first things I learned as a parent is that babies, when they get cold, they pee. And if it's a baby boy, they pee everywhere. In the first 3 days of my child's life, he peed on 7 people. And I said, son, I'm so proud of you. I know people with specific fetishes that would kill for those numbers. Now, I'm pretty sure Tony's about to say that he doesn't believe anyone would fuck me and produce a child. Joke's on you, Tony. My son's adopted. My wife and I are not the same age, but I believe in the rule that it's okay to be with somebody who is half your age plus 7. And that's why I told my son it's okay for him to fuck 8-year-olds.
Okay, little twitch there at the end. A lot of math there. Never been quite the algebra guy. Can I just say, I thought this stage was small before you got up here. And now I can feel the condensation moving off of you, like the temperature over here went up. Very humid, very humid. You're very hot for a guy built like a snowman.
It wasn't raining today, he was just sweating.
This stage ain't big enough for the 5 of us, eh?
Oh, you. So let's talk about it. How old is your adopted son?
He's 2.
He's 2.
Yep.
And how long ago did you adopt him? Brand new, or did you get it used, or like refurbished babies? What is it? What are we talking about?
Brand spanking.
Brand spanking new.
Did you get a white baby?
We did.
Did you get the pick? Was there like a thing? Was there any black babies available? Were they more expensive, a little bit cheaper? See, I had to say expensive first, or else I'm racist.
They said, oh no, Brad Pitt got the last one.
What?
Brad Pitt got the last black one. That's it.
Yes, I know Brad Pitt comes all the way up to Spokane to get his babies, for sure.
I would.
Yeah, how does that work? How long have you been with the lady that you're with?
7 years.
7 years.
Married for 7 years.
Been married for 7 years together. And is something, I mean, I know it's a personal question, but you couldn't make a baby? You ever tried for hims.com?
Yeah. I don't think they were around back then. I don't think you were sponsoring. So,
okay. Have you ever tried it?
I've not.
I mean, the man said, are you having a problem with the sperm count or getting it up? What's your biggest problem?
Is it you?
They couldn't tell us.
Is it her eggs? Did you eat all of them? Good-hearted breakfast, Jim. Good, honest meal. You know what I mean?
Did you drink too much Surge back in the day?
Surge.
I remember Surge. Yeah, we just got it in Canada.
Was it a problem getting it inside of her? Because you could have just taped it in there, so it wouldn't fall out when you put it through
Are you talking about his penis?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've never done the old penis tape? Everybody knows about penis tape.
Yeah.
What was the deal? What is it? Is it you? It's you.
They couldn't tell us.
They couldn't tell you?
Yeah, the doctor said that 1/3 of the time it's a man, 1/3 it's a woman, and 1/3 of the time they don't understand what it is, but it still works. So like the science is.
And she's Asian?
She's not. She's a white lady.
Oh, she's a white lady. No.
Is it math?
No, I don't know. I thought I heard something about Asian. Oh, half age. Half her age. They said half Asian.
Before you adopted, were they like, will you be able to feed this now? Whoa, never mind. You can have the baby.
Yeah, so you have a brand new baby. You ever worried that it's like, you ever watch those scary movies where the baby has like a fucking, like it's a demon or something like that? You ever hear that when you're sleeping at night?
No, don't worry about it. He's the best boy.
He's the best boy. Oh, isn't that nice? Aren't you a sweet guy? The women's vaginas are just soaking wet like you are right now.
Have you seen the streets?
What?
Have you seen the streets?
The streets? Yes, the streets are wet. What are you, the fucking weather guy? No shit. We're in Eastern Washington. It rains here a lot, right?
Not really.
Really? No? It's a Seattle thing? You guys have different clouds over here?
Is the winters early back here?
Yeah, they are. I've spent a couple weekends here in the winter. Yeah, they're not bad for you. Look at you. You're a fucking one of those room eaters. You are one. You're a furnace. You're a human furnace. Has anyone ever called you that before? That should be your new nickname.
No, but I'll take it.
The human furnace. That's badass. You look like before pictures of Tom and Bert Kreischer. You look like
like something that they would send to each other to like make fun of one another. Like just like, hey, this is you, dude. Like, oh, look at this one. This is you.
I don't know what you're talking about. This guy's a model of Canada.
So, Robbie, what else? How long you been on stand-up?
60 seconds.
60 seconds. First time ever, everybody. How exciting is that? In his 60 seconds, he talked about his real life, real things, his adopted son, having a girlfriend, all the stuff.
I didn't see that one coming. Did you? Like, I really thought that you were a seasoned comic. Like, does really good jokes and humorous.
Really? Yeah, the seasoning that you felt was just everything he's eaten lately.
This set brought to you by Lowry's.
Look at you. Big Bear. Hey, there it is. There she is. So, Robbie, tell us something else interesting about you. You have any fun facts about Robbie that we'd be excited to know? You seem like, what do? You ever do a little fucking ice cream eating competition or something like that? What are we talking about?
No, I'm lactose intolerant.
Okay. What is a fun fact about you?
You're hella ice fishing. I have. What's that in Missouri? Your kids say,
What's it like being lactose intolerant and also having breast milk?
Oh shit. That Canadian's getting hot. So Robbie, how about an answer for me? What do you got? What do you do? What do you like to do? What do you do for work?
I'm a teacher.
Yeah?
College professor.
College professor? Holy shit, what do you teach? I know it's not nutrition.
Human development.
Human development. Yes, I can develop you from a medium to a triple X in no time. Wow. That's incredible. What is human development?
It's something he can't do, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why you adopt a kid.
Yeah. You're gonna hurt his big heart. You're gonna break his large heart.
It's that hard.
My goodness, human development at college. So what is that? What is human development?
It's the study of how humans develop.
Oh, okay. Like I mean, like evolve or just grow? Like, what do you mean?
Through the lifespan from prenatal development all the way till death, how people develop. How they learn social skills.
Interesting. Can you give us a little fun fact that probably none of us know that sort of is like really interesting that you teach in a course throughout a year? Like one little fun fact, like, when you're 75, your fucking like veins turn yellow or something like that.
So, one thing is, the majority of older adults, like 70 plus, still have sex. And older adults who still have sex live longer. So I always tell my students that if they love their grandparents, to call them and tell them to have sex.
Hell yeah. Wow, that's interesting. That's a good little fun fact. You're never going to be elderly, Robbie, so you're never going to have to worry about that. So, have all the sex you can now. Anyway, Robbie, incredible set especially for your first time, man. You did it all right. You're talking about real shit that only you can talk about. Incredible. Way to get the party started tonight, Robbie. Thank you so much. There he goes, Robbie Cooper, everyone. Running. Yeah, basically. So cool.
It's amazing because, he was better than everybody on last night's show in Idaho. Like every single person put together was not as good as him.
So far, every city we go to, you shit on the city that we were at before. I don't know. Do you think those people aren't going to listen to the podcast if they care? All these cities are like, well, fuck you guys. All right. Somehow this name looks familiar. We're going to see what happens here, though. I can't imagine us seeing this guy before. Maybe it's someone now with the same name as someone that we've seen before. Put your hands together for Graham Cox, everyone. Graham Cox.
Maybe just a porno guy.
Your feet comes. Wow, this is exciting. One more time for Graham Cox, everybody.
Yeah, like Tony said, my name is Graham Cox, not C-O-C-K-S, but C-O-X. My mom's maiden name is Dixon, and my middle name is Richard. So we got a whole bunch of Dicks and Cox and Dicks and Cox. So if you happen to have a last name like mine, Cox, you have to think hard about what you're going to name your kid. So you don't want to name your kid Juanita. I did. Okay. So they say it takes a lot of balls to get up here. Really? That was a bit. They say it takes a lot of balls to get up here. And yeah, man, one of my balls got twisted around. It's like testicle torsion. My grandfather gave me the nickname Fun Hongo.
Wow. Fuck yeah. I mean, pretty exciting, Graham. First time doing stand-up?
Yes.
Wow, that's so cool. It's very exciting. I've always wondered what it would look like if Chuck Norris fucked Pocahontas, so this is all...
Can you turn around real quick? I just want to know what I'm about to make fun of. All right, cool.
All right, face that way. I'll just tell you everything. He looks like the father of the Wendy's girl.
You mean Dave Thomas?
Yeah, with the laughs breathe, everybody. He looks like Dog the Bounty Hunter's lawyer.
He looks like Willie Nelson with the Vietnams and producing hits.
It looks like what the Spin Doctors were based off of. Looks like Willie Nelson.
My friends tell me Green Gables. That's a nickname given to me because I'm from Prince Edward Island, Canada.
Yeah.
East Coast.
Did anyone ever tell you you look like if Kid Rock was trying to be an undercover cop?
You look like...
Like now? Okay, I can hear you.
You look like I fuck kids, Rob.
There you go. See, that's how you do you. So let's talk about it, Graham. This is clearly your first time. Yes.
Yes, just wondering how long have you had full braids?
I tell you, I've asked people to braid my hair, and it's a really hard thing doing that bench. I'm like, I gotta teach myself how to braid my own hair. So I sit there in the mirror like, trying to...
The fuck are you talking about?
Braiding my own hair.
Let's just tell the truth. You let children dress you before you go out and... What do you kids want Daddy to wear? I'm gonna braid your hair. Oh, look at this stupid hat. All right. Let's talk about it. Oh, put it back on. All right. Catch the Kill Tony tour featuring lice, everybody. This is very exciting. From the ice house to the lice house. So, Graham, let's talk about it. That was your first time ever doing stand-up, right? Very good. The go to the first time. And pop this cherry. There you go. Hell yeah. This is very exciting. So tell us about you, Graham. I mean, this look, this has to match some interesting fucking life shit. I mean,
well, I live in Nelson, British Columbia.
Nelson, British Columbia. We don't know what that is. Can you describe that a little bit? What is Nelson, British Columbia?
Beautiful haven. Yeah, in the mountains, skiing, mountain biking, not too far.
Do you go skiing?
Oh yeah.
Really? You go skiing?
Yeah.
And snowboarding? Fuck yeah, dude. I can't even picture that.
Well, let me tell you, looking like this, getting across the border was its own story today. Like, we thought they were bringing in the dogs. They just pulled over, and my girlfriend and I are looking at each other like, oh.
Right, both of your braids flopping in the air.
Like,
You,
oh, man.
hitting each
It's like,
other.
and then they came back and like, you guys have fun tonight. And we're just like, woo, so stoked to be here.
Hell yeah. What kind of car do you drive? Like a PF Cruiser? Like, what are we looking at? PF Cruiser.
My man is thinking of PF Chang's, and he picks PF Chang's with PT Cruiser. Just to let you know where Red Band's head is at.
Can I take a guess at this? I'm gonna take a two-pronged guess. I'm gonna say it's either an old school sort of minivan. I'm picturing a minivan, or it's a Honda Accord.
It's a Honda Element.
That's the PF Cruiser of Honda.
It is.
One of your best, your girlfriend drive a minivan?
No, she doesn't.
I see a minivan in your
So I really want a motorbike so bad. I was like,
you want to get
motorbikes.
Yeah.
So bad.
So how does it feel being up here with fellow Canadians? Are you?
When I saw you guys, I was like, yes, stoked. So happy.
We saw your set. We saw your set. We were like, whoa, no.
That's okay.
You're okay.
That's okay.
You're okay, Graham Cox. So what does a guy like you do for work?
That's a hard question. I don't get along too well with other people, Tony. It's like,
What do you do for work, Graham?
I'm unemployed at the moment.
Really? What's the last job that you had? Are you thinking that hard of the last job you had?
Yeah.
What's going on there? Okay. What's the last job that you had, Graham? I'm gonna keep asking you until you give a fucking answer.
The last job I had didn't last too long. I was working, it was the worst. I was working for a CO2 extraction company building CO2 extraction machines.
Do you make meth?
Definitely not. I have nothing.
Not really. Wow. So how do you earn money, Graham? How do you survive in that wacky Canadian economy?
Very, very. It's life is good. I get by.
How? I'm gonna keep asking you. So start thinking of answers.
I mean, how many loonies or toonies did you make?
Not too much. Dude, this is what I was. How does this come up? I was like, no, don't ask me this.
How do you make money? Can you give us a hint?
Right now, I got a call today for working for a local that's putting in security cameras.
Security cameras. You're the guy putting in the security cameras?
Where are you putting it? That it's a Wells Fargo story, those guys. So, yeah.
Where are you putting the cameras? In the toilets? You put cameras in at Wells Fargo, so you're...
No, I just listening to the podcast and they're talking about those guys who did that whole job.
The fuck are you talking about again? Sometimes you just answer questions we didn't even ask. Yeah, Jeremiah.
So, you had one part of your set where I really tried to understand what the joke was when you said Isaac Cox, and I still can't figure out what that means.
Isaac sounds like I suck.
Isaac Cox. It's even worse than I thought it would be.
It was really bad.
Okay, I just needed clarification on it. That's what it was? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Isaac Hawks. My friend today, he's on it, told me about wanna eat Cox.
No, I like that one, yeah.
Yeah, that was good. But it's all about how you say it, right? Like, and just how you pronounce it, right? Because how it comes out. So,
yeah, if a guy named Isaac and you go Isaac,
Isaac.
It's a different way of inflection of saying it. Different territories pronounce it different ways. I understand.
True story. So my cousin named his kid Isaac, and my uncle was like, "What'd you name your kid?" And my cousin said Isaac, and my uncle was like, "Are you fucking serious?" He's like, "Yeah, Isaac." Like,
wow, you're just thinking of any way to suck dicks is what it sounds like. Like Isaac, I'll suck it. Like what? How do you get? I've never heard. Anytime I've ever heard Isaac, I've never thought I suck. But you all right. Whatever trip you were on, I'm sure it all made sense then. Tell us about you, dude. What do you do for fun? You won't tell us what you do for work. So, other than skiing and snowboarding, what makes you?
I started skateboarding again, and so I go to the skateboard park in the mornings, and
you live the life of a 12-year-old.
Yeah, it's like hiking.
Can I just say, as a skateboarder, my biggest fear is being this guy.
Yeah. What does your girlfriend do for work? Does she make money? Does she contribute to this fund of nothingness?
She works at a bakery, organic bakery.
Where you guys make meth. I'm now giving up on you.
Yeah.
I think we'll break you.
I run the car wash business in town.
All right. Well, I think you're lying about every way that you survive. I feel like you're afraid to say, and I feel like after the show you're going to tell me, and I'm going to be like, you should have fucking said it. I've been doing this for a long time, man. I can feel your energies up here. I know that you're holding something back.
He's just a grower.
Grow pot.
You grow pot. You have a pot farm. Yeah.
It's BC. BC, but yeah, so you grow pot. Okay. You think we're the weirdest undercover cops of all time? We got him, you idiot. Get down in the morgue. Put your braids behind your head. All right, there he goes. Graham Cox, everybody. Let's move it along. I like this guy. I like you, Graham. Congratulations. It's first time ever on stage. Hell yeah.
That guy's up to something.
Definitely. He's definitely up to something. Because it's like, if it was growing pot, why not say it? But I guess he's Canadian, so that's like being a sinner or something like that in Canada.
It's probably that. What's that thing they always raid the houses? Like they're making the butter. It's almost like a meth place, but it's
meth.
He makes that.
That guy makes meth. That guy is a meth cook, and the name I just pulled out of the bucket is Alexander Cook. Here we go. On to the next one. Alexander Cook. Hell yeah. We got movement. How many of you like to see comedians do good on this show? How many of you like to see comedians bomb? Wow. Here we go. A little bit of evil from Spokane, Washington. A little bit darker than light. Here he comes, your third comedian of the night. You guys having fun out there? Alexander Cook.
So I'm 22. I'm pretty young to most of you, but I feel like I'm growing up in a lot of ways. And part of growing up is having to deal with your parents in a different way, and that includes Christmas. And this Christmas was no different than the last 5 Christmases, in which my siblings and I didn't get any presents, which is fine. I shouldn't expect any presents, but the worst part is having to watch my dad open presents for himself that he got. And for the last 2 years in a row, he got himself an RC drone. He's really into that, so I had to watch him all day fly drone around the yard and terrorize the dog. And he's got this big smile on his face. He's the happiest I've seen him since he quit drinking, you know. So, so he's hanging out in the yard just all day, ignoring the family on Christmas, playing with the dog, terrorizing it. Finally comes back into the house, and the dog is really scared, looking up and really, really scared. And it reminded me of like the CNN images you see of like the Syrian children. It's like, when am I going to see a drone again, you know? Like, I don't know. So.
Fuck yeah. All right. It's done. Alexander Cook. Fucking adorable. Look at you. What are you? What are you? Step up to the microphone. Look at you, you little fucking Spokane little bull dyke. You. What are you? Where are you from?
I'm from Montana. I'm from Missoula.
Ooh, Missoula. That's a little bit of a drive, isn't it?
Only 3 hours, actually.
3 hours. And you came here for this. You're in Spokane one night only?
We're staying a couple nights till we got a buddy who lives here. So.
Oh, okay. That's fun. You've been doing stand-up in Montana?
Nope. My first time.
This is your first time. All first-timers so far. It's fucking fun. Is it true? How old are you?
I'm 22.
22 years old. So do you still expect presents at Christmas? You still live with your parents?
No, I've accepted that. It's been, like I said, it's been like 5 years since I got presents.
Right.
I go up to their house for Christmas.
You live by yourself?
I live with my girlfriend who's here, travel with me.
Very cool. Happy lesbian couple indeed. That is so exciting. That is so cool. You guys ever scissor?
It's the only thing we can do. So.
How long you been with your girlfriend?
What is it, 3 years? I don't know. 7 years?
Wow, good respond, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Is that her? Wow, she's annoying as fuck. Oh goodness. You should break up with her. We should have our first ever on stage breakup with your girlfriend right now. It's gonna be an awkward drive home. No, I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. So tell us about you. What's your story, Alexander? What you been doing with your life? 22? Did you go to school?
I did for a little bit.
Yeah, you went to Montana school. Did you master in bear fighting?
I did get my master now.
Yeah. What'd you learn?
I went to music school for a little bit.
Yeah, when you study musically.
Oh, I was a singer.
Really? Oh wow, can you sing us a little opera right now? Just a cappella style? You have to. If you're wondering, you have to. No one gives a fuck. This is it. This is what you do when you're in front of an audience. You fucking sing it. You don't need a beat for opera. Come on.
Are you kidding? Like German theater? That's like what I was singing in the car today.
Whatever the fuck you want to sing, dude. Absolutely. German, African, I don't give a fuck. Oh wow, look at this. He actually did get a degree in music. He's all of a sudden. Give him a little more. Why are you teasing us?
I like red bands more.
I mean, all right. Clearly, this is your first time in front of an audience or in show business or anything like that. These people wanted you to fucking belt out something. You just got buried by a red band. You know what just happened here? That means basically anybody here can sing better than you. We can all do that. Isn't there something like amazing that you can do that would bring this crowd to a fucking frenzy right now?
I don't know. I can like show my butt or something.
I don't know. Unless you have a better opera singer up your asshole, that's not gonna work. You see that? Listen to that crowd. You see how they're happy?
Yeah, they're satisfied.
There you go. What did we learn here tonight?
I didn't even have to show my butt.
So, Alexander, what do you do now? What do you do for work?
I work in a cafe, serve tables.
Serve tables at a cafe in Missoula.
You serve food there? Serve food. Yeah, paid.
How long you been doing that for?
Just a couple weeks. It's a newer job, so.
Yeah, what'd you do before that?
Same kind of shit.
Same kind of shit. So what's the goal? You have a music degree? You're waiting tables? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm probably going to move out of town and finish my degree somewhere else.
Yeah, where are you going to go?
Hopefully down south somewhere. We'll see.
Down south? Isn't like everywhere south of Montana? Unless you're going to hang out with these fucking guys in the goddamn meth head.
By the way, I've never heard anybody say hopefully down south.
That doesn't sound so great.
You just want to move anywhere south of here.
Yeah, I get a few cities. New Orleans, Nashville, something like that.
Why is it Orleans? Just out of curiosity.
It's like where the music jobs are, somewhere like a big city with music.
Nashville's amazing. I love Nashville. It's a great.
You got the show there. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun there. Everything's good in Nashville. Have you ever been there?
My sister lived there for a little bit, but
What's your sister like? What does she do?
she's
You look like a girl. Does she look like a boy?
she looks like me, so yeah.
She looks like you.
I get stopped and asked if like I'm her or something.
Really? I can't never tell whether you're kidding or not.
No, I don't really have much of a sense of humor, so
It's okay. Yes.
oh, welcome to stand-up comedy.
All right. What does your girlfriend do for work?
She's a elementary school teacher, and she also serves tables.
Oh, wow. Elementary school table and serves tables.
She's the breadwinner.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, she's doing it. You're the bread server, so someone's got to do it.
Yeah, because you look like Jared from Subway.
Do I really? Do I actually look like Jared from Subway?
If it was young, yeah, maybe.
You look like
Someone that Jared from Subway would like. Well,
Maybe. Moving on, back to you, Tony.
okay, yeah, man. So, Alexander, any other fun facts about you that we'd be surprised to know? We're singing, but you didn't even fucking really do it.
yeah, sorry. It's I think I told you my voice is a little
What else? Any other fun facts about you?
Not really. I'm pretty boring.
Yeah. What do your parents do in Missouri? They is it Montana? Yeah, it's all the same bullshit to me.
But it's like
It's called uncharted land.
just about.
Yeah. Okay. What do your parents do in Montana?
My dad works for an environmental cleanup company, which is a lot of here. There's a bunch of fucked up mine pollution and stuff like that. So, got work to do. My mom just kind of hangs out. We got a new house. recently. So.
Your mom hangs out. Your mom just hangs out? She doesn't work?
She cleans houses occasionally.
Did your mom ever have pigtails?
I don't think so. Why do you ask?
She sounds a lot like Graham Cox to me, and I'm trying to figure out. Doesn't seem like she does much. Sounds a little suspicious.
Yeah, he does sound suspicious. My mom's cool.
I bet she is. Well, Alexander, it was nice to meet you. Congratulations on your first time doing stand-up. There he is. There he goes. Alexander Cook. Hey, hell yeah. There you go. His hand's sliding. He's very excited to be here. It's exciting stuff. You guys enjoying yourself, Spokane? We having fun? I know it's late, but we're doing this shit here tonight. This is it. We're living that good life, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That good fucking Spokane, goddamn.
Is there any black people here?
Wow, it's a real life. Wow, that's one.
I've never seen one of them before.
Yeah, that is one more than we saw in Boise
And Salt Lake City.
But to all of our black listeners, every other city has a lot of black people. It's just this part of the country. Still come out to live shows.
Yeah, please.
All right. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Philip Kopczynski. Wow, seems like this audience recognized that name when I saw it. I'll show you everything because I know that. Here he is, Philip Kopczynski.
Alright. So yeah, I ain't kid young, man, super young, but I grew up when my wife brought home that breast pump. That is a lot of life coming to a young man, you know, like a little funnel on a bottle, just right there. You know, a little tube goes like a car battery. The whole thing sounds like emphysema. Just. We had like an old school model that looked like a defibrillator. You know, we plug it into the wall, the lights would just start dimming. My buddies don't have kids, they're coming over just like, what's happening in your house? They're like, oh, it's just my wife in the next room milking herself. One time she left it at my mom's house, and she's just like, oh, the kids are in bed, will you suck some out? I'm like, ah. But I did it, you know? I'm a good husband. I did it because she used my language against me, you know? She was like, maybe just put the tip in your mouth and see what happens.
Fuck yeah, Philip Kopczynski. Hell yeah, dude. I like your style, man. You're very like physical and wacky. You've been doing stand-up for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
How long? Couple years?
5 years.
5 years here in Spokane?
Well, I tried. I'm a road comic, so I'm on the road about twice a month. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. But you're based out of here?
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's not a lot. I'm like a regional headliner from Washington. I would say brand new.
Right.
So,
I love that.
But I'm trying to get out more.
Yeah, of course. That's beautiful. You've been in the military?
Oh, thank you. I have been working out.
You remind me very much of like Rob Riggle. Like there's just this very Rob Riggle, like just fucking like next with John Heffron or something. Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it off a little more than John Riggle, man. I feel like the suits just keep getting bigger.
Son of a bitch. Tell us more about you, Philip. You do this for a living, stand-up comedy?
It is a second income.
Of course,
yeah. I'm not crazy. You know
right.
what I mean? I gotta feed the children.
Yeah. How many children do you have?
My wife keeps track of this stuff, man.
Yeah, it's very good. I like that.
Now 2 kids, 14 and 12, 2 boys.
14 and 12. They're still getting breastfed, these fucking kids? It's incredible.
Yeah.
They must be ripped.
Yeah, man. I breastfed until I was 19 years old. Actually, that first guy is the one that breastfeeds now. My wife's
Wow.
Shots fired.
No,
Yeah, 14 and 12. So I waited until they were older enough to throw. Yeah.
So you seem like a pretty young guy. How old were you when you had your first kid?
23. Yeah,
You still with the baby mama?
Yeah, 16
That's
years.
right. You guys are happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Wow, what do you think the secret to a happy 16-year marriage is?
Dude, just
keep that puss, dude. Every morning, noon and night, dude.
It's what we do it, man. You know, even if you don't get hurt, yeah, like, just definitely keep fucking.
That's so cool. Where'd you meet your wife?
We met when we were 19, so we met in college.
Yes.
Yeah, the way you said that, like, it's like you hit a wall after a point, and you're just like had to keep going back to this well that you didn't want to get water out of. Is that what marriage is like long term? No, man. I mean, if you're gonna go back to the well, like, you saying it's drying out, or you saying my wife's pussy's drying? Because like you say, dude, it's kind of mean, dude. Like, I saw some puss. Like, I'm a gentleman. Like, I'm Canadian. I'm not gonna say how doesn't mean his wife's pussy is dry. That's something that you're projecting on me, so it's definitely a dry pussy.
Might be dry to you. Might be Canada dry. So Philip, you seem like a guy that has hobbies. What do you do? Like canoe up rivers? Like what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I ski and snowboard lots. Not Spokane, regular. So, and then I have a skate ramp in my backyard. So yeah, that's.
Do you need another kid?
Yeah, you want to come over?
Sure, I'll be there tomorrow.
Man, so 14 and 17?
14 and 12.
14 and 12.
Yeah.
Is it the 14-year-old boy or girl?
No, 2 boys. 14-year-old boy, 12-year-old boy, like Boy Scouts, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering. Like,
I love all their game.
Yeah.
You ever catch them jerking off?
No, not yet.
You ever catch them jerking each other off?
No.
You ever catch yourself jerking them off?
I'm just trying not to get caught jerking off.
That's right. That's a big part of it. It's a war zone out there. A bunch of dudes running around the house. Everybody's jerking off. You don't know when and where. Why did Billy lock himself in the laundry room? Why would he do that? Get some alone time. It's got a lock on the door.
Yeah, we have a lot of locks in our house.
Hell yeah.
A Jewish household.
They don't get it. I don't think they have Jewish people here. I don't think Jewish people really. I don't think Eastern Washington is one of their meccas.
We were at Einstein's Bagels earlier. That's right.
It's true. See how the laughter stopped when we were on Einstein. They say, stand for this. Anyway, man, so what else, Philip? Any other fun facts about you that we'd be surprised to know?
I used to be a small town news reporter, so.
Oh, okay, can we do something fun? Can you take that mic out of the mic stand? And can you give us, like, an impression of just you, honestly, how you were, like, as a news reporter, like, right down the barrel? Like, I mean, you just pretend like you're doing, like, a field piece live at Kill Tony, like, and you are live at the scene, and they're just shooting a little, they're about to toss you.
No. I was a newspaper reporter, so I had to interview people. I can do this, too.
Okay, let's try it anyway. Okay, and now on the scene, live at this big comedy podcast takeover, it's our special correspondent here at ABC News, Philip Kosinski.
Hi, I'm Philip Kosinski. Here at Kill Tony. We're just here for failure tonight. We've seen a lot of it so far, and we're going to probably see a lot more. Thank you. Back to you, Tony.
Wow, very good. And that was Philip Kosinski.
Thanks a lot.
Live on the scene, on the ones and twos. There he goes. Yeah, sure. One more time for Philip, everybody. Thank you, Philip, for coming. Great set. Come on. One more time for him. That's a 5-year comedy vet right there. Coming up here, showing you how it's done. Funny during his set. Funny during the interview. Not funny enough for this guy, obviously. Get the fuck out of here. Split this off. All right. With arms wide open. Here on. Okay, it just says one word name. Is somebody going to come to the stage? One word name? Here he comes. You signed one-word name. Fuck yeah, one-word name. Here he comes.
The name is not weird.
Yeah. He listens to the show a lot. I always say one-word names are always interesting. One more time for one-word name.
So, the term active shooter has me a bit confused. Like, if you don't do CrossFit, you're not dangerous with a gun. I can imagine the guy busting into the office. He's like, get down, get down! Call 911. Yeah, the guy come in with a gun. Okay, sir, what's he wearing on it? What's he already got on his feet? What? What's he got on his feet? Looks like flip-flops. Okay. Very good, sir. What's he got up top? What's he wearing? I think it's a Marlboro NASCAR jacket. Oh, that's actually very good, sir. And is he like 5'8", 320? Actually, yeah. It's not like that. Very good news, sir. Not an active shooter. He's very lazy, so you're safe. Hey, we're safe, y'all. Let's get up and we're good. He's not active. Thank you.
Hell yeah, one-word name.
What name?
Hell yeah.
I know you like this.
Hell yeah, I do. That's an interesting method. Hey, it works. What's your actual name?
Carrie.
Carrie. Fuck yeah. Nice to meet you, dude. I'll just call you coked up Josh Brolin.
Hey, you call me whatever you want, bro.
Yeah, I like that, man. I like that. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, I love this guy. Okay, Joe Rogan on your shirt.
Yes, sir. Birthday present.
That's pretty fucking sweet.
My wife got it.
That's so cool. Tell us more about you, Carrie. What the fuck's going on in the world? We know your thoughts on active shooters.
It's weird, though, right?
It's your first time doing stand-up?
First time.
There you go. First time for Carrie. Like,
My son bought me tickets.
hell yeah.
He signed up.
Look at that fucking stud right there. Look at that badass motherfucker.
Look at his ears. They're nasty.
Yeah, what's here? He's a wrestler?
Yeah, MMA fighter. I'm his coach.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yep.
Wow, all right. And no more mean jokes about you.
It's good. I came right from MMA practice.
I was gonna say, but I decided not to because I feel like the reference wasn't gonna work. But I was gonna say you look like almost like a fucking dinosaur version of Matt Brown. You get Matt Brown a lot? No, your son loves it. See, he's the actual MMA fighter, and he's fucking dying right now.
Watch out.
It's a good reference. It's a dinosaur version of Matt Brown. You'll Google it later. You'll see it.
Remember I asked you if Kill Tony had ever come here?
When I was doing stand-up there?
I asked you that. Here you are. I love you guys.
Sure, fuck yeah. You know, we're still on we're on the show right now, live. So Gary, tell me more about you. You, for a day job, you a roofer?
Commercial irrigation.
Commercial irrigation. So, okay, that was pretty
Close.
Yeah, pretty close. And you're outdoors a lot.
All day, every day.
All day. How long you been doing that for?
10 years.
Wow, 10 fucking years. You do like the digging, or is it more like what
Run machines. Yeah.
run machines? What kind of machines?
Excavators, bobcats, skid steers there.
Oh yeah. My God. You've worked with bobcats. That's like a fucking bulldozer, right? Interesting. That's so fucking like manly. You have like a lunchbox, like one of those hard shell lunchboxes. You take it over.
Intermittent fasting, so I don't take much to work.
Whoa, that's so badass.
Learning from this guy.
Hell yeah, absolutely. That's so fucking cool. We're gonna check in with the Canadian Deanie over here.
Yeah, I've never met a person that I like more terrified of at the same time.
You ever have to use any of your? I mean, for you podcast listeners, like I said, this is a real fucking man right here. This guy's got a man head.
I'm a pastry chef too, though, so watch out.
Really?
Great wedding cakes, yeah.
Wow. You make fucking wedding cakes? Holy shit.
With rifles and rear naked chokeholds hang on them.
And I do the national anthem for all local neighbors.
You sing it?
Yeah, and all the cage fights, I sing that anthem.
Can you give us like an example of like your final like your big part of this song, like the land of the free and the home of the brave, like the big part of it? Come on,
Just sing a little bit.
yeah. Fuck yeah! I'm ready to fight right now. That's how you fucking do it. You just go into the damn shit. Where's that 22-year-old opera singer watching this motherfucker? Little fucking kid thinks he's a little smarty pants. You just got out-thought by an irrigation MMA coach. Fuck yeah. What else about you, Carrie? How old's your son over there? He seems like a grown-ass man.
He just turned 22, but he thinks he hasn't been in this better than 5 minutes.
Really? Is that true? Really?
That's what he said.
Wow. You guys want to see a father-son battle? What's his name?
Bear.
Bear?
Yeah.
His
name's Elijah Ross, but since
you named your son Bear?
Since he's been 2 weeks, and his name is Bear.
All right. Well, does he have a last name? Can I bring him up his last name?
Ross.
Bear Ross. Yeah.
Real though. Look at his ears. He's no joke.
If your son loses, as an MMA coach, you have the right to choke him out on stage here.
All right. Let's see what happens. You guys ready for this? You want to just stand in the background here with Joelberg? Put that thing back in the mic stand. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony history, I'm going to bring up another comedian. Put your hands together. Father-son battle. The one and only Bear Ross. Wow. Let's see what happens. He signed up. The crowd wanted it. We're going to get back to the bucket in a second here. I'm excited to see what happens here. He got greeted by his father, octagon style. One more time for Bear Ross, everybody.
Hey, Elijah, how y'all doing? Cool. So the great thing about CTE is when I finally watched Game of Thrones, I'll have no idea what the fuck is going on. Yeah, holy shit. Stevie Wonder would have a lot better luck doing this. He'd have no stage fright. I think Stephen Hawking's last words were low battery. Me and my girlfriend were having an argument the other day. It was which licorice we like better. She said red vine, I said Twizzler, and after different fucking flavor and textures and shit, the only thing that we could come to a conclusion on was no blacks.
Wow, look at that. Holy shit. How cool is this?
That's great.
That was unbelievable. That's one of the most heartfelt moments in the history of this show. Normally, when a son buries his father, it's because he died before him. Holy shit. Bear Ross. One of my favorite parts of that, though, that was incredible was you had the crowd eating out of the palm of your hand. That's your first time doing stand-up? Jesus fucking Christ, man. On the green set, you rolled with the format of the show and did your own style of short fucking jokes. So one of the coolest things for me was you had the whole crowd laughing at the jokes, but no one was laughing harder than fucking Pops back here.
Yeah, I heard that. I had a whole different set until on the way here.
I fucking love it. Look at that. What type of pickup truck did you guys drive up here? Ford F-150? Hey, Silverado. That's so cool. Deanie?
I like how his last joke was like a no blacks joke, but yet his father the whole time was reacting like a black guy to his jokes.
Shit! Oh, shit! That's my son right there! Oh, shit! That's funny right there!
He even ran away at one point.
Yeah. Oh, hell no! Oh! He pulled a sweat towel out of nowhere, started dabbing his forehead. Oh!
Started fucking the stool.
I love it. So Bear, that's awesome. It's your first time on stage. Was it scarier than being in the octagon? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, our heart's still racing. Usually once you get in the cage, the door shuts.
Yeah.
Nobody else is there, but everybody's still fucking here.
Yeah, they're all still out there. They fucking love you though. This is great. So how long you been fighting in the MMA?
Not now. Actually, my last fight was about a year ago. I was at your show that I was cutting weight, so I was down about 17 pounds sitting out there.
Shit.
It was a 2-drink minimum, and I couldn't fucking drink anything. So
Right.
give up on my drinks, but
Damn, that had to be hard, man. Weight cutting is extremely difficult. Your fight was the next night, or weigh-in was the next day?
Weigh-in's about in Seattle now today.
Man,
My first fight when I was 15.
that's brutal. Did you have fun that night? It seems like almost impossible to enjoy a comedy show when you're cutting that much weight.
Well, best thing to do.
I guess so. You gotta pass the time, right?
I got a question.
Yeah.
Which of the mixed martial arts is your favorite? I grew up wrestling, so
Yeah.
so it's the best one.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you're out of the game now.
You could have said anything.
No wrestling.
Jiu-jitsu, wrestling,
He's like, yeah, no, that's the best one.
No wrestling.
Karate, yeah. Oh, Tai Chi, yeah, I love that.
The dad says I'm right. What were you gonna say there, Bear?
Speaking of wrestling, do you think you could sign a wrestling card for me?
Sure. Yeah.
I was gonna wait till after, but
Yeah, I wish you would have.
I thought you were gonna do.
John Cena.
I thought he was gonna do the old penis in the fanny pack joke. So yeah, just sign it
Sign
right
his
here.
cock. Wow. There. So now that you're out of MMA, what are you gonna do to survive? What are you gonna do? Just fucking jump people, beat them up?
I don't know. I was at the gym with my dad. I've been working with him since I was in high school, 16 at work, and started doing some house remodeling and stuff in the off season. So
Fuck yeah. Look at that.
awesome.
I love it, man. And you know, unbelievable performance up here. You stayed in the pocket. You fucking did it. Now, the one thing that you know, Deanie over there had a great idea. Whoever has the best set should choke the other one out. So what do you say? You guys want to see this son choke out his dad?
Yeah, it's nothing new. He chokes me out on the fucking head.
But not with his cock, though. I don't know. We don't want to do that. Or maybe it's not a good idea, right? Really? You want him to choke you out? He's saying no. Bear is saying no. Don't do it.
Yeah, there's that.
Bear doesn't want to do it.
Real quick, what happens when you get choked out?
You wake up like 5 seconds.
It's like you wake up super naked and everything's gonna spin. Tony, spin it.
Not out, but let's let him get his dad to tap.
Can you just do it till he taps?
Yeah, not out.
Yeah, that he can do. Put the mic back in the mic stand. This is our first ever rear naked choke. We'll call it a rear naked choke since it's on Kill Tony. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. That's so scary. Let's see how loud this place can get for this father and son duo. I mean, this is incredible. There, you fucking killed it. Congratulations. Something else you want to say?
I've been wanting to do this for like a year, and I told everybody the first time I wanted to stand up was on Kill Tony, and I was planning to go out to California, but y'all came here, I got called up, so.
I love that. Congratulations, there. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, and anybody that's here interested in training with these badasses, go to 823 MMA here in Spokane, Washington. There's a little plug. There they go. The fucking Rosses, ladies and gentlemen. One more time. That was great. That was amazing. That was fucking scary yet heartfelt at the same time. The range of emotions going on there.
Have you ever been choked out before? You train jiu-jitsu.
Not fully out, but it's scary, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I don't want anybody to pass out on stage. Just have the medical attention for them.
One of my favorite things back in the day was when Rowdy, the great Rowdy Piper would hang out at the Comedy Store a few years back before he passed away. And his finishing move was the sleeper hold. But he was a WWE guy, but he's still fucking. It's the same thing. The sleeper hold is a rear naked choke. And one of the comedians one night asked if he could get choked out by Rowdy Piper, and we were all sort of sitting in the back of us late at night, wondering if Rowdy Piper was actually going to choke him all the way out. And not only did he choke him out, but when he went out and they were both standing, he just dropped him and then walked over his body like that. It was amazing. It was literally the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. And the other dude got up like 6 seconds later, like, what the fuck, man? What happened? Didn't you do it? He didn't even realize it had already happened. It was crazy. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Shmarmamini Schmikshmala. Shmarmamini Schmikshmala. No way, right? That can't be a real person. Somebody just wanted to check and see if it really happens.
He's coming.
Where is he coming from? What?
Here.
Oh, here we go. Put your hands together. For Shmarmamini Schmikshmala.
Hi, guys. I'm so happy that you could all be here on a Thursday night in Spokane. I know, I didn't think I was going to get called up, so I'm like very nervous, but I also want to say that I hate PT Cruisers, so your comment earlier was very, it hit me real hard. So, in the winter, I am super depressed here. I feel terrible, and I hate everything. And then in the springtime, I'm just kind of like, oh my god, life is a musical. It's wonderful, and I can't believe it. And I don't know. It's been raining all day, and I can't get over it. And yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. Here we are. Shmarmini. Am I saying that right? Shmarmini. And the microphone.
Shmarmini Schmala.
So, Shmarmini, when you signed up here, wait, that's a real name? Sharmini, when you signed up here tonight.
Sharmini, yes.
Okay, yes. Is that it? Are we going to commit to it? You going to change it again? Sharmini?
Sharmini.
Is that what you want it to be? Shmarmini? Okay, Shmarmini. Okay, let's check it with Deanie.
Yeah, I think we should get the father and son back up here and choke her out.
Yeah. So let's talk about it. Shmarmini, when you signed up tonight, what did you think was going to happen?
I didn't think that I was going to get called. Like, I know that's...
So what if you did get called? What was going to happen?
About PT Cruisers, but then I was kind of like running up here and I was like, I was so depressed this winter and like I felt like that was really funny. And then
Shmarmini, have you ever seen a therapist before?
Yes, I have. Definitely.
Do you talk with them about these things, or do you go to the therapist and do 60 seconds of jokes?
Oh, I usually.
It's incredible. It's been a very depressed winter. I hate PT Cruisers. I don't know what's wrong with me, Doc. Oh.
By the way, it's PS Cruisers, just so you know.
PT, Poor Taste Cruisers. Poor Taste Cruisers.
Wow. I would rather be choked out. That's what's happening right now.
Shmarmini, are you...
I offer myself as tribute. If she leaves the stage, I'll let one of them choke me out right now.
No, come on. No, stop. Deanie. Nobody's choking anybody. Nobody's choking anybody. Jesus Christ, the things that these... Alright. Shmarmini, stick with me over here. No one's gonna choke you out. No one's choking anybody out. No one told you to fucking leave. Shmarmini, shut up. Shut your mouth. Anyway. So, tell us, first of all, are you Graham Cox's girlfriend? Did you come here with him? Did you come here solo tonight?
I came here with my family.
Your family? You brought your whole family to see you do this?
He just got a big gun.
Were Where's your family at? I think they left. They're gone. No, they're gone. Wow, look at that. Fucking, look at
This
that.
was a bad example of my personality. I'm very sorry.
Oh, stop it. What's a good example of your personality? It's still happening. You can save it still.
It's a race to the end of it. It's like terrible. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, stop apologizing. Heart palpitations. Jesus Christ. Stop saying I'm sorry, Schmarmity. I'm not your abusive boyfriend. Stop apologizing to me. Schmarmity, tell us about your life. We'll figure out things you can talk about next time. It's your first time doing stand-up, right? Thank fucking God.
Sorry.
Stop saying I'm sorry. Do you know Josh Meyerowitz? Do you have no self-control? Anybody ever tell you you have a little fucking touch of autism, huh?
Yes.
They have?
Yes.
Are you autistic?
No, but I don't know why. I don't know why I hate PT cruisers so much.
Listen,
Very fucked up.
Oh my God.
listen, I'm a Canadian, and this has already been way too many stories up here.
So, Schmarmity, let's talk about your life, okay? You came here with your family, blah, 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 blah. What is a day in the life of Schmarmity look like?
I work.
Yeah, where do you work? Into the tip of the microphone, Schmarmity. There's two things to remember: in the microphone and no, I'm sorry.
I work up the hill at a medical laboratory.
Are you one of the patients?
No.
Did you escape from an asylum and came down here?
I feel like I'm trapped in the Matrix, but no.
No. Are you talking about you're trapped in what, a straitjacket many days of the week?
Just the like thought that we all have to like work all the time and like
Do you smoke pot? You do.
a little bit.
A little bit? Sometimes, not enough. Have you ever done mushrooms before?
No, actually.
Just on a pizza.
I can tell. Schmarmity, you seem very high strung. What do you do like to relax? What do you do to be zen?
I guess I should look into that. I don't know. I don't do like. I don't do much to relax. That's probably.
What do you do for fun?
I'm about to go to Santa Barbara and hang out with family.
What are you gonna do in Santa Barbara?
Jump in the ocean.
Yeah?
Schmarmity, do you have any cats?
What?
Do you have any cats?
No.
You have walks your cat on a leash face.
Do you have a dog? 3 dogs. 3 dogs.
Wait on night.
Okay. So, Schmarmity,
Tony,
yes.
real quick. It just got pointed out, she actually walks her cat on a leash that's standing right here.
No, the one that's pointing and acting. What in the world are we paying attention to right now? The darkness of a Spokane audience during a live show. I mean, I cannot even fathom what's going on over there. Joel,
So you seem very sort of like closed off from your emotions, but what's like the dirtiest thing you've ever done in your life? Like, are you into sex? Like, what kind of crazy shit are you into?
I like that. Good question. Schmarmity right into the tip of that microphone.
Like blood stuff or like other things, spit, feet?
I feel like I'm just like into monogamy and there's
Yeah, but when you're monogamous, how dirty do you get?
Yeah.
not dirty at all.
What's something wild about you? What's something that would fucking surprise us, Schmarmity?
You ever been titty fucked?
So Rachel, were you gone when she said that her family was here?
Yeah, I was. That's why it was awesome.
Have you ever?
By the way, just to paint a picture for the audio listeners, she's wearing a shirt that says Flico no Slico.
Yeah, because I went on The Price is Right a long time ago and I love this shirt because it's a great day.
You got on The Price is Right, or you went to a taping of The Price is Right?
That was
Right.
really cool.
Yeah. They do pre-show interviews for that. There's no way. Unlike us on Kill Tony, that's truly random.
Yeah.
What members of your family are present tonight?
My brother and a couple of cousins and a friend from work.
Who's the one? Who's like the leader out of that group? it at this venue.
Right? And so we were just haranguing people to like come to this, and we finally all just came here, and I put Sharpie McShmola.
Oh, what a goof.
Yeah, they really
Not a goof.
Hilarious.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving along, Schmarmity. We're not gonna get much out of you, but we love you, Schmarmity. You had the balls to sign up. You had the balls to do whatever the fuck you just did up here. I mean, that was just. I know that. Anyway, let's just forget it. But, you know, it's just like, people don't want you to be mean, but my God,
It would have been better if she got titty fucked.
I mean, that's just really.
Hey, you want your mouth back there, all right? We thought. Thank you.
I mean, it's always so interesting to me when the people that listen to the show and watch the show, and then they come here and they sign up. Even if the 60 seconds goes bad, legends were born in the interview portion of this show. Like, it's like, it almost says the 60 seconds is just us getting to sort of meet you and how you talk and sort of a little bit about you. But, to give up and self-destruct during the interview portion, of course, she started bombing the second she signed her name as Schmarmity McShmola, so not only did the interview go bad, her sign-up went bad. That's very rare. Okay, pulled another name out of the bucket. You guys ready to cleanse your fucking palates or what, huh? Put your hands together for Brian Hood. Here we go. Brian Hood. Hey! Here he is, Brian Hood, everybody.
All right, so I'm sure most of you guys are very familiar with like the Purge movies, right? I had a different idea for the Purge. I wondered, like, what if it were possible for every male in the world to ejaculate at the exact same time? Like, what if that were possible? Because you know that for the next 6 minutes to an hour, there'd be true peace in the world, right? Like, the sun will be shining, the birds will be chirping, there'd be calm across the universe. But then, of course, there'd be the cleanup. I mean, that's a lot of tissues, towels, and roommates' t-shirts is all I'm saying. So, on a different note, like, I'm sure, like, a shared experience you guys have, like, you'll be driving down the road, right, and you look in your rearview mirror, and you're like, oh, shit, that's a cop. That's definitely a cop. It's cool, 10 and 2 go the speed limit, and then it gets a little bit closer, and you actually realize it's like a minivan or something. You're actually pissed off. You're like, how dare you be a minivan? Are you serious? All right, there's more of
Is
that.
that the end of it? Go ahead, finish it.
And then you hear the screams from the trunk, and you're like, you shut your mouth, I'll pull his car over right now, and I'll slit your throat. I'm not kidding. I feel like you guys were with me until my last part. All right.
All right, you're all good, Brian. Don't panic. Everything's okay. Hi.
Hey, so,
Good. How long you been on stand-up?
about 3 years.
3 years. Hell yeah. All here in Spokane, Washington?
Mostly, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Are you born and raised here?
No, actually, I'm from Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona. So how'd you end up here?
I met my wife on the internet.
Really? What website?
A website that no longer exists called Stickum.
Stickum.
Really?
Now, what was...
Yeah.
That's cool.
Or Stickcam.
Stickcam, yeah. It's like my free cams.
It was like a webcam community, yeah.
Really? So you're on your web. What are you doing? You just have it pointed at your bare cock and balls just out there.
That was actually not allowed on that website. It was supposed to be just for like chatting with people and stuff.
And you really were on it.
Yeah.
So I mean, so then you see her in one of the rooms or something. You're like, hey, you want to go to another chat room or something? Like, how does that work? Okay, so there you go.
I mean, generally, I wasn't really looking for anything. I was just kind of talking to people and stuff, so I just went in there and tried to not be weird like the rest of the people that were in there,
Can you give us an example of you trying?
else would just be like in a text chat.
Yeah, exactly.
So I just kind of shit on everybody else who's being weird, talking about how their cock was shaped like a banana or something weird,
And there you are, Mr. Nice Guy, just the white knight in the chat room. Like, yeah, I'm not like these other guys. I don't even have a webcam. I don't even have a dick.
Well, I had both of those things.
Where'd you get
usually that came into play.
Like, where'd you meet her for your first time? Like went on a date, you met it somewhere?
Well, it was kind of weird, actually. She has like a brother that got given up for adoption, and when they were...
I think I know the guy that adopted him.
You do?
Yeah, he was 2 years old. Alright, anyway, go ahead. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Brian. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. And basically, she bought a ticket for him to come and visit her, and he just flaked on her. So then she only had a certain amount of time to use that ticket, because airlines are shitty. So she was like, hey, do you want to come and visit me and see how that'll go? So I flew up and
Just spoke.
sure, I'll move here. That's fine. That'll be
Wow.
fine.
So the first time you met her, you flew here,
Yeah.
and you saw her in person, right? And you guys have been chatting for how long?
It was like 5 months, something like that.
5 months. And at this point, you're talking on the phone a lot, right? Or you still just, you guys stay in
We
the
did
chat,
all
right?
right. We did like the internet and the phone and everything. We webcam, all that fun stuff.
It's so wild. So then you came here, she's like, what's up? You made sure her pussy didn't stink, and then you moved up here.
That is what the last step, yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's certain things that you can only do in person, you know what I mean? You can't smell through until you can smell through the internet.
We were pretty sure that we were in love, so we copulated.
Yeah, you're in love until you smell the pussy. Anyway, nothing. I don't know why I'm committing to that. It's so weird.
There was some weird stuff. I mean, like, it wasn't all roses, for sure. We figured it out.
Oh, so she did that. All roses, but it was more like a garbage truck.
It smelled like a vagina smells, which I like. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you're used to a Tucson, Arizona vagina, which is a very humid, very warm, worked up vagina. Unless you hit that right after a shower, that's the old drain the swamp. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
So what else about you, Brian? What do you do for work?
I work for a health and wellness company, which basically just means I sell weight loss pills to people over the internet.
So you're not getting high on your own supply?
No. It's a fair comparison.
I would really consider Brian fat. You gotta remember we're in Spokane. He's like a featherweight in Spokane.
Yeah, that's true.
You're right. So Brian, what's the big difference moving up here? Is there anything fun that you found here that you didn't do in Arizona?
Well, there's snow up here, which is pretty different than the desert.
Yeah, what do you do with that?
I shovel it begrudgingly. For the most part, like, I don't really like ski or anything like Philip does.
What do you do for fun?
Shit.
Something on computers or something like that.
I mean, I play games, like online games.
Yeah.
A little bit of that.
Anything else? Anything else fun that you do to get away? You have kids?
Yes, I do have kids.
How old are your kids?
14 and 17. Have you told them the romantic story about Stickle.com? No, I'm saving that for when they're all over 18, I think.
How long have you been with this new Spokane?
Well, we've been married for almost 10 years, so I think we've been together for like 12 or something like that.
Oh, okay. So the 17 and the 14 different baby mama.
Father, yes. They have a different father, and I married into. Yeah.
Yes. Very good. Fucking nailed it. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Wow.
They already existed.
Let me ask you this. How long into your first chat session did she bring up having a 17 and a 14-year-old? And the other one's hers too?
They were not 17 and 14 at the time, so she never brought it up.
She had a 7 and a 4.
They were like
7 and
3 and 6.
So but the third one, that's you and her.
Yes, for sure.
Right? And the
As
17-year-old.
far as I know.
17-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
They're all boys, all three are boys. Yeah.
You close with the boys? The older boys, the ones that I hear is? Or is it always like, fuck you, Brian, you're not even my real dad. You're just fucking my mom that you found on some dirty fucking chat site. You mean nothing to me. Stop telling me what to do. You jerks like a 12-year-old.
Bear's dad trains him in MMA.
Yeah, why can't you be more like Bear's dad, dude?
Going over there, you idiot.
Why can't
Luckily, they do not know Bear, or it's
Luckily, I don't know if you see how close you are to getting your ass beat right now. Look at that. The Janet's flexing.
They like wrestling, actually. They probably would be into it sometimes.
Yeah, have you ever gotten into a fight?
Very infrequently now, like not really. I get along with people.
How about an argument? What's the last good argument you got into? You ever yell at, you said that you hate that airlines are assholes. You ever yell at someone?
I think the last good argument was with a 17-year-old for sure.
Oh, yeah? What was it about? Can you give us like good dirt here? I know what it's really like.
I think it was something stupid, like he wanted to have his window open in the winter and we didn't want to pay for the heating and he insisted upon having it open.
Or like, so he smokes weed?
Yeah, probably.
His bedroom window.
Definitely cigarettes and vape and everything else that teenagers think are cool.
Yeah. Does he vape? Have you found his vape?
I've broken a couple vapes with a hammer.
Yeah, you break since we're
yes. You're one of those dads. Yeah.
Man, you're not even his real dad, dude.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Brian, I'm kidding.
They get real hot when you smash these things.
I don't think. I love it. Well, Brian, congratulations, dude. I love the fact that not only are, anybody who's a real fucking dad is the highest type of hero in the world to me. So, congratulations to you. Great set tonight. Thanks for signing up. Comedy Bet. You guys want to go back to this bucket one more time? You guys still having fun? You sure you're not too exhausted for this? Put your hands together for Dylan Swinford, everybody. Dylan Swinford. One more time for your final comedian of the night, Dylan Swinford.
What's up, everybody? So yesterday, a doctor told me that I can't work any high-impact jobs, so I can't work any physical jobs anymore. So if this doesn't work out, I'm fucked. And I'll probably just kill myself tonight. But anyways, a lot of little things piss me off, and I shouldn't. When I'm riding a plane and I see somebody praying on takeoff, bugs me. You don't have faith in the pilot. That's scary that you would get on a plane and not have faith in the pilot. It's fucked up. And also, your method for takeoff and landing should not be the same as mine for my pull-out method. It's really fucked up. Thanks, guys.
Alright. Dylan Swinford. First time on stage? Fuck yeah. How about a hand for him, everybody? He's signed up. It's not easy up here, I promise you that. So, Dylan, is that true that the doctor told you can't work a high-impact job yesterday? What happened? What does that mean?
I have a disc.
Herniated disc. That disc?
It's degenerated.
Right.
Disc very.
Yeah.
Which means by either 30 or 60, I'm going to have vertebrae fuse.
Right.
Which is bad.
Right. You're going to be fine. My mom went through that when I was a kid. Awesome. She survived. So
what did she do for a living?
Well, it wasn't that. Her injury came because she got hit and run from a guy that just stole a car at like 90 miles an hour. Her car rolled 6 times and she survived. I was only 1 year old at the time. I wasn't in the car.
I'm a bitch.
I skipped that trip. Go fuck yourself, Mom. I'm not gonna die with you.
My mom. Can I tell you a funny story?
Sure, absolutely. And now's a good time to start telling funny stories right now.
My mom's real mom died when she was 1 year old in a car crash. It was a rollover and my mom was in it. Oh, that's hilarious.
Real mom, he had rolled over. That's not a funny story.
Wow, that's a good part.
You're trying to think of the funny part. Your mom's real mom died when she was 1. In a car crash. How did your mom's mom die when she was 1? In a roller crash. But I mean, I hate for you to say, but how could she be 1? How could she be 1? My mom was 1. Oh, okay. All right. She was a professional person. Right.
Oh,
okay.
I get it now. It's way funnier. Yeah.
So Dylan, it's your first time doing this. You literally found out yesterday that you can't work a high-impact job. So what was your job up until this point? I worked in a warehouse. You worked in a warehouse. What are you going to do, man? What's the plan? You talked about killing yourself. Let me tell you something. Only great comedians kill themselves, so you can't do that. You can't do that. What are some options for you, Dylan? What are you thinking about? You have any ideas yet?
Maybe sales?
Yeah.
For sales?
Sure.
And I seriously thought you were going to ask suicide options.
If you were going to kill yourself, how would you do it? Probably hanging. No, okay. Let's stop. Let's stop right now. Don't kill yourself. Whatever you do, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Don't be a degenerate like a disc in your back. Sales, what do you think you could sell? What do you think you'd be good at selling? What's something that you like? What's something that you know stuff about?
I think I could ever imagine doing selling or anything like that would be stage time for music or comedy or something.
Stage time for music or comedy? Like, what do you mean, like a booker or something?
Like a booker of sorts.
Do you have any experience in that field?
Absolutely not.
You know what? After the show, I'm going to ask the owner of the Spokane Comedy Club if he wants you to start booking the comedy club. Let's see what happens. He's never going to hire you in a million years, so I'm going to ask anyway, just so he can be like,
I'm like a car driving a forklift, so
no, you're going to be fine, Dylan. This is, you got to look at this as a new beginning. Clearly, with all these fucking names in this bucket, you're very, hey, Mr. Nice Guy, can you help me out? Yeah, I'll go back to you. Clearly, with all these names in the bucket, you know, and you finding out yesterday that you literally can't work in the only thing that you know about that field anymore. And so I would take it as sort of a sign that, like, it's the start of new beginnings. You know, this set was fucking hot diggity dog shit tonight, but 98% of everybody's favorite comedians' first sets were hot diggity dog shit. So it could be this, it could be something else. But please, Dylan, keep a fucking open mind. Have fun with life. Enjoy it. Don't let this fucking news that I never imagined seeing anyone so sad that they won't be allowed to work in a warehouse ever again. Like, you should look at the positives of this thing and have fun with it. The picture of destiny picked you tonight. All right, there he goes, Dylan Swinford. What are you gonna think? Should we go back to this picture one more fucking time? But this is it. I swear to God, this is it. Are you sure you want to do this? There goes Dylan, everybody. Oh my God, he just shot himself. Oh, twice. He shot himself 3 times. All right, we could end it with that heartfelt ending. Are you guys sure you want to do this one more time? All right, this is it. Mr. Nice Guy, you want to fucking do it? This is what you get for being a nice guy. The first ever audience member to pick a name out of the bucket in the history of the show. And the name that he selected is your final comedian of the night, who is Phil Husted, everybody. Phil Husted. Right here, the picture of destiny sends us home with Phil Husted, live from the first ever Kill Tony in Spokane, Washington.
So I suffer from depression, clinically. Now, which actually, if you think about it, depression is like the shittiest of the mental health issues. It really is. I mean, like, look at the schizophrenics. At least they got someone to talk to. Get advice from. You got the bipolar folks. Sure, they get a little down sometimes, but, you know, they get those cool euphoric highs. They don't have to smoke nearly as much weed as I do. I mean, even psychopaths, sure, they get a little violent and murdering times, but, you know, at least they're focused. Now, I think my depression, maybe it comes from my childhood. You know, when I was like 11 years old, my brother died in a terrible accident. Yeah. No, you he fell asleep behind the witness car. Now, fortunately at the time the car wasn't moving, but unfortunately the hose from the exhaust pipe to his window didn't help the situation. What can I say? Mental health issues in my family are about as rare as 3-leaf clovers.
All right, I love it, Phil. Sure said there. You started with the depression joke and ended with the suicide joke. That's the full.
There's a theme, I thought.
Hell yeah. Phil, do I know you? How do I fucking know you?
You hung out the last time you were here a couple times.
Really? Yeah. Were you in the audience? What was it?
I was right up here. You texted me.
That's what it was.
Outside.
Yeah. What did I call you? Like Walter White Cake or something like that? Like, okay, yeah.
There's a Bert Kreischer reference.
Bert Kreischer? Like Bert Kreischer's rotting corpse or something? Like, I can't even imagine.
I lost a little bit since then.
You did? I barely recognized you.
Mythbusters on the golf course?
Fuck yeah. Mythbusters on the golf course. So Phil, tell us more about you. Is that you do stand up?
Yeah, well, when I met you, I had done stand-up. I told you that if you did come here, I would sign up for sure. But Kill Tony is what got me into it. I did my first stand-up last summer, and then since January, I've been hitting it hard.
Very fucking cool. I love it.
Is all your material based on depression? Like, is everything?
Most of it's really perverted, actually.
Can you give us a short perverted joke that you've written?
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, on the spot. Okay. So, what if it's my pursuit of happiness is missionary style? And of course, by missionary style, I mean going door to door preaching the benefits of autoerotic asphyxia. Excuse me, I was doing something earlier and lightheaded.
I see you choke because of you were choking yourself earlier. If you were choking, anyway, okay.
Yeah. Why does this guy look like the assistant manager of a haunted bowling alley?
He does. Maybe bold. All right. So Phil, tell us more about you. What do you do for work?
Well, for 18 years I was a software engineer. Yeah, and then a couple of years ago I basically actually did have kind of a mental health crisis, and I took the last couple of years off, and now I'm just kind of getting back into things.
I love it. Are you willing to talk a little bit about your mental health crisis?
Sure.
What happened exactly?
I was just living a life that was just miserable.
Yeah.
I didn't like myself or my life very much, so I decided to make a change and
you're
happy. My life better.
And you're happy now.
Yeah.
So cool. What are some of the things that bring you joy in life, Phil?
Stand up is a big one.
Of course. Yeah.
I just do stuff that makes me happy. Like I started to learn how to play the guitar. Actually, doing the mix open mics and stuff, I actually perform music too.
Really? You do a little musical comedy?
No, I haven't done musical comedy yet.
Oh, you just perform a little bit of music and sometimes comedy.
Yeah, I'm learning the guitar, so I get up there and play a little bit.
Look at you. Oh yeah, I remember you doing music when you were the lead singer of Blues Traveler. Suck it in. Yeah. That's fun, Phil.
Yeah.
What a fun, compelling story. You have a girlfriend?
I do not.
Yeah. Last date you were on, what's the situation there?
Oh, that was last summer.
Last summer. I know. I wish I could say I know what you did last summer, but
you know what I didn't do?
What? Go to the gym?
That too.
You're adorable, Phil. You're such a likable fucking guy. I mean, look at you. I can't even figure it out. You look like you do taxes under bridges. I mean, it's just incredible. It's interesting though. You're just an interesting guy.
What happened with the date? Where'd you meet her?
That was, I think I met her online, and then she's still
Stick-up.com?
What? Dating?
Stick-up.com?
I wasn't aware of them. Now I know what I'm doing later tonight.
Oh, look out. Instead, you could have finished writing all the Game of Thrones books, but now you're going to get distracted. Phil, I find your story so fucking cool and interesting, man. I think, and you talked about having a mental breakdown, and I think a lot more people have those and are a little bit more sad and a little bit more fucked up than they admit quite often. And it's something that I think people are really afraid to talk about. But you mentioned that, and you mentioned pulling yourself out of the deep end, and that is so fucking cool, dude. That's incredible.
One thing I learned
For a guy as heavy as you to pull yourself out of the deep end of anything is incredible. It's like Paul Clark. And yeah, to think it all, the whole way that started for you, that your life began to change once you met me and hung out with me after seeing me do stand-up. You know what I mean? I think it just goes to show that anybody who I hang out with turns into a fucking winner.
it was all you guys. Kill Tony is what got me into doing stand-up.
There you go.
100%.
Absolutely. Well, we love you, Phil. Thanks for sharing your story. Thanks for closing out tonight's episode. Phil Husted, everybody. How fucking cool is that? Good pull, dude. Very good. And that is Kill Tony live from Spokane, Washington. We're going to be signing posters right over there on that fucking side, right there, in just a few minutes. Signing posters, taking pictures, shaking hands. We're doing it all with you and for you because we love you, Spokane. I've done stand-up here a great many times, and I had to bring Kill Tony here. I'm so glad that we had this kind of fun. Thanks for coming late on a Thursday. Very late show. Let's talk about it. How about one more time for the great Jeremiah Watkins, Dini, ladies and gentlemen. He's got Jeremiah Wonders, a new episode out that with Jason Tebow, and new episodes coming out with the whole crew of Kill Tony. We do interviews on the road. Follow his YouTube page at Jeremiah Watkins. Follow him on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up. Listen to his podcast, Jeremiah Wonders. Buy the album on pre-sale for Reagan Watkins. Comes out June 7th, but you can pre-order it now on iTunes. And if you're listening from Los Angeles, come to the album release party on June 6th at the Comedy Store. Anything else, Jeremiah?
I just want to say I love you guys. Thanks for coming up.
He loves you. He fucking loves you. Spokane. How about one more time for Joel Jimenez, everybody? An artist that is officially sponsored by Ludwig Drums. He's on social media at Mostly Sorry. Anything you want to tell these people in Spokane? It's first time ever in Spokane, Washington.
All right, we love you. Thanks so much for coming out. Peace out.
How about one more time for the great Brian Redman, everybody?
Thanks a lot, guys.
Hey, and how about one more round of applause for that host, Tony?
Oh, wow, that's so nice of you. That's so nice. Thank you, Spokane. We love you. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you over there. And if not, we'll see you next time. We love you. Good night.
to you live from the Aladdin Theater in Portland, Oregon for a brand new episode of Kill Tony, Hinchcliffe. Portland, we're back. Make some fucking noise. Wowie. The great Brian Redman is here, ladies and gentlemen.
What is up, guys?
We are back in beautiful Portland, Oregon. This is very exciting. You guys ready for this? You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. Very exciting. We are at the front leg of our big, crazy summer tour. We're so excited to be back with you here at the beautiful Aladdin Theater, one of my favorite venues ever. The first theater I ever performed stand-up in, opening for Jeff Ross 8 or 9 years ago. Did it a couple of years ago on the Monster Energy Outbreak Tour with our friend Jeremiah. It's an honor to be back here and to sell this bitch out in one of my favorite cities in the country, Portland, Oregon. Tomorrow we go to Vancouver, then 2 sold-out shows in Seattle, and then the tour continues in June. Lawrence, Kansas, Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, Appleton, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Chicago, Madison, Minneapolis, Poughkeepsie. The new Reagan and Watkins album comes out June 7th, but you can pre-order that now. You can pre-order it right now. ReaganandWatkins.com. And Ryan J. emailed the house artist who could not make it tonight. However, after the show, out in that lobby area, he already drew an amazing summer tour, first leg of the tour poster that has Portland all over it. We'll be happy to sign those for you, and they're only $20 a pop. Amazing, and we'll take pictures with you, shake your hands and everything after the show if you guys like. Does that sound cool?
And we have some pins too from our friends at rockandpins.com. We have a Tony Hinchcliffe pin. We have a little Death Squad pin that glows in the dark. We look through those.
Yeah, the Tony Hinchcliffe pin does not have facial hair on it. However, if you'd like, I have a lot of black Sharpie markers. I can make a couple lines. I'll leave a little space for you right underneath my nose. So if that's how you want to do it, that's how we'll do it. I'm very, very excited to be back here. We're pumped, and I'm excited for this show. Should we just jump right into it? As always, there is no guest here on these road shows. However, on this show, it just so turns out that we do have a band. Every single episode of this show, the band commits to playing different characters. They debuted a lot of new characters this week. We've seen Puppeteers. We had Vampire Elvis Presley. It's been a crazy week. What were they last night again?
I can't even remember.
Wait, what were they? Target Employees. Were you guys there?
That was last night.
Very impressive. Anyway, you never know what they're going to be or what they're going to do, and they have a special band member, very special band member joining them tonight. The guitarist from Portland's very own, a band called Portugal the Man, Eric Huck. I give to you the best staff band in the land, the Count Tony Band, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. She is back. Wow, it has been a long time, Feminist Stacy. And you chose here, Portland, Oregon. Well, you guys are as lucky as it possibly gets. I never know what they're going to do. Everybody knows these characters. These are perhaps the most famous band characters of all time. Feminist Stacy, you look pretty angry about something already.
I am seething with anger right now.
What's happening? What's wrong, Feminist Stacy?
I've been hearing about this stuff in Alabama that's going on right now. As women, it's our body, our choice.
all those dirty sluts out there agreeing with you. Incredible. I love it. Feminist Stacy's here. Here, from Portugal, the man is even a feminist. No.
Yeah.
That's Garfield Waynesboro. Everyone knows that.
This is feminist Lacey.
And then all the
You're Portugal, the woman tonight.
I like that. And then clearly back here we have a Mexican Smurf of some kind.
It's Lacey, you idiot.
Macy and Stacy are back on the show. I'm guessing that's perhaps Gracie or something. Lacey. We have Stacy, Macy, and Lacey. I will not forget that. I'm writing it down right now. I don't want to fuck this up. And before we start the show, I want to make a point. I don't know whether he made it here or not exactly, but I just want to say real quick, this show would not exist if it wasn't for our amazing home of the world famous Comedy Store on the Sunset Strip, giving us the creative freedom and opportunity to be one of the first ever live comedy podcasts and evolve and grow. And I do believe that in attendance tonight is the owner of the Comedy Store somewhere. I believe Peter Shore is here. Everybody. Yeah. Well, you give him a hand. Incredible. I think he's here. I hope he's here. Portland's very own Peter Shore, taking the place to a whole other level, keeping all the comedians and their audience members happy. And so we're very excited. We have the band, we have Red Band, we have the feminists. It's very exciting. And we have this right here, thanks to our pal Derek Palmer. He gave us hey, sit your ass back down. Get your ass in. No one told you to soak in applause, you idiot. You think you bring a 99-cent jack-o'-lantern, you get to jump on stage, you fuckwad? This thing is jam-packed with names. We had an amazing turnout here, Portland. We're going to try to get through as many as we can. You guys know how the show works. If I pull your name out, you get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. And that includes uninterrupted from you guys. We don't interrupt the 60 seconds, so don't be an idiot. Don't heckle. If you had the balls to sign up, then hopefully your name gets pulled out. But don't ruin somebody else's set. If I pull your name out of the bucket, that means there's only one way to get up here. You have to go that way, up that ramp and around. You can't miss it. Just follow that wall, up that ramp. You're going to go backstage and come out here and walk straight to that microphone. Don't fucking touch me. You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. Oh, you can barely hear that little baby thing. Oh, it's louder. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Heartbeat Milk Street Bear. You might know it better as, formerly known as the Stark Street Bear. Or perhaps some of you know it as the Vaseline Flat Bear. I was told there's many gay parts to Portland, so basically the Portland Bear. Oh, we just call it that. You guys ready to start this Mamma Jam or what? Here we go, live from Portland. How fucking exciting is this? And your first comedian getting us kick-started tonight goes by the name of Kevin T. Kevin T. Oh, here he comes, right there, second row. Here we go, coming around. This is exciting. You guys excited for this shit or what? We're live in Portland, Oregon.
Whoa, what's going on, Portland? Yo, so my favorite meal is hamburger helper, and my favorite flavor is the beef stroganoff. I like it so much, I think I call it the beef stroke meal. And it would make sense because their mascot's big hand, so it would do well. I'm not very good at dating. This one girl told me she didn't have a gag reflex, and I just said, well, you'd be a really bad bulimic person. Okay, does anyone like condoms here? No one likes condoms? Yeah, my cat hates them because he can't breathe very well when they put it over his head. I'm just kidding. He's trying to be a father, so that would be against the point of doing that. My grandma's kind of racist. We went to a Chinese restaurant, and she's like, I don't care for the Orientals. And I said, Grandma, Orientals are flavor of ramen. That's not really the thing there. Has anyone ever drank it so much? That's it.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Fuck yeah, I guess, there you go.
Heck yeah. Welcome to the show, Kevin. This is the first time having a Portland third grader on the show. How old are you, Kevin?
I'm 24.
24. That's your first time on stage right there?
This is my 5th time on stage.
5th time on stage. Wow. Have you worked those jokes out before somewhere else?
I've tried it once, actually, last night. I tried a few of them. None of them went really well, so here we are.
Yeah, this guy is like logic without the logic part. Really is. You really put condom on your cat's head? Is that what you said?
No, my cat is allergic to latex, so it doesn't.
Wait, how did you find that out? His ass started swelling up. Is your cat really allergic to latex?
I don't know. There's lots of used condoms around and she seems fine.
How are there? You jerk off into condoms? I don't understand. How are there used condoms laying around your place?
I just find them on the street, and whenever I find one, I just keep it.
I see what you did there. Well, that's what look at Kevin trying to emphasize. That's so weird. Like a guy who saves used condoms from the street. Wow. There you go. Have a little severe Kool-Aid, pal. There you go. Ah, shucks. My goodness. Kevin, you born and raised here in Portland?
Southern Oregon, yes.
Southern Oregon.
Lived in Oregon my whole life.
Yeah, there's some other Billy guns here. Southern Oregon, it seems. What do you do for work?
I study.
Yeah, what do you study?
Computer science.
What? Yeah. No, I know your skin's bad. Acknowledge it first and open up that game. I feel great.
I can see that being a little tired.
What?
CNN enemy and low tide.
CNN enemy and low tide.
It's important in that face.
Interested to know about you. Any fun facts about you? You ever been a spelling bee?
My right hand's really weird.
Yeah, what's weird? Let's see, pull it out. It's pimples all over it. What's weird about your nut?
It's just doing it.
What's it gonna take to drop it? I saw your set tonight. You dropped the ball already. What do you do? You talk to the doctor?
It's fine. It's just a little different, you know.
Did you talk to a doctor about that?
I don't think anyone about it.
You should talk to a doctor.
We did. they said it's fine. It's a normal thing from what I've heard. There's plenty of people.
That's crazy. 5 minutes ago, you said you haven't talked very
But he couldn't pull it out for you? Like, don't you want it out?
You scrolling.
I want to leave it where it is.
Hey, you met with a girl. You heard a girl down there, and she's like, I don't want to scare you. It's really cool.
Like, I would try to suck it out or something. Typical man, the cheese for the taco here. This guy's talking about his balls like it's some angel or something.
You finished your Robitussin. So, it's all happening. Yeah, shout out to our friend over at the Rocket Beans Burger Company making us delicious delicious meat. Very nice even simmered.
Problems naturally talk about having kids, but kids kind of son. So we decided to get a dog. The only difference about getting a dog is you can't hit your dog. Trying to get a dog, it's really hard. I got the puppy dog guys, it's almost impossible. People use puppy dog guys to get after trouble. They look at you and come in. Sarah, quibble on other dudes there. She gives you a puppy dog guys. Alright, well, at least when I'm not home, she gives you a puppy dog guys. Oh shit, okay, but make sure I'm in my room where it needs to go. Puppy dog guys again, but please spit in my goddamn mouth. Gee.
You don't hate your dog. You do hate your dog, or you don't hate your dog.
The only difference in words between getting a baby and a dog is you're not allowed to hit your dog.
Exactly. Also, another difference is that you can't really use condom over a baby's face. Or dogs get like menstruate, so like, so you can hit babies. That's your logic.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You never wanted a baby.
I'd rather get a dog than a baby. Me too.
Wow.
Across the mountain from Gaines Road.
Silly stories, mostly drinking stories. Sex stories.
She got a whole little understand a word he said. Something very funny about it wasn't your jokes, but it was you were great energy, you had orphan energy. That energy, it was still trying to impress the father that you never met. So, Ryan, let's talk about it. A lot of disorder there, a lot of very system down. You said that you've been in a car crash, and after this set, you've been in two. What's going on this car crash? What are you talking about there? Tell us about it. Your light flashed by your eyes. Paying attention to that. I mean, everybody is hard to sound right back to it, Ryan. When your light flashed before your eyes, did you see your birth parents in that? Like, these people. Also, did you lose your other pigtail in the car crash? Okay, go on. Tell us about the car crash. I interrupted you.
You don't know you're rolling over. You're in a fixed position. You see the rest of the world tumbling in front of you like a fucking movie. And that was fun. It was.
You're really chilly. Whether you did a little bit of drugs before this, or you shot your friend.
Marijuana.
Look at this wuss.
You seem like a cool guy. first time it was great. I'll tell you that. Look at my you don't do that with my screaming.
So, pyramids, the technique is supposed to
It's true. That's weird. The last comedians dance moves. My goodness. James, you are listening in the house shit business? Married? Yes, sir. How long have you been married for? Almost 10 years. 10 years now. 40. Wow, really? 40 at all? Must be something in the water or the ocean or something. Must be the only one around here for what is your wife do for work? She runs she's bookkeeping for an excavation company. Why do you laugh like that? I decided that I wasn't going to talk about my wife and I got called out by your so that's a good thing. There's a struggle woman who survives you. Especially for your very first time. I've been thinking about it a while. Like when you smile, it's very unbelievably smile. It's very say that I did a good job today. Tell me that. You did awesome, Tony. Oh, thanks. I've been thinking about it a while. Smiling and actually moving on. Sideburns. Can you slide sideburn moving on? Yeah, those lines too many criers that split into 20 different characters. Did you also get jealous of your crew speed? I'm thinking about your unbelievable satisfaction. Another hand for Aaron Hall. Okay, another comedian coming at you. Variant's good for Anna Wachowski.
tiny dick couldn't fit in. years in a youth choir. Most jobs, men are better than women. So people take punchline to that is, well, you didn't make me come, the amount of effort you put into it, did turn a blood job, or love 401k. Sorry, you didn't come. I had to finish myself. So where did you finish on his face or something? Yeah, like he was way into it. Like, of course. Yeah, something about it. It's going on and it's like, he wouldn't just let me jerk off by myself. He insisted on on his face for some reason. I have no idea why he would want that. Did you find it attractive at all? I mean, was there a reason why? I mean, I've been wasted at it if I was, sucking on his dick. Let's crash at his house. He had me out and we're drinking, and at one point he offered sure, so like, real quick, so he even was like, yeah, and offers in the fridge, he's carrying it, he's like, take a chip beer, so a friend of a friend, I was crashing his house, was sleeping in my car at the time, and essentially, like, hand very firmly placed at the inner thigh, the long goes hard. So you went to fucking town. Yeah. Started calling. Yeah. How long was he longing for before you stopped him and said, I need to finish this myself? He was very upset that I hadn't finished yet. So I probably said about 10 minutes, right? And so, like, the way I describe it is, like, mechanically good. When you say that, you're saying that you look like a mechanic. After 10 minutes, are you looking down and you're like, I'm a little bit. You try to trick yourself, like, hey, this is a girl, this is Kate Anderson, sucker my dick, right? Are you that old, or are you picturing Kate Anderson?
Test. Hello, John. Can you hear me? Excellent. How are you today? Yes, I can. I'm lovely, thank God. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Excellent. Well, I appreciate the opportunity. Just a few introductory questions. Generally, how long would you like the podcast to be? Excellent. Wonderful. If possible, and I know that you have some esoteric topics that you speak on. I was looking at some of your podcasts, including the aerial school phenomenon that happens in Zimbabwe. If possible, I'd like to talk a little bit about perhaps some alien topics as well as futurism, in addition to my live streaming. Excellent. One time, one time, but it was on my phone, so I'm on my computer now. Most certainly. Sounds great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, John. Most certainly. Well, any rabbi is at the heart a learner and someone who is always wanting to know more about the world. And many of the topics that you cover and that are of interest to me, I see as science. And so they perhaps may not be things that have been declassified yet or disclosed yet, but that doesn't mean that necessarily they are false or shouldn't at least be lent some credibility and deeper study. Absolutely. And I think most Jews in general, but especially rabbis, if you get them behind closed doors and you are able to speak with them candidly and present to them the evidence, just like any rational person, they're going to have questions. And all we're doing is asking questions and wanting to learn more about this phenomenon, especially with the recent disclosures of the United States government. Even the government doesn't necessarily know or is willing to disclose everything that is known. And we had the UAP phenomenon on the front page of the New York Times in 2017, and that lends it some credibility as well. So this is no longer something that you're going to find in a comic book or something that you're going to find perhaps on a non-verified source. This is becoming mainstream. Absolutely, I'm in agreement as well. Um, when I was a kid, you didn't have the internet. The best place that you were going to find anything regarding this was generally, as I would find it, a radio program known as Art Bell's Coast to Coast AM. If you're familiar, that's where I would first learn about people taking the alien subject seriously. And it wasn't something that was science fiction. These were people who had some type of experience, whether it could be validated or verified, that's up to the listener. But basically, the idea was that was a source where you could get information. And then as the internet expanded, uh, the, the more credible witnesses and websites would arise. And you would learn. I mean, I was a young person, so I couldn't attend UFO conferences, but you would learn these things were going on, and like, wow, people are meeting in real life, IRL, as they say today, to discuss these types of ideas. And it, we talked a little bit about the religious aspect, but the idea that perhaps we may have had some type of guided panspermia, some type of this might be a zoo, the earth might be a zoo, or perhaps it isn't just like we would see in Genesis or Bereshit. In the beginning, there might have been something different to that. And it opened my eyes and my ears. And I would say the thing that really started to change my opinion was when the internet became strong enough to be able to support video. So you would get people who upload different videos to YouTube, and you might get some different sightings and footage on different forums and such. And the video that really changed my mind. In fact, I would say I was a UFO skeptic. So for anyone who's listening out there, if you are a skeptic, you're not alone. I was once a skeptic, and I think many of us were skeptics because that is what many times the media would force us to digest. But I would publicly debate people on the subject. It was one of those. There's not evidence. Where's the science, et cetera, et cetera. But the thing that really changed my view was the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm sure you're probably familiar with it, which was May 9th, 2001. And while I saw it years later, it was the first time that I ever saw credible witnesses, government whistleblowers, who were talking about this subject in a real, calm, scientific way with data and with some veracity to what they were saying. And it was one whistleblower after another, after another, after another. And that to me certainly opened my eyes. And then with the production of more evidence that would come out during the teens, especially the 2017 New York Times article, especially with the David Grush, the Tic Tac from 2004, that FLIR footage. There's certainly something there. And if you were to ask or poll, and I've seen polls on this, the American public at least, we are now the majority of people who are demanding answers to what is going on and why aren't we getting better answers from those in authority. We're no longer a minority. We're no longer the fringe. And if it's one thing to speak about these things publicly, it's another thing to get people around a table behind closed doors and really ask people what they've experienced, what they think of the issue. And many times people are much more vocal about it, and they just have some fear about being seen as some kind of fringe ideologue, or perhaps they have a career that they need to um, uh, avoid this topic altogether because it's not generally accepted in some mainstream discussions. But I'd like to change that. And I've seen in a generation major changes come. And I'd like to see even more in the coming generation. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. And I don't just stream, I actually archive the data. So you can go back in my life more than 4 years, I'm approaching 5 years, and see a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. And it's not just the story of my life, but for any time during this period, I keep a radio on in the background that is archiving world news events. So this is essentially a timeline or a time capsule or a journal or a diary, not just of one person's life, but of human events, which I think is a really interesting project. Additionally, I was inspired somewhat by the movie The Truman Show back in the day in the 90s, if you recall that, or the television show Big Brother. The idea that you could give people a portal into your life. And I learned around 2017 that data had overtaken petroleum, according to The Economist magazine, as Earth's number one resource. And that was a mind blowing idea that this data, something that we can't even see, was more valuable than petroleum and water and everything else that we have. And I recognized there was a great opportunity, perhaps, to be able to one day utilize this data for future generations to be able to study, but additionally to perhaps give myself a platform to be able to help people along the way in ways perhaps I would have never thought. My goal is to one day go viral with discussions such as this. And when that occurs, I'd like to make you, your audience, their friends, their family, all financially independent. I'd like to make I would like to give you all generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. Essentially, I want to give back to all the people who've helped me along the way. And the way that I plan on doing that is first by monetizing the data. I'm not just live on one stream, nor two streams, nor 10 streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams at any given time. In fact, if I may, I have my phone here. And for anyone who would like to find my streams, all they have to do is type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild into YouTube, and you can find, let's see if I can get it without blurring. Perhaps I might have the blur issue, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 streams going right now. And that doesn't include what you and I are discussing. So basically, you can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. And what this gives people the opportunity to do is view a portal into someone's life from any angle that they wish, from any angle that in which they may feel comfort, and to be able to watch my life, see my interactions with people. And I think long term, this project is going to help humans to study human biology and aging and psyche, certainly behavior, circadian rhythms, and sleep, every aspect of the human body. And moreover, I am perhaps the world's greatest example of a single individual for mapping AI and AI modeling. And AI needs accurate models, not just to be able to learn someone's gait or how they walk on the street, but also micro behaviors, small facial reactions, and breathing patterns, even things like swallowing or blinking. And my streams will give AI, and already do, a really an in-depth analysis of at least a single individual. So I'd like to monetize that data, take all of the data that we have from YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and Twitter and all of the other platforms that I am right now uh, uh, streaming on simultaneously, take any of the money that is gleaned from that and put it in a 501c3, basically one large charity, a big pot, and take even more money from different endorsements that I plan on doing, because I'm unlike any influencer that you're going to find. Any other influencer has to end their streams. Any other influencer eventually goes offline. I don't. My idea is to wear like a Formula One outfit, basically with sponsors all over me that are available to the public 24 hours a day, and take that money, put it in the charity. Additionally, in just live reads, any other type of advertising, product placement, all of that. And then, moreover, my social media. I have more social media, John, than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. And it's basically the world's largest treasure hunt. And when people start to delve in to see that I have tens of thousands of posts and tens of thousands of really just hours of video that have never been seen, it's going to have a revolutionary effect on the world. And some of the things that I'd like to promote and with my stream are things like futurism, are things like alien disclosure, but really are things about giving back to the world, ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm already sponsored by some organizations, including cryptocurrencies. And one of the things that we do is we already build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I want to maximize that type of potential globally. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I envision in a generation or two a world, God willing, where no person goes without food, no person goes without water. So, in addition to promoting peace, which is the absolute core of my project, I want to help give back to the world and also enlighten the world on many of these subjects. Well, I have some large spreadsheets that I use, but yeah, it can definitely become overwhelming. That I haven't gone viral yet. When I first started this, I thought, oh, somebody's streaming their life 24/7. This is going to go viral within a month, maybe 2 months, 3 months. But I recognized that it's a pay to play game. Basically, any kind of social media influence. And I recognize that people buy followers. I recognize people bot themselves. And it really makes it difficult for someone who's trying to go viral organically. And so I recognized that I needed to build a community, and I have on Discord. So my Discord, if anybody wants to join, it's discord.me/rabbi. And you can connect with me 24 hours a day. I have thousands of people in the Discord. In fact, I have people who live alongside me who are there right now listening to this discussion, who have decided for whatever reason they enjoy what I do, they enjoy the camaraderie, they enjoy the community, and they know that they're a part of something really special. And that makes me different as an influencer as well. You may have influencers who want to live stream, but you can't generally just speak with them, and especially not on video 24 hours a day. I open my life up to anyone who has any type of interest in any of the subjects that we're discussing, but also I lend pastoral support as a rabbi. I'm someone who lends guidance and just good old fashioned common sense and advice to individuals, basically being a resource for anyone who's looking for help for whatever it maybe, whether it's relationship advice, employment advice, or just they want to learn more about a certain topic. And maybe I'm not an expert in that topic, but I'm willing to learn alongside them and we'll learn together. Whatever it is, I'm open to the world. And so I really felt that, oh, it wouldn't take me long to go viral, but it's taken a little longer than I would have liked. However, I've made some really great relationships along the way and created a really, I would say, powerful community. And I don't think it's going to be too much longer, John, uh, especially doing podcasts. And I see the growth of my community over the course of the past few years. And I really think that perhaps by this time next year, we may be having this discussion in person on some tropical island or somewhere where I can ensure that you and your audience is in a better place than they are today. And if not next year, hopefully in the coming years. It does sound quite familiar. Within Kabbalah, we have a famous story of in the book of Ezekiel and Ezekiel's wheel, and many theologians, many of my fellow contemporary rabbis, but also rabbis of generations ago, have at least found some connection to the wheel, Ezekiel's wheel, and perhaps some type of UFO. While we don't necessarily know it, and I don't want to necessarily infer this, we do know that the people of the past in antiquity most certainly had their eyes to the sky. And the idea that aliens could be amongst us is not something that's necessarily anti Jewish by any means. Um, the main rabbinical voices of um, really the 20th century, specifically Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory, the seventh Chabad rabbi, Rabbi, um, had written that there isn't a distinct um, contradiction between Judaism and perhaps alien life. Whether we had found it, whether it was real, those were all questions that he didn't necessarily delve into, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it couldn't exist. And I, as a contemporary leader within Judaism, am asking questions that I know my colleagues are curious of as well, like practical questions. So we do have people who participate in space tourism. And as an Orthodox Jew, generally our clock is on the 24-hour basis of Earth, terra firma. But what happens when you get into orbit and you're traveling around the Earth multiple times a day? Uh, does that mean you have to pray more often? How does that work? The general consensus, but there isn't a solidified stance, is that you would treat this as you would on Earth. But there are some sources that say once we get into space, then much of Judaism may be considered earthbound. There are other arguments that, especially in the traditional world, that it is not earthbound. But these are questions that are being raised and were not necessarily contemplated in antiquity. In terms of more liberal, of the more liberal mindset within Judaism, there's a lot of openness of having these discussions on extraterrestrial life in a mature manner and not necessarily defaulting to what we have been told for the last few centuries or even before then, that perhaps there's only Hashem, or what we call God, and that's it, and there are perhaps no other civilizations out there. I know I personally uh, have had this question and have brought it to Chabad rabbis in particular, and I've shown them a just video of a uh, it's a famous video of a UFO flying um, parallel to like a Russian MiG. And I remember this rabbi, just so happened to be from Israel, said there is only God. And that's the more traditional sense. However, I've brought this to other rabbis, and they've said, I can't explain what's going on there, but it seemingly doesn't seem human like. So it depends on the source that you go to. And in the end, just like with religion, no one really knows. It's really a subjective opinion of what people have. But I am excited that the generations of today, specifically within Judaism, are more open to the idea of extraterrestrial life and perhaps even um, our creation story and the traditions that we have and incorporating that within our current traditions. Yeah, so generally the term angel just simply means messenger. And angels can get you can get really deep into angelic beings and perhaps um, what type of interaction they may have with Hashem, with God. And um, are they human like? Are they simply um, assistants or agents of God? And that's probably the best way. Traditionally, we have seen angels. Now, there are stories about angels, and especially within Kabbalah, about there's Metatron and Gabriel and Michael and Uriel and Raphael, but without necessarily getting into just angels within Judaism or angels just within religion in general. The idea is that angels, the idea is messengers. So whatever the people, ancient people, may have thought of as being a messenger, it was the best way they could explain some type of agent of Hashem, of God. Now, there are other people who certainly, and there is a base that feels that the angels of the of at least the Hebrew Bible are more intermediaries between Hashem and God, or pardon me, Hashem and Israel, or just people in general. It's really who you ask. Generally, though, the term angel means messenger, and however you want to interpret that is your own subjective opinion. Yeah. Okay. So this opens up some really great opportunities. So I've heard similar discussions. The idea of consciousness is our soul, or perhaps anything that is non-physical of our body is our soul. I've also heard that aliens, depending on the source, and these can get wild, that aliens um, that our bodies are just um, capsules of for our souls, and that when we die, perhaps our soul goes somewhere else. Um, and I think that what some people may call consciousness, other people call the soul. What I reference this as generally is the internal, our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. Basically, those are the things outside of the more physical aspects of our body that that represent our consciousness and basically control our consciousness. And um, moving that toward the discussion of how these crafts are controlled, there's an idea that aliens are so advanced that they are able to communicate in multiple methods. Specifically, the big one, though, is telepathy. So they no longer have a need for one individual language, and they're able to communicate to individuals. Many times we hear abductees who just know exactly what the being is telling them, but they almost hear it like an internal voice. And if you get into some type of defense contracting, they're called voice of God weapons. There's an idea that there are types of weapons that can be used to create a voice inside someone's head without the the weapon actually utilizing the person's eardrum or ears at all. It's like an internal um, uh, vibration that they undergo, or that um, they feel. And I've seen this displayed. You probably I know on Jesse Ventura's had a show years ago, and he actually showed that you could put these basically like um, these, how would I say, like almost like prongs or on the human skull, and be able to get certain messages from individuals uh, feet away, or yards away, or even around the block if needed. So it seems like that type of technology is possible both from a human standpoint and an alien standpoint. I've also heard stories, though, of aliens who grunt or make noises. Um, and so maybe, I mean, if one type of alien existed, then there's probably a giant chance that hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands or even more types of aliens exist, even within just our galaxy. So the idea of consciousness right now, I think, is something that we just have really scratched the surface of. We don't even really know what it is. Uh, we think we know, but it's really difficult to define. It's really difficult to know even if other species have consciousness, but there is a connection between consciousness, I think, and being able to um, control these types of crafts. I don't know if you've seen, or I'm sure you're familiar with Bob Lazar, but most recently there's an S4 documentary that just came out, I believe on Amazon. And in his stories, one of the things that he references is that these crafts had they were pretty bare boned inside, and it was basically like a pewter metallic, very smooth, almost like 3D printed as we know it today, or just like wax cooled. Everything was very smooth, and there aren't like traditional controls. And at least his speculation and some other speculation of ufologists is that these crafts are controlled with the mind, or some type of consciousness. And but how that's done is still, I think, a mystery to most people. And I would also say that in his stories, they did some experiments with I believe it was the sport model, and the craft would take off the ground, and sometimes they would have I believe, a human inside the craft, but that was not confirmed, and they were able to communicate with that person via walkie-talkie, I believe, um, in at least some of the stories. And some people may say, um, Bob Lazar, he can't verify what he's saying, and I understand, but we only have so many sources on this, so take it with a grain of salt. But perhaps consciousness from a traditional humanistic perspective and a technological perspective is much more powerful than we previously may have imagined. Well, many times people use religion as a realm of that which can't be explained. And maybe, like hundreds of years ago, when someone would die of a certain disease that couldn't be explained, it would just be that was that was God's intention. Perhaps that's true, but there was no real way to explain it. But as we eventually would learn germ theory and our science advanced, elements of religion somewhat recede to some extent, and religion becomes a filler for that which we can't explain. And there are questions that science hasn't been able to answer. Why do bad things happen to good people? And uh, are humans moral? These philosophical questions that science and just hasn't been able to necessarily answer. But some other questions that exist in terms of like disease and perhaps depression or other behavioral issues are much more explained through science, and people no longer necessarily feel that it's a religious reason why something may be happening or it's specifically that they're being punished, but it may just be a part of their environment or some type of medical issue that they may be having. And as we continue to make strides in science, I feel that as some aspects of religion will continue to recede. However, there is there is a role that some people put into science that is there to fill the gaps, so to speak. Now, there are secular individuals who I have immense understanding and, uh, in many ways, empathy, who will say that it is wrong to put religion in the cracks, so to speak, and that that is just something that we may not be able to explain currently with science, but we will be able to. And I'm in agreement with that. So for anyone out there who um, is listening, you should know first and foremost, no one really knows whether you're secular or religious. No one really knows. It's subjective. And at the heart of it, what one person may call Hashem or God as energy, as perhaps Spinoza would have said. Another secular person uh, would just call it energy, and that's it. And they're actually not disagreeing. What one person may call God, another person may call energy, and we get into divisive discussions about the um, minutia of what that can mean. But in reality, we're not too far off from each other in many ways. And I think religion is really, I mean, if you look at statistics, people are becoming less religious and have been for the past century, but even more than that. The highest rate of religiosity in on Earth, the known history, is about 1200 of the Common Era, and since then, especially with the Enlightenment and the rise of secularism, religion in general has been um, waning to some extent. Not to say that it's not still very powerful and has a role in our society, but I think we'll continue to see these trends as science begins to uncover more and more mysteries. And I think religion eventually will perhaps evolve into humanism, into self improvement, into positivity, which in many ways it already has and already does. And so, what perhaps people of the future may consider to be a religion uh, is no different than these types of positive thinking, um, morality, uh, the idea of um, just the basic golden rule: do unto others as they would do unto you. That's basic behavioral. Um, that's basic human behavior as we feel to work in a society. While some people may consider it religious because it has religious sources, other people who may have never been exposed to that type of religion just say that's common sense, and that's fine. We can agree on that. So, in answer in summary, I think that the more that we discover with science, the less we are willing to necessarily say that there's a religious reason because of this. And religion itself, no matter what it is, whether it's the three major Islam, Christianity, Judaism in the Western world, or any of the Eastern religions, or even indigenous religions, are all in their own way, if they get exposed to the larger consensus of society, they're moving away from traditional doctrines and more towards self improvement, more towards humanism in general. Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. So, being a futurist to me, and generally within the futurist industry, so to speak, or just academia, is someone who studies the future. It's really a simple definition. It's someone who, like we have historians, people who study the past. We as futurists may study the past, but we also look toward the future and advancements of where humanity is moving. And while many people in the past might have considered themselves to be futurists, or even hundreds or thousands of years ago we might have called some prophets or diviners futurists. That's not what we state. We aren't making bold predictions and hoping they come true. We are people who see the development and the evolution of society and can, in our own way, um, make certain have certain understanding of where humanity may be going. So, in particular, as a futurist, I certainly like to talk about AI. I've been live streaming my life 24/7 since before large language models became part of the human psyche, which I think is really interesting about my project. I started streaming in fall of 2021. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022 and was a user when it launched November 2022. So I've actually have like a pre large language model part of my stream in the almost like the before the AI era, and now I've been able to see with Open AI's ChatGPT, ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5 with its Sora. I've been able to see things like Gemini and Perplexity and Claude and all of the other competitors that have arisen, and Midjourney and all of these others, and been able to archive when those happen throughout our timeline, so to speak. And I feel that in addition to being able to archive events like the death of the queen and the birth and the coronation of a king, I've been able to document the birth of AI. And what's I feel really special about this project is people will be able to see what life was like, certainly from other people's videos, but how my streams and my archives have been able to document this. Now, additionally, what I've been talking about and love to talk about are things like antimatter, anti gravity, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like Santa Claus machines, or better, perhaps known in other realms as replicators. Basically, a 3D printer that's connected to the periodic table that can make anything that you want. And things like teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, even things that are currently happening that just don't get a lot of um, publicity, like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction, when I talk about de extinction, um, I don't want people to necessarily jump to Jurassic Park, but I am talking about basically an extinct species that through hybridization we've been able to bring back to a viable species. The first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, A company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded, and they've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. To me, that when I was a kid, that would have sounded like science fiction, but it's becoming science fact. This company recently made headlines with their direwolf project, their hybridization of direwolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. The dodo bird was a punchline for many, many years about dead as a dodo, basically. It's an extinct species. But the idea is that some of these types of species may be able to, in some hybrid way, be recreated and perhaps reintroduced to their natural habitats. These are not things that are being discussed all that much, but they're mainstream topics. This is not fringe. This is science. Following the discussion of de-extinction, many times I like to talk about humans ourselves and the idea of transhumanism and our role, meaning we're moving in an evolutionary period from traditional Homo sapiens to something different. I've heard it discussed in many different uh, phrases or terms. Like I've heard Homo technos or Homo techno, or there are all kinds of different names. But basically, what we're talking about are humans who are able to control their own life expectancy. And I like to talk about things. And for anyone who's hearing me out there, I want to first say this is all with your consent. Consent's very big to me in all aspects of society. I don't want anybody who's hearing me to have to undergo anything they don't want. But for those of you or those of us who want to live longer than we may have expected, I want to give you the resources with my project to be able to utilize things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps, or blood transfusions, more apt. Things like perhaps testosterone replacement therapy, things like nootropics, and really anything to extend your life within a moral way and a feasible way. And then we're moving into the reversal of aging with different pharmaceuticals out there. And again, for anyone who hears me, I don't want to force this on anybody. If you want to die at age 80, that's fine. When John and I were born, the average life expectancy for us was about age 80. But for those of us who want to extend life to age 100, 120, I don't feel that we should have to limit ourselves. And then eventually we get into the realm of what happens when you're 120 years old or older and your body starts to break down. What's the next plan? And for those who ask me this question, there are multiple ways, but one of them is a technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with someone's consent, we scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system, basically that consciousness that we talked about earlier, or the container that's referenced many, or everything aside from the container that's referenced in some ufology. And what we do is we upload that information into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. What I'm essentially saying to you, John, and to your audience is that we're within a generation or two of digital immortality, basically save points that you would have in a video game where you would be able to manipulate your life in any way that you want and live indefinitely. For anyone who hears me saying this, if you think I'm saying, oh, so you think you'll be able to live forever? I don't like using the term forever because forever can be a punishment. I want to live as long as I want to live until I don't want to live anymore. I want the control over the idea. But that I don't want my environment to dictate that anymore as it previously has for generations of humanity. I want to be able to control whether I want to live another life as a man, I want to live a life as a cyborg or a superhuman of some sort, or if we're going to travel the stars, as we perhaps are destined to have some type of alien functions or some type of evolutionary traits that we can't even imagine. I don't want to limit myself. And we're at a point where we're moving into this transhumanist world. And many times people hear the term transhumanism and it scares them because they think it's like the 1% and nobody else is going to have an opportunity at that. And what people don't understand is there are those of us within the transhumanist community that want to give the technology to more people. I don't know if we'll be able to give it to all the people on Earth, but much more people than just the 1%. And many times people don't recognize either that if you're hearing me right now, chances are you are part of the 1%. And you may be saying, Rabbi, what do you mean? I'm just an average individual in a Western country. What do you mean I'm part of the 1%? Well, the World Health Organization and World Bank, I believe, both state that if you make like $33,000 a year, you're in the top 1% of the world. So we have to see ourselves out as extremely blessed just to have the internet, to have computers. Most people don't have what we have right now. And it's important for us to recognize that we have an extremely exciting future, but also to not forget the people who don't have what we have and to give people resources to be able to utilize the same type of technology. And that's really a big goal of mine. So, from a futurist standpoint, I'd like to talk about those things. I'm also a major advocate of mega projects. You know, we used to have mega projects, I feel, perhaps not always in the most moral ways, but we had the Suez Canal, we had the Panama Canal. We don't do those things anymore. Even in the United States, the federal interstate system is not something that anyone has any kind of plans on doing. Uh, I want to reignite this type of passion into the youth of the world. I would like to see something like a Bering Strait tunnel. When I say a Bering Strait tunnel, I'm talking about the area between Asia and North America. It's about 51 miles or so of extremely treacherous a strait, but building underneath the earth or below the surface allows for the weather to be avoided or many of the weather pitfalls and friendly and cautious way, the clearing of the Darien Gap, which is about 100 miles of deeply forested rainforest between southern Panama and northern Colombia. With these two projects completed, a person would be able to drive. They may need a ferry at some point because of the Amazon, but they'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Paris or from New York to Cape Town. And for those people who may say, well, this seems like it's impossible, well, we already have tunnels that are about in Asia, 15 miles. So we're already almost halfway there. And we have to think big. And things like the channel, the English Channel tunnel between the European mainland and the British Isle, or in England, was is already very old in theory, and we're not working on those types of plans. And I would like to. I want to expand the English Tunnel. I'd like to see some type of bridge system or tunnel system built between Morocco and Spain, like at Gibraltar. I'd like to see perhaps an additional Suez Canal, because as we've seen, or similar type of canal in that area, because as we have seen, canals become choke points, and choke points, especially during war, can impact global economy and supply routes, and just the supply chain in general. And I don't want one nation or perhaps a conglomeration to have too much impact by just holding one choke point. I'd like to see in Central America, and this has been planned, and these are just it's about unification and it's about motivation, but plans in Nicaragua or Honduras or even Mexico to be able to build a channel where the isthmus of Central America is, and uh, these are things that will take time, but they also provide a lot of jobs. And we have robotics for the more dangerous aspects of this. And those are some important things. I'm a big planner, and mega projects are really important to me. And really, more practical things. At least here in California, we've been talking about bullet trains or high speed corridors for 30 years at least, and just seen black hole budgets that haven't really built any mileage to this. And then we look at our Asian counterparts. I think in Japan, they just celebrated 60 years of no fatalities directly from the bullet train. So when people say, well, it's unsafe to travel at those speeds, not in Japan, it's not. And they have more seismic activity than most places in North America. And now they have had some people who perhaps have no one within the actual trains has died. They just recently celebrated this, and China, in its own way, has utilized this type of technology to be able to connect its major corridors. And the fact that we don't have this in North America is a shame. And so those are some major projects that I'd like to see the world over the course of the next few decades and century at least attempt or just to get the conversation going. And so, as a futurist, it certainly is about the scientific developments uh, about which I look forward to robotics and AI and such. And it's about utilizing that type of technology that we glean and making it practical for the benefit of humans. Excellent. Artificial superintelligence. So we're approaching artificial general intelligence, which is seemingly the idea of artificial intelligence that is at the human level, and artificial superintelligence expands that then to a point where the intelligence surpasses what humans can even foresee. And when we get into quantum computing and speeds, and even different kinds of not just quantum computers, but we would consider as supercomputers, plasma computers, holographic computers. There are many types of supercomputers out there aside from quantum computing. That's just one type of what we would consider different level of supercomputer. And there are many different types. And when we get into processing and speeds, that's a really exciting opportunity for the world, I feel. I hear many of the fears that you hear when it comes to AI. And I'm not sure if the audience is aware or familiar, but in the 1800s, there were people known as the Luddites who basically foresaw all of what was happening in their own way, specifically with an invention known as the loom. And the loom was a type of invention that many computer historians tied to the earliest type of computer, because it was basically a machine that had some uh, primitive programming to it with wool, and the Luddites rejected this type of development and foresaw that technology may perhaps be a our enemy. I think you can go in that direction, and that's fine. Or I think that we probably agree. You can see these types of advancements as a tool, not for good, not for bad. It's how you use the tool. Humans at one time had discovered fire. And as we see, even to this day, fire can be used for good, it can be used for bad. The wheel, same thing, can be used for good or bad. Moving into more modern age, steam or perhaps electricity can be used for good or bad. Computing, good or bad. Um, Rocketry, gunpowder. You name the technology, it depends on how people want to use it. And I feel that we are people who still have control over AI. Perhaps, I mean, you never know at a certain point, but seemingly we do. We can unplug it. We can choose to stop powering data centers and such if we wanted to. And I think that's an important aspect of it. It gets into the science fiction realm of like the HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey, where AI actually rejects human input. I think there's a really important safety protocol that we need, that we always need to be able to have the final say for whatever reason it may be, because we don't want different types of hypothesized end games. One is known as gray goo, where basically nanobots take over the entire world. Self replicating nanobots take over the entire world. The idea of self replication can have very good aspects, but very bad aspects as well. Autonomy can have very good aspects and very bad aspects as well. Um, and these types of discussions, I think it's important that they're not just had behind uh, academic meetings or academic um, rooms or board rooms, that these should be public discussions, that people should have a say of what type of technology impact is going to affect them in their local community. These are important discussions that we have to have, and if people who are listening to this aren't having them, they should be. And I invite people to talk about these things. Talk about robotics with your children or the young people in your life. Talk about AI with your parents and neighbors, and have these discussions. The more educated we are, the more power we are going to control in terms of what these tools can do for us. But overall, I see AI and robotics and autonomous vehicles and technology in general to have a game changing and really a planet changing future. And it's important how we program it and what kind of safeguards we put into it. But I think that it's a really bright future. So I'm positive towards it when I know a lot of people aren't as positive. I've heard that as well, that the grades, sometimes they're references to zetas, perhaps they're the same, perhaps they're different, are the worker bees of some type of other um, superior. I've heard it be reptilians, I've heard it the Dracos. You know, We don't have really good sources for any of this. One source, perhaps the audience may be familiar with it. If they're not, you can get it on archive.org. It's a Soviet manual, or a purported Soviet manual of the 100 or so different species that they were able to document. And if you read through it, it does seem like there may be some type of hierarchy. And then there allegedly, and I don't know for sure, I'm basing this a lot on um, a um, uh, a um, series of discussions and writings of Chaim Eshed, who was a from a 2020 interview from his book The Universe Beyond the Horizon. He summarized this idea of a galactic federation. And so, if you don't know who Chaim Eshed was, he's a former Israeli military officer and professor of aeronautics, and he and astronautics. He was the head of Israel's space security program from between the 1980s to 2010. He helped develop Israeli satellite and defense space systems. He retired, later became a visiting professor and author. And what he claimed is that there's a galactic federation. He claimed that there's an organized alliance of extraterrestrial civilizations, and uh, basically multiple alien species cooperate allegedly, and they coordinate activity involving Earth. So when we talk about perhaps this has been guided panspermia, and when I say that, generally people say panspermia may be um, organic life came to Earth through asteroids or something like that. Guided panspermia generally is considered to be some type of extraterrestrial or alien civilization. And those two terms are used sometimes interchangeably. If you really get into the minutia of it, they do have some differentiations, but generally what I'm talking about is some other type of species seeded either life here on Earth or intelligent life. Bob Lazar has stated that in his briefings at Area S4, or S4 of Area, which is Site 4 of Area 51, uh, at the Nevada test site, he stated that in his briefings of the United States government that at least 65 major DNA alterations have been made by by another species on human DNA, and that would somewhat explain if how we're so evolved and much of the other beings on Earth are not seemingly as involved, but there's some really intelligent life out there, especially when you get into other primates. But it would explain some of the development that we've seen so quickly. Um, and with the idea of the Galactic Federation, this gets into the idea of the different um, the the evolution of humanity, and that we are still primitive in terms of where all these other aliens are, and uh, the idea that these alien species are not just coordinating activity involving Earth, but they do their best to avoid public disclosure of their presence as well. And we, in our own way, do this with animals in the wild ourselves. We may put a tracker in a being, but we do our best to stay hidden so that we're able to observe them in the most natural environment as possible. And there's an argument to be made that perhaps alien or non-Earth, non-human entities do the same. Another thing that Chaim stated was that there is some secret contact, perhaps, with the United States. He stated that the U.S. government has been in contact with extraterrestrials and that there is a long-standing agreement or cooperation. He claimed the purpose was for scientific research and that experiments were conducted on Earth in coordination with alien entities. He also talks about underground or off world cooperation sites. He suggested that there may be joint facilities involving humans and extraterrestrials. Perhaps there's some type of base on other planets, maybe Mars, um, and that there's cooperation between humans or U.S. personnel and alien groups. He did not provide any verifiable physical evidence for locations or infrastructure. But as we know, it's very difficult to do this. If you do this, you're going to have men in black or some type of authority at your door the next day. So there are good reasons for that. And there's been an explanation that humanity is not ready for disclosure. It's a central theme of his claims. He states that aliens are intentionally withholding public disclosure. And the reason given is that humanity would experience panic or instability, and disclosure is delayed until humans are more prepared. And that would lend credence to this idea that we're in a period of soft disclosure. Basically, if you look for it, you're going to find that we aren't alone. But if you don't look for it, you are going to perhaps reject this idea as hearsay or without any type of evidence. And I think that there's some major um, truth to many of the things that he said, even though we may not be able to perhaps verify much of it. Um, and I also think that if we get into the Kardashev scale, so for anyone who doesn't know, basically a Soviet scientist developed the Kardashev scale. I mean, his last name is Kardashev, and basically there's a level one, a level two, and a level three of how advanced um, a uh, civilization is, and it has been proposed that we are approximately like on a scale of um, a uh, on this scale, just to quickly review what the types are. There's type one is a planetary civilization. It uses all the energy available from its home planet, meaning its climate systems, its oceans, planetary energy grid. From an energy scale, this is approximately 10 to the 16th watts. Humanity today is not a type 1 yet. We've been estimated at a type zero point 0.7, and I think that that is a little too liberal. I don't think we're at that point yet. But that's what um, has been hypothesized. Then there's a type 2 stellar civilization that uses the energy from its entire star with possible megastructures like a Dyson swarm or a Dyson sphere, basically um, a a construct to be able to around the star to be able to absorb its energy. The energy scale at that is approximately 10 to the 26th watts. And as we know, humanity is still far from that level. And then there's a type 3 galactic civilization. Harnessing the energy of our entire galaxy, it controls billions of star systems, energy scale perhaps 10 to the 36 or more watts, and humanity is not remotely close. Now, this does get into other scientists who have said there could be a type 4 supergalactic civilization, uses energy across multiple galaxies. Type 5, a multiverse civilization, operates across multiple universes. Type 6, universe creating civilization, can create entire universes. Type 7, meta reality civilization, exists beyond physical reality itself. Without hypothesizing, because we're so far from there, the idea of being a point seven may be something that, whether it's accurate or not, I think that we have to get closer to being a type 1 civilization before we're able to be brought to the table to have these discussions amongst other alien species. And I would think that that will come perhaps within the next 1,000 to 10,000 years. And while that may seem really, really far in the life, the life of the Earth itself already, it's just a mere second in our lifespan. And once we get to that point where we're at type 1, we may be offered a chair at this galactic federation. Whether or not that's true, um, there's an argument to be made. Now, there are other hypotheses that I've heard that I never really considered. I always figured, okay, so we as a species, eventually, and with any species, you have, I reference this to what we would see with colonial nations. Basically, they need to have peace at home before they go exploring. And that's why one of the reasons why I'm such a major advocate for world peace. Because if we want to start exploring the solar system and then eventually interstellarly, we have to have peace at home. We can't be arguing about race or about religion or about nation states when we want to be exploring. And we found this with colonial empires, and the same will be true of Earth. We need some type of unification. However, I figured once we have peace at home, then you just have peace forever, and you become a member of this galactic federation. And I've heard proposals, and many times these are either through abductees or even just what I could find with AI. So I'm saying this is extremely hypothetical. But there may be a galactic federation that has unified against another group, that there may be another type of alien being out there or civilization. Many times they're called draconians, many times they're called reptilians, that may yield or wield some type of power. And the Galactic Federation, in its own way, may have some type of space wars with these groups. Whether or not that's true, I have no idea. This is very speculative, but I don't want to close our minds off to thinking that once we get off world, and we get an opportunity to sit at the Galactic Federation, that everything is going to be peaceful. I would assume that it would be to some extent, but we always have to have our minds outside the box or use outside the box thinking to think maybe there are other entities out there that may perhaps be utilizing other types of species, alien species, for their own good or for whatever reason. So, with in answer to your earlier question about the different species that we have and really where they may live, I think the closest species to Earth that exist are the Zeta Reticuli. And for those who don't know, Zeta Reticuli is approximately 37 light years away. And for those who don't know how long is a light year, it's basically the distance, it's not basically, it is the distance that one travels in a year at the speed of light. So, meaning if John and I took a craft to Zeta Reticuli, we'd be 37 years older, just about exactly from this very moment before we would be at Zeta Reticuli. And Zeta Reticuli is a dual star system, which is unique. And the stars are slightly smaller than our sun, Sol. They're about zero point 0.8 to zero point 0.9 the size, and there are two of them, which means that the planet, and I believe it's the way that that astronomers categorize generally planets away from their stars are so like we have Earth, which is the third rock from the sun, third planet from the sun. But if we weren't so familiar with it, it would be considered Sol 3. What does that mean? Sol is the name of the star, and then Sol 1 would be Mercury, Sol 2 would be Venus, Sol 3 would be Earth, Sol 4 would be Mars, etc. And so, as I understand, this is Zeta Reticuli 4. So basically, their fourth planet of this solar system that's 37 or so light years away has some really advanced type of species. Where am I getting this information from? Where generally it's from the Barney and Betty Hill abduction, which many of your audience may be with which they may be familiar. But for those who aren't, in the early 1960s in New Hampshire, a couple was on their way back from a trip and had a period of missing time under hypnosis. They were able to have um, the the vision that they had been abducted by some type of aliens who they referenced as small gray beings. And Betty actually was able to draw a star map of Zeta Reticuli that at the time could not be verified just due to the lack of technology, but later would be verified. And if you've ever seen a star map, it's pretty primitive. But the fact that she was even having this discussion and that there is a solar system that far away leads some credence, at least some evidence that this what she was saying may actually have some truth to it. And so, to my knowledge, the closest uh, intelligent life that we may have is, or the home planet that they would have, is about 37 light years away. And to give people an understanding, the next closest star to Earth is Alpha Centauri, which is about like 3.8 or so light years away. So, for anyone wondering, like, Okay, well, are there other alien species out there? Absolutely. Perhaps in our galaxy, certainly in our galaxy, but almost assuredly somewhere else in the universe. And to give those who are listening an idea of the locale, it's achievable. We're not talking about 100,000 light years away or something. Like 37 is something that perhaps could be undergone with sufficiently advanced spacecraft. But then also we learn that these non-Earth entities are able to manipulate space-time, and this really gets into Bob Lazar. If anybody hasn't heard his story, without going into it too much, he basically uh, makes the claim that aliens use element 115, also known as unpentium, also known as Moscovium, uh, that creates an immense amount of power and allows these beings to be able to manipulate space-time, basically create a force field around their craft and warp space-time. And there are like two different ways to be able to utilize this type of technology. There's the A and the B. One of them allows them to travel extreme distances very quickly, and B, the second one is allows them for more closer um, uh, distances to their desired outcome. Basically, they're super fast, and then there's close. The They're super fast, and then there's the slow version of it. And those are just a few of the ways. There are wormholes that perhaps these beings may be able to utilize, um, and there are plasma engines. There's even, I mean, we basically um, limit ourselves in our own way to Newtonian physics and then Einstein physics, but there may be some kind of even more vast type of physics that we haven't even discovered, and these types of species have been able to utilize it. So um, I love this subject, as you can tell, and the different types of species out there is something that I wish we had better resources for. Generally, it comes from defunct governments or alien abductees, but generally, the different types out there may be manipulating others. The zetas or the small grays may be manipulated by other beings. And then I've also heard that just like they're worker bees or they're robots or um, cyborgs or something like that. Um, it's really something that we don't know the answer to, and I hope over the course of my life we're able to learn more about it. Absolutely. Linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you go there right now, and I invite your audience to, they will find more social media than any person they've ever found in their entire lives. You could spend years literally just delving through the years of content that I've created. Additionally, my Discord is discord.me/rabbi. You can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'd love to talk about all of the subjects that I referenced in this discussion, but also I want your audience to know that there's someone out there who cares about them. And if they ever need some type of support or they need some type of guidance, I'm here for them. You don't have to be Jewish, you can be anyone. I'm here to support you. Moreover, anyone who wants to just view my live streams, the easiest way to do it is to type Rabbi Rothschild, my name, in YouTube and use the filter. It's very important to use the filter and filter by live. And you will see more live streams than any person you've ever seen in your entire life. And you'll recognize, wow, this person's been doing this for 5 years now or so. This is a really big event. And this is a world changing event. When people start to find out about this, we have a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement going back to the pandemic. This is really exciting. And the person, and I would say this to your audience, I want to do this the rest of my life. So basically, be an example for humanity uh, into transhumanism, perhaps. And I want to see the technology improve. I want to give people first person views of my life and 360 views of my life and every other aspect that we may be able to give to people so that they can live my life in virtual reality or augmented reality or holographic versions of it. And overall, these types of discussions are something that I have every single day on my stream. So if anybody finds anything that I've discussed on here with John, or that John and I have discussed together of interest, come to my Discord, check out my streams, check out the other interviews that I've done. I know if I do this enough, it's just a matter of time. It will go viral. It is the biggest potentially event in global history because it encompasses alien disclosure, it encompasses a human timeline. As I said at the beginning, this is essentially a diary of human achievement. It's a timeline of human achievement. A century or so ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who just writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, except I use video as my medium. And when people recognize that I have more data archived than any person ever, and that perhaps generations of people will study this from an academic level, from a behavioral level, biological level, a scientific level, and a historic level, it's of extreme excitement to anyone who comes into contact with this project. So, with that, John, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I loved our conversation. To the audience out there, again, you can find everything at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Come discuss these things with me, discord.me/Rabbi. Thank you. God willing. That's okay. It says 2 seconds until uploaded. It's at 82% on my end. One thing that I write about a lot is specifically on this subject, accuracy. I mean, Riverside's great that it does what it does, but the accuracy of time in terms of download and in terms of just waiting periods. You remember, Napster days where it would tell you it's going to take 57 years to download some Eminem song or whatever it may have been. And at least it was trying at that point. And I like that it's trying to tell us 9 seconds or whatever it may be on this version. But I think, especially in terms of apps and things, we don't get accurate estimates of things. It could take 5 minutes, it could take 2 hours, and we just don't know. So one thing that I write about a lot in my blogs is how to improve society from a technological standpoint. I don't think we should have startup times on our devices anymore. I think that the internet should work page, 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 page. There's a way for the internet to preload pages so that you can just go one page after another. Just whenever you're on a page, it loads all of the pages behind it, and then you just go to the next one and the next one and the next one. Ideas like, and I'm sure you remember this too. The early cell phone the battery would last like a week on it. And I know that the cell phone of today is doing a lot more of the heavy lifting. However, I envision that type of world again. Different types of batteries. So we're kind of limited by lithium batteries at this point, but there are americium batteries, which are currently in many fire alarms that last like 7 years. And that's definitely something that I would like to see. Or even there's a way perhaps to use the kinetic energy of just the phone moving to be able to to store energy, or perhaps using microgravity of the Earth, or even solar. I mean, there are a lot of ways to perhaps be able to power a device, but I feel like we're depending more and more on our electronics, and especially from health reasons and communication reasons and finance reasons. And the idea that we're stuck really with an iPhone that hasn't had many changes since the original, or just cell phones in general since the original. um, I I would like to see some development in terms of that. And as I see, we are moving up. We've moved up. We're like 89%, 21 seconds. So um, uh, I yeah, but that's okay. At least it's giving us a time. That's certainly appreciated. Um, so yeah, I want you to know how much I appreciated the conversation. It's been wonderful. You had really great questions, and you gave me the opportunity to be able to discuss some of my passions. And I think you can hear, and your audience can hear, how much I love these topics. And when I say I think this could be the biggest event in global history, there's a chance at that. I mean, it's basically a human time capsule, and no one has done that previously in the same way. Right. If you ask AI, have had people do this on my behalf. When's Rabbi going to go viral? And many times AI says there are some watermarks, basically, and 5 years is a big one. When I say to someone, "Oh, it's been 4 years and 9 months," or whatever, okay, that's cool. But 5 years then becomes like, wow, that's half a decade, and that's a lot of time to have archived. And we've seen three different Olympic games. Or more, perhaps more. We now will be in our second World Cup. We've seen presidential elections. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts. These are real events that are going on, and I know if we had the opportunity, let's say, to even just listen to a radio broadcast from the 1950s, we would find that to be of interest. So to have video of this, and especially what I love about my project is, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it all the way. I don't want to be live on one live stream. What if that live stream goes down? What if the app crashes? What if I lose connectivity? I want to be live on 20, 25, 30 if possible, to have redundant streams, to have different angles for people. And um, I know that it's difficult um, to ponder all the things that I've done, but I've created AI robots that create blog entries for me, and so I have over 2,000 blogs, not blog entries, blogs, meaning like from Blogger. Each Gmail account that I have hundreds of Gmail accounts, but each uh, Gmail account can have up to well, actually you can have more than this, but I have 20 of them that have 100 blogs each. And then I have a robot while I sleep that has a list of like cool topics like time travel or telepathy or telekinesis or um, teleportation or even just pop culture or music or cars or transportation. And there's this really long list that I have, and it just takes that subject, puts it into ChatGPT, gives an academic journal entry with pictures, and then ends up publishing that while I sleep at night. And I've created these robots to basically always be going, even when I'm asleep, I'm creating content. I've created other robots that on TikTok and Instagram that the Instagram ones generally will record 1 hour of my life and upload it. Record 1 hour of my life and upload it. Record 1 hour of my life. So I have like years of my life on Instagram. Far more. Nobody has years of a life on a platform by any means. And then on TikTok, what I've done is I took like more than 20,000 of the most popular songs of all time, everything from the Beatles to some indie band in Portland, and um, it's a robot that just every 3 minutes makes like a music video of my life. Basically, takes whatever I'm doing and has music uploaded to that. And it's amazing how these little bands are like, "Thank you so much for making a video of my music." And I feel like I'm going to be able, with this project, to certainly highlight the great aspects of art, but also the more hidden artists that we have in society. I look forward to a future, perhaps a second renaissance, because we're going to have AI that is going to be taking a lot of people's roles. And I feel like human made art will have much more appreciation than perhaps it does right now, because it will be rare. Everything will be AI created or robotics created. But if you can tie someone's human hands, human touch to something, it may have much more value. So I'm excited for just the future in general. And I'm glad that you have a positive take on where we're heading for the future. Many people aren't as open minded to where we are, and it's just it's exciting. I say this, I didn't have a chance to say it, but you won't hear many people tell you that in my heart, honestly, John, I don't think you're going to die. Not in a traditional sense. I think you'll be able to freeze aging, basically reverse age, And then if you want, be able to mind upload. And no one talks like that. I mean, maybe some areas of the transhumanist world, you'll hear some people talk like that. But generally, okay, I see it successfully uploaded. But generally, you don't hear a real person talking about avoiding death. And hey, if I'm wrong, we tried, right? But if I'm right, I may have the privilege of being the first person to tell you that I think you may be able to live indefinitely, which is exciting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, with that, my friend, this was amazing. I say this to anybody with whom I have a podcast. If possible, let's do it again next year. So we'll let a year go by, and then we'll have this like amazing archive of our lives together and what we predicted and where we were wrong and where we were right. So at the start of next summer or so, I'll shoot you an email, and we can connect again. And if you need me in the meantime, you can always email me, and I'm always in that Discord. So if you ever want to talk to somebody, I'm here for you. Okay? I agree. Thank you, John. You too. Take care. Bye. Oh, that was great. John, you're amazing. If you ever see this, I really appreciate it. That was one of the best podcasts I've ever been on. Great questions. Really, 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 really great. And I love the topics. I love it. It was great. Is there anything you didn't like about it? No. It was amazing. Loved it. That was great. Would you want anything different with it? No. Really? Dog. That was amazing. Was it? Yeah. Yeah. You didn't. Do you feel it could have gone better? I mean, if anybody's watching this, I always do this after I stream. It's like a, what do they call it? Decompress it, whatever. It's like, how did it go? Briefing, basically. No, it was great. Is there anything you want to talk about? Yeah, I could talk for a long time on these subjects, though. So, I really appreciate the questions that John had, and they were all. He didn't ask a bad question, and to anyone who sees this in the future, you can just see how happy I am with the result of it. And it was wonderful. Um, is there anything you'd want to do different? I keep asking myself that. Oh, let me say this. If I weren't streaming my life right now, I would not be having these conversations. These might be happening mentally, like internally, but I think it's healthy for you to hear what a healthy individual thinks to themselves when they have an experience like that. So I ask myself a question, knowing that I'm asking myself a question. Usually this would be an internal monologue, but if I do that, then I'll just be like, so I think it's important for people to be able to see how I feel and how I react. Um, I like that Riverside. That's cool technology. Now I see. Shout out to who's my man? Um, Anthony, Tony. Tony used Riverside, so that was really cool. And you liked every. Name one thing that you would have rather had. I wish I had more time. That's all. I mean, but I could say to John, John, I want to talk for 3 hours, and I'd be fine with that. And
I'm also someone when I'm in those conversations that I have a lot to say, and I don't want to forget anything. I'm still trying to like work out words. One thing that is really bad, like I was trying to think of Carl Sagan, and I'm like trying to think of the name as I'm saying something else about the Kardashev scale, and but man, that was great. That was great. So, okay, aside from not uh, having more time, what would you want to change? It was great. I wish I had answers for the religious questions, but nobody has these answers. These are the best. This is the best you're going to get, kids. What happened here? Um, is there anything else you would have liked? Do you think it made a difference with your pillows and stuff? Yeah. People don't take that seriously, but they'll take a blurred version seriously. Anything else you want to say? What did you think of John? He's great. I think he's really interesting and cool. And his questions were fabulous. They weren't like too prying, they weren't too personal, they were open ended, really interesting topics. And uh, have you ever had a too prying question? I get questions. I mean, what you want to hear me say? I vomit on camera? Okay, you know, it's like whatever. Is there anything you would have changed about that interview? I really enjoyed it. It's fun. It's fun. Also, I would say, from John's perspective, I knew after speaking with him for a little bit that he was not out for gotcha moments. He was out for to learn, and that's what we're all here to do. Is there anything else that you would want to change in that discussion? Maybe I say perhaps too much or generally too much or whatever, but that's fine. People are going to understand that. Oh man, is anything still recording? Is anybody seeing this? Yeah, at least some of them are still going. And anything else you'd want to say in that discussion? Um, it was really great. Yeah, Doug, but is there anything else you'd want to say in it? I'm proud of what I just said. I'm proud of my knowledge. I don't feel I came across as cocky because I don't know. We're just asking questions, and I feel that's healthy. And John was super cool, just super cool. Experienced podcaster. It seemed, I don't know, but yeah, I do know. I mean, he's pretty experienced. What would you have changed if you had to change something about it? Could you have been better prepared? I feel like I was prepared really well. Everybody could be better prepared, but could you? There's nothing you would want to change about it. Um, Nothing. It's good. But name something you would want to change. I'm really happy with it. 10 out of 10. As close to 10 out of 10 as I could have done. Maybe, okay, if I had to name anything on my own, I wish I would have known more mega projects, or we could have gotten into that discussion more. But um, I would have liked to get into like maybe some deep underground military bunkers. That might have been cool. Anything else? But as I was talking to him, I mean, he does this for a living or like a major hobby. I just talk about it. So, and he has like guests on and stuff who are like major contributors. So, to ufology. But I want people to take ufology seriously because it's serious. Dude, what happened to this device? Um, is there anything that you would have changed about that discussion? Maybe I could be on more streams. Oh yeah, if my phone would have shown and wouldn't have been blurred. That would have been cool. So I guess I would have changed that, but it's no big deal. What about there's nothing more you would want to change? Um, would you rather have two okay podcasts or one really good one? One really good. That, from a podcast perspective, quality is really important to me. Would you change anything that you said? No. I like what I said. Dude, I hope this computer didn't die on me. There we go. What's wrong with it? No idea, but I'm going to fix these issues in the future. Okay, is there anything you would to change about it? No. I'm excited maybe one day somebody will do a long form with me. Even just like if someone said 2 hours or 3 hours. That's why I was really excited that one guy wanted to do 5 hours. But, is there anything that you would have done differently in that discussion? No, I'm happy with it. Is that your favorite podcast you've ever done? Yep, I can say that. And what would you say the other people with whom you podcasted learned from John? Really? You don't think any? Actually, though, I've had some really good ones, so I don't want to put anybody who's given me the opportunity to podcast. I love you, and you're in the Hall of Fame of the future. So don't. But if you fuck me on a podcast, you're gonna be on my shit list. Um, but for anyone who sees this and is like, what's your favorite podcast? I always think my podcast, the one I just did, if it went well, is the best one. But that was a good one. The one with that girl, that was a good one. Or woman, whatever. But like, that was a good one. She was really nice. What about Tony? Tony's new. And so he has the opportunity to be better than all of them. They're older and they have more experience. But I appreciate Tony's um, work and his dedication to being for accuracy, and that stuff was really cool to me. What about um, they're the early ones that I've done, but I'm talking about the ones I've done within the last 6 months or whatever. What was the one that you did? Oh, what about Mike? Uh, I liked that one. There was a little. the frustrating thing with mics is the things were not that long, so we couldn't really delve into things that I wanted to. And I would tell him that, but that's not a big deal. Have you ever done a podcast you didn't like? As I previously did, not with anyone who I hosted, or not with anyone who hosted me. I have had issues with some people I hosted, but that's I get it. Some people like to do their own thing. Is there anything that you would change about your podcast? I keep saying that to myself. If you had to change something about, so okay, John, if you see this in the future, if I had to change anything about your style, I don't have anything in mind. So he was really good. He's knowledgeable on the subjects. He has excellent questions. I would say his questions were real and did not feel like AI questions. Tony, my man, yours felt like AI questions, but I get it. I get it. You don't know what to ask. English isn't your first language, so. And again, Tony, if you ever see this, I don't know why I'm talking to you directly. You have an opportunity because you have all this time and all this technology and all. You can be better than the woman was, and John and Mike and anybody else. Anybody who sees this, though, they should know every podcast on which I've been that actually aired. I've been happy. Now, who's that one guy? Lewis? That guy's kind of on my shit list. The guy this morning, if that doesn't publish, yeah, he's on my shit list. That lady, she's kind of on my shit list. So, I say that, but I'll be fine. If I ever go viral, I don't give a shit. And your fucking podcast will blow the fuck up anyway. People will always remember you. And you'll be a lesson to people in the future. Take a chance. Columbus did. Anything else you want to say about that podcast? Dog, I'm so happy. Is there anything else that you would have changed? I keep trying to think of something, and I've said it all. Kids, if you're watching this is the afterglow of a podcast. I wonder what it's like to be on a Joe Rogan podcast. I bet I'd shit myself. Really? No, dude, I'm too cool for school. My son. Are you happy, dog? Again, one good podcast is way better than two mediocre, and definitely better than even one good and one bad. Have you ever done a mediocre podcast? No, baby, all my shit's perfect. But perhaps perfectly imperfect. Have you ever... I've had podcasts